Hello, Voices of Wrestling Podcasting Network listeners. I am Jeff Hawkins, co-host of Shake Them Ropes, with a very special announcement. If it's been a while or you've never listened to us before, the original gang is back. Myself and Rob McCarran, back talking wrestling. We have no idea where this show's going to go, where we're going to keep any of the old bits or any of the old things in there. It's going to be a process. It's going to be a journey, and we'd like for you to come along with us. Only on Shake Them Ropes on the Voices of Wrestling Podcasting Network.
This podcast is a member of the Voices of Wrestling Podcasting Network. Visit voicesofwrestling.com to hear the rest of our great podcasts, as well as show reviews, columns, opinions, and updates across the world of wrestling.
Welcome back, everyone, to Wrestling Omakase. It is episode number 295. Doing something a little different this week. We have a split episode, which I recorded in the always popular out-of-order fashion. So I'm recording the start here, and I already recorded the second half yesterday. So a little bit later, you're going to hear me and John Bibbins returning from last week as we discuss the Noah Ryogoku show and the follow-up Korakuen, plus the DDT Candgate second round and the All Japan Champion Carnival last two nights, which was a real mixed bag of shows. I mean, the Noah show was god-awful. The DDT and the All Japan were good. But in the meantime, first I'm joined here by returning guest Chris Whitehead, who last appeared on the Match of the Year episode. So his first time doing a more traditional episode here. So we're going to do the joshi stuff first. Basically going to be all joshi at the front and then all the men's wrestling at the end is how we organize this one. So, Chris, welcome back to the show. Great to have you on.
Thank you for having me back, John. It's a pleasure to be here. How are you?
I've actually been better. I have a lot of crap right now, but
I'm sorry to hear that.
I think the normal thing to say when somebody asks how are you is not be like, I had a medical procedure that was kind of painful, and then my phone broke the same one of those times where like the world feels like it's playing a prank on you. Like the night before a medical procedure, my phone just randomly breaks. Just decides, like, I'm just going to stop working now. Like, really, of all fucking times, that's the night you choose to do that. Because that was, like, last Wednesday, before the Thursday when I had the procedure. So it's like, I was just like, okay, this is just, like, the gods are messing with me or whatever. Because I've had this iPhone 14 Pro Max, I guess is the exact model, like, for a few years now, obviously, since the 17 came out. And it's never really given me any problems. There was like a brief issue with like moisture on the camera or something. And then the phone just started randomly resetting. Like at first, like every 15 minutes of use, and now it just resets if you like keep it open for more than like 3 minutes, basically. And I took it to the Apple store on Thursday right after my procedure and just had to deal with like the absurd fucking thing they call customer service in 2026, apparently. I don't know, have you ever had like a phone problem like that?
Yeah, handful of times for sure.
And it's like the guy starts looking at the Genius Bar guy, and he like, he's like, oh, he's like logging all this stuff. He's like looking at the what's it called, the error logs or whatever, where the logs pretty much just said, okay, there's something wrong with the internal part that I guess tells it whether it's overheating or not. It thinks it's overheating when it's not, I guess. So it seems like a pretty easy fix to me, but then he looks at the back when he's like, oh, there's water damage, so replace the whole phone. I'm like, but the water thing happened like 3 months ago, and it really probably has nothing to do with this. But now they're like, well, we don't have to do anything. So I have Apple Care Plus or whatever, so I pay for that every month. So I can get the replacement for $99. But then he's like, well, we don't have your phone, the exact color and storage, so it's going to be 3 to 5 business days to order it. I'm like, well, can you just give me a different color? No, we can't do that.
Huh.
You can't give me a different color fucking phone? Are you fucking kidding me? Apparently, like, I looked online, it's some bullshit where, like, because it's not optimized for their inventory procedures to give a different color phone than the one you have, they won't do it. And I'm like, that is insane to me that they just tell you it's like just you got to wait for fucking a week with no phone, basically. And he could tell the look on my face was like I was very displeased. And he's like, well, you could buy a cheap phone now if you really need one. I'm like, that's a really helpful suggestion. I should have told him to fuck off when he said that, honestly. So
yeah, probably not his fault, but he's just going by whatever playbook they give him. But yeah, sucks.
I didn't actually tell him to fuck off. But the way he said it to was just very condescending. Like, I've done customer service plenty of times, and the way he said it was so condescending. Because I was not complaining audibly to him. Like, I had a look on my face like I was upset, because I fucking was. So, if you know what, and like, if I'm going to look grumpy about it, yes, I'm going to look grumpy when you just fucking told me I don't get a phone for a fucking week. It's like I use this for work. I'm lucky I didn't have to go anywhere.
Yeah.
But, yeah, it's just like really, really like, I did not know I was going to come on here to immediately bitch about this, but boy, was I fucking pissed. I was so fucking bad.
I would have been going to visit some other stores, but that's probably a little bit easier for me than it is for you because there's a million of them here and I could drive to a bunch of them. It's probably a little harder in the city out there.
Yeah, he told me there was one in Brooklyn that might have it and like might have my color model, and like I don't have a car, so yeah, it'd be a long trip for me.
Right.
So I was like, and not even for a guarantee, apparently. They quote unquote might have it.
Mm-hmm.
So I was just like, okay, whatever, order me the fucking phone. And then, but yeah, now I'm waiting still, basically. So 3 to 5 business days. We're already at business day, I guess 3 is tomorrow, but he did say, oh, it might come faster. Well, it hasn't, buddy. It hasn't. So
yeah,
I don't know. That guy, there's something about that guy just really annoyed me, but whatever. I'm sure he gets like 1,000 fucking people he has to deal with every day, but like just the fucking like dismissive attitude. Oh, the little dot has a little color thing on it, so now I don't have to do anything. Just like, yeah. Okay.
That's where they get you.
But yeah, so that's how I'm doing. Mostly annoyed about my phone, among other things that are more personal. They don't really want to bitch about on podcast. But how are you doing, Chris?
I don't have any immediate complaints. I had a pleasant weekend. The weather's been great. Went for a wonderful walk at lunchtime. Yeah, it's been very nice. Nothing to complain about. I'm sure there'll be something by the end of the week.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. What else did I do this week besides have a medical procedure and have my phone break? I guess really nothing.
Watched a lot of wrestling?
Watched a lot of wrestling, yeah. And did a bunch, had a lot of like shoot job stuff that got in the way of watching some of the wrestling again. But, you know.
Yeah, that tripped me up from being able to help you out with some more of these shows too. Just life gets in the way, work-wise and family commitments and such. Also, not wanting to watch some of it got in the way.
You got lucky not watching that fucking Noah show, let me tell you. Wait until people get to that Noah burial that's coming up later, because boy, is that show. I listened to the flagship review after I recorded mine, because I never like to listen to other people's reviews before I do mine, basically. Mm-hmm. And they buried it too, but I think I went into way more fucking detail and like hatred of how much I hated that fucking undercard, especially. They are just there's like no one All Japan has some curse where like only one of them can be good at a time. Because like All Japan's finally been watchable again this year, and the champion card's been actually good, and Noah's just been fucking god awful. So I don't know.
There can only be one, like a Highlander.
I guess it's like, I mean, men's wrestling in Japan kind of stinks in general right now, to be honest. It's really just DDT. It's the only thing that I like. But
how's Secret Base doing though? You know, that's a hot promotion, right?
I haven't seen Secret Base. No, I don't know.
I'm just kidding.
I can't think of the dumbest thing. I went to the show last year.
I know. That's what made me think of it.
Oh, yeah. Last April. I never watched their streams. They do actually stream on YouTube, but I just never watched them. So, I mean, their show was like, I guess, enjoyable enough in person, but I could not imagine watching that like on a YouTube stream because it was so Like it was pretty much all comedy, and like the kind of comedy that's not funny unless you're there. Really, I think.
Yeah, I
But
mean there's a lot of shows that really are only supposed to be seen by the people in the room, and yet for whatever reason, because it's the 2020s, they all stream, and then
yeah,
people are
yeah,
like, this sucks, but it wasn't really for the people watching the stream. So
yeah. Did the Marvelous show you're at ever make it onto anything yet? I know it was going to or something.
not yet. At the time of the show, I asked about that when I was talking to somebody who worked on the show, and they said it would be going to Wrestle Universe, and they'd be providing it to Marvelous, and they had no idea how long it would take after that. And then last week there was some talk it might show up on the West Coast Pro YouTube this week. So I guess wait and see.
Yeah, I mean that was a great show. I don't know if it's gonna like hold up quite as well. Like, did you watch back the West Coast show on YouTube or no?
I did.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I thought it mostly held up, honestly. Like you're never gonna recreate the feeling, because for people who don't know, I probably should have said this before. Chris was at those two shows too, West Coast and Marvelous in Vegas. And like you're never gonna recreate the exact feeling of being there, obviously, especially the small room with like the great vibes and everything. But I don't know. I thought I like the fucking Chris Hero and Senka match still rocked and stuff, and the opener with Alpha Kozone and God, blanking on the other guy.
It was Alpha Zell and LeBron Kozo.
Alpha Zone and LeBron Kozone. Thank you. I just combined their names into one. But yeah, that opener was still awesome, and like there's a lot of cool stuff on that show still when I watched it back. So I don't know. Thought it mostly held up.
Main event held up really well too, I thought.
Yeah. That match was
Yeah,
awesome.
it was a
That
very
was
fun
really
show.
good.
I think it was an enjoyable show to watch on the stream. If nobody had ever heard anything from the people in the room, I think it would have been a very well received show. Of course, because those of us who were there were like, "This is one of the greatest shows we've ever seen." That sets the expectations weirdly for people who weren't there. So I get it. I understand how all of that worked out. I cheap plug wrote all about it in an article that came out last week, that people can get the sense of being inside the room if they need it, beyond watching the show. So
Yeah. It was a great just a great experience and just great being there. And like it's the only thing that even felt it was the only American thing that to me that even felt close to being at like Ring of Honor back in the day. So, which is like obviously a very high compliment.
yeah, and that's
But
what I think you and Bivens were talking about, right? When somebody got on
yeah.
for the Marvelous show, when somebody got on the house mic and asked all the people who were wrestlers or staff or crew who were not actively working on the show to leave the room, and somebody said, "I've never heard that before," and one of the two of you said that you had heard that. The only other time you'd heard that was at Joe versus Kobashi, which is a pretty elite company
Yeah,
to
yeah.
be keeping.
Yeah, that was a different. It was not exactly the same. I remember this now. It was Gabe actually posted on the forum before the show because the Ring of Honor forums back then were very, very active, and he posted on the forum before the show. He was like, "You guys can't come." He's like, "If you're not booked tonight, you cannot come. We do not have room for you." That was basically the message. Like, do not show up unless you're booked. No friends of friends, no buddies. But yeah, the exact post was very much just like, "Do not show up. We cannot let you in." Because yeah,
Super
they
no
were like on
vacancy.
it was super no vacancy full house. It was like they were at the New Yorker. So it's bigger building than this, but not by that much. It's still like I think like 750 probably or something like that. So like still not touching 1,000 or anything. But yeah, it was just like we cannot fit you. We're completely sold to capacity. So you know. I do remember seeing people get turned away at the door too, who did not listen, I guess. And no, I don't mean like the friends of friends. I mean the people trying to buy tickets. Like there were
Right.
people at the door who were just like asking other people. First of all, they were offering money to people for their tickets, which you could not have offered me any amount of money for my ticket. I don't think. Like maybe like if it would have to be truly life changing amounts probably to all, and they did not reach that level. They were like, oh, $500. I was like, get the fuck out of here. 500. Like I'm gonna do a $400 profit to fucking because I had front row, which I think was either like 115 or 125 or something. So I'm like, I'm gonna fucking not even make a $400 profit and miss Kenta Kobashi in the United States. I'm good, man. Thank you. But
Yeah.
yeah, I don't even think they ever reached like 4 digits when I was out there, like listening to people make offers. So I was like, yeah, showing up with $500 and thinking you're getting the door. I doubt it. I doubt they got in the door with that amount of money. But
Maybe some GA standing.
yeah, even then, like if You really want to see Joe Kobashi? You're gonna fucking do it for 500? I don't know. Maybe someone did it, but I don't like that. Seems like Kent, like the people in that room were like, we're seeing the greatest wrestler ever lived, basically. Like that felt like a big deal. So I can't see a lot of them being like, $500. I think if they started offering 1,000, I'm sure somebody would have done it. But like 500, I don't think was getting it
And
done.
this
It definitely wasn't
is
getting it done with anybody that were asking. That's for sure.
this is $2004.
2005.
2005. So
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
$500
What?
then is more like offering somebody 1,000 now.
Yeah, that's true. Somehow it
But
doesn't
yeah,
feel
and
like
now I
a,
would need more than 1,000. So yeah, I think
yeah,
you're right.
yeah. Yeah. I just can't see someone doing it. I don't know. Like, okay, the Marvelous show is sold out. This is a great question. Now, Kobashi and Sari, I wouldn't call them 1-to-1 because I think in 2005 there was a sense already that Kobashi was not going to be active that much longer, which I
He
don't
was
think
he was
anyone.
definitely past his peak
Yeah,
and banged up by then for sure.
I don't think
And
anyone thought he was definitely going to be done within 4 years, like he ended up being. But I think everyone knew, like, if we don't see him now, this might be our only chance unless we go to Japan, basically in the next year or two. Which
certainly
back
in the
then was a
US.
little, yeah. Back then was a little more difficult, honestly. I mean, the yen rate wasn't what it was, and you know, I mean, I didn't make the money I make now either. So I mean, I definitely wasn't going to Japan. Um, so yeah, it was very, I feel like that there was that factor. Sari, I mean, she's a very, very special wrestler, the best wrestler in the world, in my opinion. But I don't think anyone really thinks she's definitely going to retire in the next 5 years. Now, the other thing is you never know with Joshi, though. So maybe you should think that anyway.
I
But
also think if she was going to retire, she would come do one more match in the US first because she knows how much money she can make on merch, as we
that's
saw
true.
at that show.
Yeah. So it's not quite the same. But it is the question. How much money would you have needed someone to offer you to give up your seat for Marvelous that night?
I don't think I would have accepted any amount of money because,
Well, no one's going to offer you a realistic amount of money, is what you're saying.
well, also I am just like I wanted to see that show. I had the seats I wanted. I was with the people I wanted to be with. Like,
Right.
what's the incentive? You know, like
Like you're going to have to get up to like I'm going to say 10 grand maybe. I guess I would do it. But that's a lot of Japan trip money.
I mean, I guess something like that. I could take a vacation and go
Yeah.
see her wrestle somewhere else. Sure, but I mean, no one's going to do that. So
Right. That's what I'm saying. No realistic amount. Like even
yeah,
5 grand to me, 5 grand to me is a lot of money, but then you're starting to get into what's the value, what's that money worth versus I'm here right now. I want to see this fucking show.
I'm going to leave and
Um,
just be miserable and just go sit in a
yeah,
hotel
yeah,
room and be sad. Like, look at some
yeah,
dollar bills. That's not going to make me feel good.
yeah. So I think 10 grand is like the first amount where I'm like, okay, I'd be really, really, really tempted.
But
But
then you immediately would go to the craps table with your 10 grand, right?
that is true. I mean, it's probably a really bad city for me personally to be given 10 grand. That's a good point. Uh, but yeah, I mean, the Marvelous show was the show that like after that show I was so jazzed up. That was the show where I went to the crab table and had the big run, which saved me for that trip. Otherwise, I would have lost a bunch of money.
Mm-hmm.
So instead of losing a very tiny amount of money on the whole trip, all because of that one strange man wearing a suit for some reason at this low roller joint. It's like he must have come from like a limo job or something. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, there's
But
any number of jobs, yeah, where you can be wearing
yeah,
a
yeah.
suit. Yeah.
Yeah, but he looked kind of ridiculous in his full suit in the middle of the Gold Coast, which there's nobody else there wearing a suit. That is for sure. It was a lot of people who are not big suit wearers, but yeah, just me and him at that table. And he had we did chase off one guy first because I guess that guy was bringing the energy down, and then once that guy was gone, we were able to have the big rolls. So
Get the cooler out of there. Yeah.
get the cooler out of there, yeah. And I always leave. I left pretty quick after. I mean, I'm not smart for gambling in general. I am smart for leaving when I'm up a lot at a session like that. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna go now because I know what math is. I know this is a like 0.8% house edge game or something. So It's just like a 50-50 shot, basically, you're going to win or not. So now this was the high end, and now probably it's going to go the other way. But
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
the one time the one time I did, like, I've ever not left after a big one, I've always regretted it. So because it was just like slowly giving it all back. But that's Vegas in general, I guess. And I guess I did that anyway, but it just in a longer time period. But anyway, uh, the two shows we're going to talk about, I guess this is a good transition. Oh, is there anything else you want to say about the live shows? I guess since we were kind of in the middle of talking about the Marvelous live experience and all that. Because no one's seen that show yet, basically, because it's not anywhere online. And I
Right.
gave like a little mini review on my WrestleMania weekend recap, and it was an awesome fucking show. The like big comparison, I guess, was the Marvelous show versus the West Coast show. I did like the West Coast show more, but I thought the gap was very tiny. Like the Marvelous show had my favorite match for the two shows, which was the main event of the Marvelous show. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, the Marvelous show it was really good vibes. It was a great party show, and it obviously had the bigger, more active crowd. I mean, just that crowd was so gigantic, and like
Hmm.
the way that we had that whole line of people outside waiting to get in. The moment West Coast was before West Coast was even over, because there were all the people who didn't go to West Coast.
Right.
That was just so cool. The one I ended up behind was like a big Japanese Idol fan, which I thought was kind of funny. Like, he was talking to his friend the entire time, basically, about like going to see idol bands in Japan, and he ended up at Marvelous.
Yeah, I don't know that I have too much more to add. Yeah, I had a great time. I think I ended up slightly higher on the West Coast show, but I mean, it's really like splitting hairs. Like, oh, which one of these two really excellent shows did you like the most? Is just like, okay, how spoiled can we be?
I'll give you the only disappointment I really had for Marvelous, which I put this in my notes because it's when they come out. This Marvelous show we're going to watch. I noted it, but I just might as well say it now. I love Magenta's theme song, and even the way they did the angle was awesome with Magenta jumping
Mm.
Senka and everything, but it meant we didn't get to hear the theme song. So I was like, damn it. But I haven't heard it live yet. I haven't been to a Marvelous show, and I'm pretty sure I've seen Rico, but not Maria. I think I saw Rico on a different promotion, but I haven't seen Maria at all before that show, obviously. But yeah, and I can't see Marvelous next month. They're like not wrestling anywhere near me when I'm in Japan, which kind of sucks because they're the Shin Kiba show. I think they have coming up. I was just looking at their upcoming. So yeah, they have a Shin Kiba show on the 14th. That's when I'm in Osaka for Dominion. And then they have a show the next week when I'm in Tokyo. They're in Fukuoka for Takumi Roha's homecoming show on the 21st. So yeah, just like they're one of these promotions that's like the opposite of me wherever I am in Japan, which is always annoying when it happens. And it's like a promotion you're really into at the moment.
Yeah.
But and then they moved up their December show a lot for some reason this year. Like, their Korakuen show is December 20th, which I'm gonna try to get to Japan and see it, but like the I don't know if you've looked at ticket prices, like airfare prices lately, but they're very high, and especially if you leave before Christmas. So I don't know if I'll be able to do it. I have to wait and see.
I haven't looked because I would. It's almost 99% chance I'm not going at that time of year because I have to take a family vacation in a couple months. That's chewing up most of my vacation budget and work time off. So
Yeah,
no, I haven't looked, but that makes sense with everything that's going on. The tickets would be more expensive. Yeah.
yeah. I mean, I would say the prices are not like even like so much more for me than I thought they would be, because it's just like, I guess New York to Japan is already super expensive, but it's just enough where I'm like, oh, this kind of sucks.
They're
But
definitely only going to get worse. So
yeah,
bear
yeah.
that in mind.
Well, we'll see. I guess what happens. If I have to do like I mean, at worst case, I guess I have to do a stopover in China or something if I really got to bring the price down. But um, yeah, but I am going to go. I mean, December is just very very easy for me because my job like changed our work schedule around where we used to get summer Fridays, which was cool. I really like summer Fridays. We used to get like half day Fridays through the summer, but my boss really hated them. So she wanted to get rid of them, and everybody kind of revolted about it and got really mad. And the compromise was, well, we're going to get rid of the summer Fridays because she just really hates them, but we're instead going to give you like this whole period off from like the 24th to like January, basically like the whole holiday period, like 24th through January 1st.
Yeah, my work closes during that period. Yeah.
Yeah. So now we're closed that whole period too. And, we'll, it just makes it very easy, obviously, to go without having to take that much vacation. So, but yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens, I guess. I'm going to go. It's just, will I leave in time to go to Marvelous, basically. But yeah, so I didn't get to hear Magenta's theme song here, I guess was the point, and I guess I won't get to hear them until December 20th if I even make it there. That was my only big disappointment of the Marvelous show, I guess. But other than that, it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, I
The
agree.
funky music introduction at the start was one of my favorite parts too. But
Yeah, I
to
love
run
that.
out the
I
whole
mean, they do that. They did that on this Buntai show we're going to talk about too. I love when they bring everybody out and play the music and introduce everybody, and then before the show starts properly. So
yeah,
big fan of that.
This show they like played like this really dramatic song, which made sense because it's like their biggest show of the year and everything, and like they had everybody get in the ring and face off. Whereas at our show, it felt more like a party. Like it's like, oh, everybody's here to have fun, kind of thing. Because I forget what they were playing. They were playing like some '70s party song, but I can't remember what the fuck it was now. But yeah, it was so yeah, the great Marvelous show, and that can transition nicely into the show we're going to talk about, which was Marvelous 10th anniversary, May 5th from Yokohama Buntai, a crowd of 3,492. Which do you know the last crowd number that the last promotion that ran Buntai? If I tell you the promotion, you could probably guess it was a very tiny number, but the last promotion that ran Buntai was on November 3rd of last year. I guess first of all, do you know who the promotion was?
November 3rd of last year. It wasn't Stardom.
No. Yokohama
It,
Buntai is really not run that often. It was because there's
yeah.
also Yokohama Budokan.
Right. I'm guessing it was Noah.
No, the last promotion to run
Oh no, wait,
Yokohama Buntai.
I know. It's Glee.
It's great. Yep. And do you want to guess the crowd number they did?
I remember this now. It was in the three figures, right? It was less than
Yeah.
1,000.
It was 703 was what they announced. And some people there were like, that may honestly be really, really may honestly be an over exaggeration. So yeah, they may not even have 703 people there. So yeah, that was just a little more successful than that show here, 3,492. I would assume this would be their biggest number ever, right?
I would think so.
Because I was thinking about it. I'm like, have they even run a building this big? I mean, I think they've run Yokohama.
I mean, they don't
Budokan?
sell out Korakuen Hall. So
yeah. So I'm looking like they had that one big show. No, because these are Yokohama Sambo. Oh no, I'm thinking of Oz Academy. Yeah, so I don't know. This has to be their biggest show because, like you said, they don't normally sell out Korakuen. Their last Korakuen, December 28th, they did.
Which I was at.
A number there. Yeah, there's not a number there.
I would guess maybe like 600, generously.
Yeah. So this, I mean, clearly it was a big push by them, and it seemed like everybody was promoting it super, super hard.
Yes.
But, I mean, this would be the second biggest Joshi crowd of the entire year so far. I mean, because
this one might be a little high, is my guess as well. Maybe there's a little. This probably includes like anybody that was comped or everybody who was in the building, is my guess. But it's still a great number. I'm not trying to talk it down.
Yeah, because the crowd looked really good when they were showing it on the camera too.
They made sure in a couple matches to show the crowd off as well.
Yeah, I mean because the Tokyo Joshi show at Sumo Hall did around 3,000. I want to say. I'm just gonna get the exact number because I'm curious now. It was 3,000. No, that's the KFC Hall, John. You idiot! It's the 3,000. Yeah, 3,089. So that was obviously a strong number too. And then Stardom for the Osaka show, I remember did a good number, but it was like in the 2000s, I think. Yep, 2,563. So
what was the final number on the Surrealism 15th anniversary show?
Surrealism 15th anniversary. Yeah, I think that also beat some of these. 2,693. So that
Okay.
just beat Osaka. That was at the smaller Yokohama Budokan.
Right.
So
The room that Marvelous meant to book, and then they accidentally booked the Buntai, as the story goes.
I believe it, honestly. And then yeah, so they beat all the other shows, which is pretty impressive.
Yeah.
So, and it's not like any. I mean, what the fuck did Noah just do for Ryogoku? Like 4,500? It's not that much more. So, I mean, there's really not that many promotions in Japan, period, drawing these kind of. Yeah, Noah did 45.39 at Sumo Hall, which, that's probably going to be their biggest number of the. Well, actually, they did Budokan too. They do a Budokan again. Because this is the only promotion I can think of that would even have anything else that comes close. Budokan I was there and it looked pretty good when I was there. It did 62.78. Yeah. So that would be the third biggest number in Japan so far after the Dome and Stardom Grand Queendom, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So, but yeah, I mean, just the fact that we're talking about a Marvelous show in the same stratosphere as all these other shows is pretty crazy. So, definitely impressive.
Absolutely. Yeah, really. The other thing that's super unique about this card, and I would challenge anybody who listens to this to put it in the channel, view a podcast after they hear this, is when was the last time there was a show that had people from Stardom, Marigold, and Tokyo Joshi on the same show, and people from AEW and WWE on the same show?
I'm guessing probably never.
I assume so. You have a lot of very studious and well-informed listeners. Maybe some of them will figure out. You might even have to break them into the two halves. Like the last time the Stardom, Tokyo Joshi, and Marigold were on show is probably its own question, let alone the AEW WWE part. But this card had somebody representing all of those companies.
Yeah. I mean, the Stardom, Tokyo Joshi, Marigold, I'm trying to think if that's ever happened.
Maybe on like a Hanakamura show or some kind of other produce show was my guess.
Yeah, but even that, it must be pretty fucking rare. Because there was nobody from Marigold on the Siori Poi show, I don't think. And I don't think there was anyone from Tokyo Joshi either. I think they just had the president of Tokyo Joshi on there. But yeah, I mean, the Blue Jays are losing already. Okay. Yeah, Tokyo Joshi. I'm trying to think. Yeah, the president was there. I don't think I remember they talked to him when they kind of brought him in the ring and he like hugged Poi and all that, which everybody was like, oh,
give him some flowers.
But I don't remember anybody else from Tokyo Joshi being on that show. So yeah, it's pretty fucking rare. So just says how much everybody respects Chigusa.
Yeah, that's my takeaway too. And as far as AEW and WWE goes, they don't care. I think probably because it's loosely WWE, with it being somebody in their ID system rather than a quote unquote really signed wrestler.
Yeah, and they probably don't even know what Marvelous is. So
yeah.
So I'm guessing they just don't. They probably didn't. Did they tell them they're defending their title on this show? That's a good question.
I assume you have to get that cleared. I don't know anything. My instinct is this is a little bit of like a weird in joke from the West Coast Pro people that this title was on this show, but I don't. That's just my suspicion. It's a little joke for those in the know.
Yeah, I would imagine something like that. It was funny. So that was the opening match, which was Starboy Charlie defending the WWE ID title against Titus Alexander in 941 with a modified Dragon Sleeper. Titus Alexander, one of the very few Marvelous regulars who wasn't on the West Coast or Marvelous shows we were at, because he was wrestling for the Kenta Kobashi Fortune Dream show that day, and nobody got him a flight all the way to make it like they did with Saray. So,
well, he was in the main event instead of Saray.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
He literally couldn't. Yeah.
So I tried to be fair to this match and not just hate it because of the WID connection. Titus' entrance took a really long time, and I realized as the show went on, there were a lot of people's entrances who just took a really long time for some reason on this show. Also, this is where the first time they announced that Nosawa Rongai was a guest on commentary, I was like, "What the fuck?
Mm-hmm.
Why is Nosawa Rongai on this fucking show?" Maybe he's like drinking bites with Chigusa. Probably.
At least he wasn't booking the show.
That thank God. The two of them had a big hug before the bell. That was cute. There was this pretty crazy like DDT on the floor from Charlie. Well, okay. So he kind of reversed out of being an electric chair position, but it was kind of one of those reversals where it's not really clear to me what Titus was going for in the first place, which I don't love those spots, honestly. So, but this match, it was a good spot fest. It was one of those matches where it doesn't quite feel like there's a lot of connective tissue between the spots. It was a lot of like spot rest type stuff. Very modern US style. I mean, ironically, I would say it's what you see in a lot of AEW matches, or at least back when I was watching them, like last year, I would say you see that a lot of AEW matches. Just funny because they're obviously WID guys. But, just like there's no real striking or grappling in between, just like a million bombs and like guys laying around in between. And ironically, not long after I typed that in my notes, Charlie finally did take things to the mat with a Dragon Sleeper, and that was immediately the finish. So, I went like 3 stars for the spots, but like that's a very odd match structure to me, where you have like 10 million bombs back and forth, and then finally a guy locks on a submission and gets the win. So I didn't love that, but not my favorite style of match. And again, for like a match where you're doing a million spots, I can just watch Dragon Gate or something where they won't just lay around so much in between the spots, But like, I don't know. It was fine. I gave them the 3 stars for the spots they did, but like, just not my favorite style of match.
Yeah, I get it. I sounds like I liked this more than you. I really enjoyed this actually. So these two have been a tag team for a long time. They were the Crush Boys, a play on the Crush Girls. That I think Chigusa gave them their blessing to use that name. And like you say, with Charlie being in the ID program now, and Titus, if people don't know, is moved to Japan full time now. They're not going to be a tag team anymore. They don't have the West Coast Pro Tag Team titles anymore. So this is probably like kind of like a send off for that part of their career for both of them. So I thought like just doing a really fun spot fest to open the show for 10 minutes was it kind of worked for me. I guess I'm biased. I really like both these guys. They've won me over with their tag team over the last few years. They were just showing stuff they could do, which, like some of it was really hard. And they pulled it off, and some of it they didn't quite pull it off because it was really hard. But I had a lot of fun. And then the Denim Dragon winning with the Dragon Sleeper was no surprise at all with the outcome. Given the circumstances of both men, they weren't going to be trading this title here. But yeah, I this was a kind of perfect brain off fun opener for me.
Then we had. Oh, sorry. I just thought you were done.
Oh, I am. Yeah.
Okay. Then we had a 4-way tag. So originally, Shin Sakura Hirota was supposed to have, I guess, the dude who's in Marvelous. I can't remember his name.
Oh, Leo.
Yeah, he was supposed to be her partner, but I guess he got hurt.
He's been hurt for a long time. Yeah.
So why was he on the graphic, and why was he supposed to be her partner? That's weird. Then.
I don't. I mean, it was listed as X for a while too. So
yeah. Well, so it was back to being X here. And then her partner ended up being Titus Alexander, who she just kind of like, she like dragged him out looking confused while she's like in the middle of doing her song. And then she demands he pick her up, and he had a lot of trouble holding her in her weakened state. Now, I remember you're the graphic I said Kohei Sato. I think that's actually a different person.
That is a different person. Yeah.
Yeah. Kohei Sato. Oh, is that the 0-1 guy? The guy who used to be 0-1 at least? Is that who they meant? I don't know. He hasn't wrestled since. Oh no, he just wrestled May 9th. So if that's who they meant, I don't know why he wasn't there. Because he wrestled on the 4th, he wrestled on the 9th. So I don't know. Unless it's a different Kohei Sato. Anyway. But yeah, the music just stopped at some point. Now, if I remember correctly, you're a Shin Sakura Hirota hater. So you probably did not enjoy any of this as much as I did, but I was fucking dying. I thought it was so funny.
I wrote at the end of this match, I wrote down that this was my favorite Shin Sakura Hirota match I've ever seen. She won me over in this one. And I wonder if it's because there was 8 people rather than just a one-on-one match that it worked better for me. But yeah.
So the other teams were Alan Angels and Ray Lynn, who is some kind of Pittsburgh area indie worker. She's been around since 2013. Vinny Massaro, Miko Alana, those two I know because they were both on the West Coast
Yeah,
in
they're
Marvelous shows.
teacher and student with Vinny and
Teacher
Miko
and
as well.
student. Yeah. And they're both like semi Marvelous regulars, or not even semi in Vinny's case. But
yeah, and this was Miko's first show of multi-month tour with Marvelous as well.
And then the other team was Yosuke Santa Maria and Renee Michelle. Renee Michelle, I feel like I've seen her before, but I couldn't place from where. I think she might have done some AEW Ring of Honor appearances. That might be it.
I wasn't sure.
She's
I think the graphic on the screen said Progress, the UK company. So I don't know.
Oh, yeah, she's from DC apparently. But that doesn't mean she wasn't doing Progress. So, but yeah, I've seen her though. I mean, she looked too familiar, so I probably saw her at AEW or something. But yeah, so this match went 11:01. Hirata won with a Hurricanrana on Maria. The other funny part. So after Hirata just shoves Titus in the middle of the ring to start, not even caring that he got his ass kicked, and like Alan and Maria both tried to pin him immediately, which was funny. But yeah, when all the girls got in, Sakura just basically was like doing like fighting game taunts the entire time. Like she's in the background going like, okay, come on, like just over and over again while the other wrestlers completely ignore her and fight amongst themselves. Very funny. And then Renee finally turns toward her. She goes like, oh my God. She just like drops down and plays dead. So then we got the 4-person simultaneous rope walk spot. Only Sakura had the power required to, bounce up and down successfully. The rest all crossed themselves trying to copy her, and which in turn crouched Sakura. So yeah, very funny. Renee, I think, tried to do a moonsault to the outside at the end of a dive sequence and didn't quite flip right and almost died. Thankfully, she just seemed like she just barely landed okay. Like she could have broken her neck. Honestly, that was really scary.
They're terrifying. I think, fortunately, the person that she landed closest to was Vinny, who was probably best set up to catch her.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was terrifying. Though, also the weirdest part of that is the commentary team appeared to be laughing right after that happened.
Yeah, that was weird. Well, I guess it's fine to laugh at when she's survived. I guess I don't know.
I guess. Yeah.
I mean, no one was actually hurt. Hopefully they wouldn't have all still laughed if she'd actually landed wrong. Sakura, like she tried to do the world's biggest lead up to a kaicho or whatever, the butt move. It's like she went all the way up the ramp and like ran up into it, but that dastardly Allen Angels cut it off and suplexed Yosuke Santa Maria instead. There was a part of this where it dragged a little bit after a certain point to me, especially once it was just people doing spots instead of like Sakura's wackiness. But then Sakura got back in there. She got Titus to ballroom dance her into Maria, but then accidentally kaichoed her own partner, who also then got kissed by Maria. But then Sakura just ran on Maria for the win anyway, which is very funny. And when Titus was looking like he was very unhappy with life, and then Sakura's like, "We won!" Just very, very funny. So, she hugs him anyway. She hugs him. He's like, "All right, we did win. That's good. That's a good point." But yeah, 3 1/4. I wrote down that I'm guessing you probably hated this because you hate Shin Sakura, but apparently not.
Yeah, I mean, I try to be open-minded about things that if there's people in a match I don't like, I'm willing to generally, with 1 or 2 exceptions, give it a fair shake. And,
okay, who are your exceptions?
Who am I the most irrationally not into? Yeah. I recently described B. Priestley as my anti-special little guy.
I didn't really mind her as a face, but like she's fucking nails on a chalkboard to me as a heel.
Yeah. So, but even then, like I try to be even-minded, understanding that I am bringing something to the table that they're not, which is to say my, predisposal to not like somebody. So I try not to let it get me down. In this case, it didn't, and I did actually think they could have gone a couple minutes less, but this was generally really fun. All the things I thought were the funniest are things you already said. Like the running the full length of the ramp whilst gaining no speed and then having to slow down to climb through the ropes, it got me really good. Yeah.
Yeah, the whole match was very, very funny. So definitely enjoy. I mean, except the part that wasn't funny, I guess, when she just didn't do anything. Who is my anti-special little guy? That's such a great term.
Yeah,
Maybe
credits my friend Alice for inventing that term.
actually, I can think of one immediately. Actually, I wonder if you could name it for me. It's an AEW wrestler.
Oh, they have a lot of wrestlers, and you don't like many of them.
Well, who is one that I hate more than anything? Probably.
Let me think here. There's so many wrestlers. Is it FTR?
No, I don't really have anything against FTR.
Is it Cope?
I don't like Cope, but I wouldn't describe him as like somebody I have intense hatred of now.
Am I just listing the people I don't like in AEW?
Probably. I will say this. I thought it was obvious because the second he became clear he was going to win the title and then won the title is pretty much the second I completely checked out of the promotion.
Oh, MJF?
Uh-huh.
Oh.
He is my ultimate anti-special little guy.
Yeah.
Cannot fucking stand him.
I should have started with that.
Yeah. I don't want to listen to him talk. I don't want to watch him wrestle. There was actually a time when I didn't mind watching him wrestle, but that time has long passed. So his matches have gotten increasingly stupid. Although, again, to be fair, I haven't watched any of his stuff this year. Maybe he's on a Kobashi-esque run for all I know. But
I think we'd know about that if that was happening.
You haven't really watched him either?
I saw 2 pay-per-views this year. That's it.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't seen any, so you're ahead of me.
I went to one of them, and then I watched one of the other ones. Yeah.
The Revolution one was what? The Page MJF?
Yeah.
Because I know he had like 2 really, really long title matches, I think. That I heard like were 40 minutes or something. Mm-hmm. And I was just like, a 40-minute MJF match sounds like something they play to me to torture me. So, like, it really sounds like, especially because I think that at least one of them was 40-minute MJF Plunder. Where it's like, oh,
that's the one I was at.
Like, yeah. I was like, this sounds like if you want to get any secret out of me, just threaten to show me that match.
All right, folks, you know how to get John's secrets now.
Pretty much anything, because I am not watching that match ever in my life. It could be the greatest match of all time for all I know, but it's not happening. I'm guessing it wasn't the greatest match of all time.
It was fine. It was It was too long. That was my main takeaway.
Yeah. What was the other one that was really long? I'm trying to think.
That I don't know.
Him and Kenny, maybe?
Oh, perhaps. I don't think I saw that.
Yeah, I think that one was really long too. But yeah, MJF would be my ultimate anti-special little guy. From promotions I actually watch, I'm trying to think. Like, watch regularly now. Who do I hate more than anybody? Instant go away heat with me. Can't really think of anyone. I mean, B as a heel is pretty close. I really can't stand her heel character. And especially the way it feels like something is out of like it feels like she time traveled from 2018. It's not in a good way. Or 2019, whatever fucking year she was a heel. Is there anyone in Ren Narita is pretty much up there from New Japan. Yeah, just trying to come up with wrestlers I hate. There's really not that many people there. I can't think of anyone in Tokyo Joshi. Can't really think anybody at Marvel is something like, oh, I don't want to watch them. So yeah, I don't know. I think that Mari. Oh, actually, duh, I'm forgetting a really obvious one. Fucking Megaton in Marigold. Jesus Christ, her and MJF is getting close. I might rather watch MJF because Megaton. I usually like Japanese comedy wrestlers. There's really very few Japanese comedy wrestlers I don't like, and I don't know about like just there's nothing she does that's even remotely funny to me. I don't know. You like rarely watch Marigold, I think, but like she just doesn't do anything. Like she makes these faces.
Yeah, I'll only watch it if someone tells me something is actually good. I certainly don't go to watch undercard comedy shows. I guess my other one in Japan would be Jiro the Jacket Man.
Yeah, I don't dislike him at all. So I think he's. I mean, I'm not running out to see him either. But when he's on, I'm like, it's Jiro. That's fine. It's kind of my reaction.
But you know, A wrestler that is on my SLG list, however, was in the next match on this show.
Yes, so there you go. That's called a transition, everybody. Chris doing a pro move there. So this next match, I felt like beforehand I didn't really see anybody talking about it because I watched this show very late. I watched this show like mostly last night and a little bit today. So obviously the show is already almost a week old. And I didn't feel like I heard any hype about this match. And when I got over, I was like, why were more people talking about this match? This match was so awesome. It was Miyu Yamashita beating Senka in 10-14 with a skull kick. So this was like intense right off the opening bell. Senka's like at first refusing to go down to Miyu's shoulder blocks. So Miyu is like, fuck you, Kohai, and like puts her down with this really hard middle kick instead. She's like, if you won't go down to my shoulder blocks, I'm just gonna kick you right in the stomach. And she's like dominating here. And Senka's selling was so great. And there's like this one moment where she just like really like casually and cruelly like punk kicked her right in the gut right after she got out of a headlock on the mat. Just amazing stuff. Senka tried to fire back with like these elbows, and all these elbows and knees were just hitting really hard. And Miyu just goes right back to the sleeper. But Senka got out really fast that time and finally was able to put her down with a shoulder block before Miyu just kicked out at one. And then Senka gave her this very hard lariat in the corner. Miyu immediately fired back with a hard knee against the ropes. And then we were right back to elbowing each other. And Miyu, again, like just elbowed her so fucking hard here. She started actually like leaning her chin into the elbows. After the show, they did nothing, which such a badass move. And then she elbows Senka super hard again. Senka got an axe bomber on Miyu after a lariat to the back of the head, then started going for a shoot pin. Miyu ended up crawling all the way to the ropes to get out of it. She caught Senka with a high kick on the top rope and then hit the attitude adjustment. She waited for Senka to slowly get back to her feet, which I could see some people not liking that. I like the way she was like, she's so cocky. She's like, I'm going to let you get up and then I'm still going to fucking knock you back down. Like that was totally like her whole move here. So she basically waits for Senka to get back up. Senka ducks the skull kick, sells another high kick, then like axe bombers her leg away, which I love that spot. And she did sell it like, that hurt my arm. Like she shook her arm when she did it. And then backdrop suplexed her for a 2 count. She stopped Senka with another high kick as she was charging in, then just waited for her to get back up again, hit a release German, followed by the Senkakagiri to the face, but Senka kicked out at 2. And then Miyu again just waits for her to get back up again, then lands the skull kick, and Senka sold it brilliantly by just like collapsing, and that got the pin. I thought this match was fucking incredible. Again, I thought the way Miyu was like always confident she would win in the end, but the way Senka still got to look like a badass who just kept fighting back was like such a delicate balance, and they pulled it off here so well. So, and it was so ridiculously hard hitting. I was 4.5 stars on this. I thought it was match of the night. So,
yeah, I really liked this a lot too. You mentioned the part where she went for a kick and Senka kind of blocked the kick with an axe bomber. That really popped to me. That was very cool. I really enjoyed Miyu selling the All Japan Women's shoot style pin, like the way that she was like so desperately trying to get out of it, and eventually got out of it by getting to the ropes, not by actually kicking out of it or anything like that. It was really cool. To your point about her just like waiting for Senka to get back up, I didn't mind that at all, because if you have seen Senka, and presumably Mio had, that she's going to get back up. Like she has this indomitable spirit, right? So of course she's going to get back up no matter how long it takes. So then why not try and put her down with your special skull kick, as it were. So yeah, this was really cool. I don't know if I have it as the match of the night like you do, but it's definitely, I really liked it a lot. It's good to see Senka work against like a very different kind of person than she would do in the Marvelous shows. I got some of the post-match translations. Thank you to your sometime co-host, and Snazzy Eric, who works on the Joshing Around podcast. He sent me some of the backstage translations, and Miyu was really putting Senka over backstage afterwards with the press about how great she thought Senka was, which is pretty cool. Given the politics of this match, and where she's coming in. I assume this was like a returning favor on the TJPW show when they had Spark Rush defeat Arisa Endo. This probably like was the payback, right? Mio get to beat Senka. Little one for each, as it were.
No, Tokyo
So
Joshi would
yeah,
have lost both. Or oh wait, no, you're right.
this
I'm
is this is
bad.
the
Why am I
trade off,
reversing?
right?
It is a trade off. You're right. You're right. I don't know why I had a brain fart there. Yeah, it's interesting because I would say losing both these matches, if anything, did more for the losers.
Right.
Because Alice Sue especially has been. I don't think you're a regular Tokyo Joshi viewer, right?
No, but I did watch that show.
Okay, I was gonna say Alice Sue, if anything, has been even more over since she lost that
Hmm.
match, and like
I heard that.
felt like a really cool challenger when she challenged Yuki Arai in the last Korakuen. If anything, I kind of wouldn't have minded her even winning. But like I feel like she's been even more over since that match, and I'm sure this is. I don't know how much. Like I would say this would help Senka, but like I don't know how much help Senka needs at this stage. So
Right, right. And Miyu actually said that she thinks Senka is going to become a rival of hers going forward, which I thought was very interesting, given that they work in quite different companies.
yeah,
So clearly they both enjoyed the match as well, because I think Senka said similar things in her comments. So yeah, this is one people should definitely see if they haven't seen the show. Wouldn't necessarily recommend the whole show, but I would recommend this match.
it's interesting. Okay, we'll see what you didn't like because I think there's only. I don't know if there's anything I didn't like that much. Maybe this. We'll get to it. Match number 4 was Aja Kong, Hijiri Satome, and Sora Ayame beating Chigusa Nagayo, Ai Hozan, and Ruka Amahane. In 1855, Aja Kong pinning Amahane. Um, Obviously, Hijiri and Ruka have to be the new rookies. They are the new rookies who are debuting here. I guess I wrote that down before they came out. Hijiri has maybe really, really awkward name in English, like when you write it out in like Romaji characters, with like all those like the Igiri just looks really weird. But
Hmm.
one of the more weird ones I've seen in a while. And she's also by the way has the same last name as a famous anime character too, as Rama. So my girlfriend noted that immediately when she came on screen. She's like, "It's Rama's sister." I was like, "Okay, all right, nerd." Anyway, but yeah, but poor Satome here. She does not turn. As far as we know, she doesn't change genders if you splash her with different temperatures of water. But she was nervous about where to stand for her introduction, and she seemed to like look back to Sora for guidance, but Sora didn't seem very interested in giving her any, which I thought was kind of funny. Sora's like, "Fucking figure it out, rookie." That was like the basic response for her she could give her. I thought was funny. Lioness Asuka came out here with Asha Kong, which the crowd went crazy for because these are not with Asha Kong, I was with Chigusa. Because there was a moment at the end of the show where like Chigusa gets the mic to do her speech, and they cut to this like the front of the crowd, and there's all these old Japanese women in the front who are going fucking crazy, and you just know they've been watching her since like 1985 or something.
Yeah.
It was just such a great moment. But yeah, so the crowd went crazy for this because again, they have a lot of old women in the crowd who've been watching these two since they were kids, and I like how the graphic on the screen just said like "Crush 2026." When did Lioness Asuka retire? I'm trying to remember because she obviously looks way less in ring shape than Chigusa does at this point. I mean, she was always skinnier anyway, but so yeah, she retired in 2005. Wow, it's been a long fucking time. We should have one appearance for Diana in 2013, but other than that, she's been retired since 2005. But yeah, so Chigusa and Aja were going to start out, but then the rookies like tagged themselves in and both went after the old ladies, which was funny, and it did not
It
go
was so
did
good.
not go well for them. Did not go well for them. But Aja and Chigusa did decide to just like let the two rookies fight each other at least. And then poor Ai Hozan, who's already been through a lot this year, gets dropped straight down her head by an Aja backdrop suplex at one point. That looked nasty.
Mhm.
Sora tried targeting Chigusa's ears at one point, which was like, okay. And Chigusa did not seem to appreciate that from her pupil. Aja tried to go for the shoot pins on Ruka, which was certainly different. And this was the end of this was like kind of messed up, right? Because I thought the time limit expired, but I guess she actually pinned her. But it was strange because it didn't look like the ref counted to 3 to May, so I didn't really know what was going on there.
I was equally confused. I was like, "Oh, time limit draw," and then they started raising Usher's hands, and I was like, "Huh?"
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very strange. The match was still perfectly fine for what it was. A rookie match with the old heads to liven it up. Went kind of long for that, but you can kind of understand why, given who's in there. I was like 3 stars on it. It was fine.
Yeah, I mostly didn't enjoy this. Now, I think part of the problem is Chigusa hurt herself at some point in this match. She did
Mm.
something and hurt her hip, and then she did talk about that afterwards, that she hurt her hip. I don't remember exactly where. So she became more limited than she already was. And then the rookies at the start was really fun, but then after they were about, I don't know, 8 or 9 minutes in, then they had or 10 minutes in, then they had the rookies work with each other for about 5 or 6 minutes at that point, and I don't think they had another 5 or 6 minutes worth of stuff in them. I don't want to be too hard on them. They were both debuting. One of them is like 13, so I don't want to like give them. I don't want to be too
Really,
harsh.
one of them is that young. I couldn't even notice. Wow.
Yeah, Ruka, I believe, is 13, and the other one is like
Okay, that makes
19. I think 18 or
okay.
19. Born in 2012, so yeah, 13, or maybe 14, I guess.
Yeah.
So I don't want to give them, but yeah, they went a little long doing their rookie stuff at the end for me, and then the Aja and Chigusa parts weren't great, but like I said, Chigusa got hurt, so there's some going on there. I don't know. Then the finish was weird, so yeah, I mean, Sora going to town on shin kicks on Chigusa was maybe the best part, and then all the ear pulls. And then Sora hitting Chigusa with more shin kicks after the match was over really
That was
popped me
funny. That was
really
funny.
big as well. Yeah, and then I guess the only other thing that's notable, because Marvelous is very specific with the outfits the rookies had, is that these two both had white, and they had like a variation on the traditional kind of Marvelous rookie swimsuit that Senka and Sora have. This is more like had more of like a racing back, rather than like a full wide back, I guess. I don't know, but for the people who are on rookie gear watch, that's that note, I suppose.
I felt like they need to do that on purpose now because it doesn't seem like Senka especially ever wants to give up the fucking rookie swimsuit.
Right, at some point they have to figure that out. But yeah, I guess that neither her nor Sora are ready yet. So yeah, and then I think Aja Kong was in her backstage comments was basically saying, "Hey, well, the only way for rookies to get better is to learn and grow stronger." And I just showed one of them how to do that. I think is the very short summation of what she said, which
That's funny.
was pretty. But I mean, that's a heck of a way to make a debut, right? Because it's, first of all, there's 3,000 people here. It's the biggest show the company's ever had, and then second of all, you're in there with Chigusa, your boss, and presumably a harsh critic, and also Aja Kong, who is a legend and is gonna beat the shit out of you. So it's like degree of difficulty on a debut. This is on the upper end for sure.
It's funny to me because she said Ruka was the one who was the 14-year-old or 13-year-old, right?
Yeah, but unless I got my names backwards, I believe so.
Yeah. So in that case, it's funny to me because Hijiri is the one who looked more nervous to me. Like she was the one who before the match looked like she didn't even know where to stand. So that was just
Well, she was not on the same team as Chigusa, so
No. I'm
she
saying
had
no. The one who didn't even know where to stand, who was on the same team as Sora. Oh,
right.
you're saying? Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Yeah,
She
yeah,
had,
yeah.
she was concerned because she had to wrestle against the big
Got it.
dog,
Got it.
right?
Yeah, yeah,
I don't
yeah.
know.
That makes sense. That makes sense. But yeah, I was trying to see if I could find where which is which, and see if I could just confirm that. I think you're right. Looking at photos
I'm
at the
I'm,
two of
I'm
them.
looking at the notes that Eric provided me.
Yeah, the other one
Yeah,
looks younger.
which
Which
are from
is
Shoe Pro. So
Blue Jays just had a 3-run home run. Let's go. Now only losing 5-3. But needed that. Yeah, but yeah, that's what I think. I think we'll. I think but it's just interesting to me that yeah, she looked more nervous than the other one. But yeah, we'll see what they do. Obviously, you never know with these rookies or anything. But like the fucking success rate of this promotion in particular, training people, I wouldn't bet against them.
Yeah, they have a very high hit rate. And of course, they do have a third rookie who was supposed to debut on the show too, but got hurt and wasn't able to.
Yeah, that sucks. But hopefully we hear from her soon. The next match was the 8-woman hardcore match. So this was the international team of, unfortunately, Masha Slamovich, Queen Aminata, Jesse Jackson, and Johnny Robbie, beating Chikayo Nagashima, Rina Yamashita, Veini, and Ejika Miyavi. It was Queen Aminata pinning Miyavi in 16:20 with a spline. I guess, first of all, the elephant in the room, is there anything you want to say about the Masha thing? It's gross. When someone
I
asks,
I
when
think
someone asks,
Chigusa summed it up the best I've heard, where Chigusa basically said, "You know what? She's one of my daughters. She might have gone astray in life, but I'm willing to give her a chance and help her turn her life around." I thought that was a very mature way of looking at this. Like I don't really know what to say. The toxic relationship of two people is not something I ever want to really talk about or get involved in. I'm sure there's a lot of things to it that are known and some that are unknown. I feel like this is one of those ones that's like really none of my business, and I
yeah,
the less that I think about it and the less I say about it is probably the better.
yeah,
I'm
I
not
mean,
endorsing anything. I'm just saying like relationships are complicated and no one knows what's what. Albeit,
yeah,
I
yeah,
mean, people think they know some things and they do, but I don't know. I understood where Chigusa was coming from, and no one in Japan is going to care, frankly, or know, right?
yeah, yeah.
This is not,
I mean, the fact
this
that
is not
Chigusa
trying.
even
This is not
responded,
Rocky trying to book Marty Skrull, right?
yeah, yeah, yeah. The fact that Chigusa even responded was amazing to me. I was not expecting that at all. But I guess because I mean, first of all, her English is really good, and second of all, she has a bigger connection to American wrestling than most people in Japan,
Hmm.
particularly West Coast, that she felt the need to respond, I guess. And it was a very mature response. I mean, that's what I was pretty much what I was going to say too. Is she just like, she had a very mature response and, just said, you know, I, I mean, it's a very Japanese thing, right? The whole like, this is my daughter because she wrestled for me for like however long it was. I mean, I don't think it was that long, right? It was a year or two or something.
Hmm.
So,
Yeah.
but it's just very Japanese mentality, where especially with the more traditional like dojo based promotions, it's like once you're one of theirs, you're kind of one of theirs forever, and I'm sure she does feel obligated to give her like that kind of chance. It just feels like something you would expect from a Japanese promotion. Um, I mean, I think you said it well. I think the other side of it, unfortunately, is that people don't take women abusers of men seriously sometimes, and some of that is also just because it gets used as a cudgel by really terrible people, but you don't want to go the other direction either, where you're like basically saying women have the right to abuse men. Like, you don't want to be doing that either.
I'm not
So
condoning anything. If
yeah,
anyone
yeah, yeah, yeah.
misunderstood what I meant, yeah.
I wasn't saying you.
No,
I
I
was
know you were.
saying
I'm
yeah.
just in case
Okay.
anybody
Yeah, yeah,
heard me and thought I was. I'm not. Like,
yeah, yeah, yeah. So it's a very delicate thing. And I mean, do I really want to see her wrestle? Not really. Um, but she was here on the show, and it was what it was, I guess. But yeah,
yeah,
I
like
would
I
have felt
said,
stupid.
it's not them trying to book Marty during the pandemic, right? It's very different to a situation like that. I think
Yeah,
when I say they, I mean New Japan of America.
yeah, yeah. Um, but
I
yes,
will say, at the risk of handing it to ISIL, that for somebody who presumably has not wrestled for a very long time, you would not have known that Masha hadn't wrestled. She looked in ring shape and was able to wrestle like normal.
has she been getting any dates? I don't even know. Let me just say. Uh, no. Well, yeah, she's been wrestling actually. So she
Oh, okay.
wrestled in like
I
some
stand
random.
corrected.
Not that often. I mean, she wrestled. She's done 3 dates. So September 20th. There's a big gap to January 17th, which I guess is around the time she got canceled. And then she did 3 more dates in April that booked her, in like these very tiny indies, I guess, that don't care about that kind of thing. She did 2 on the same day in Pennsylvania, and then on the 11th, and 1 on the 19th. Then this show, and then she worked a bunch of the different like 4 of the girls who are on this show all worked the Tenmu Project show on May 9th at Shinjuku Face. So, and she worked that. But yeah, so it's not a lot, but she has wrestled, I guess.
Yeah. Okay.
Because I remember one of the only reason why I knew that is because I remember one of the promotions like had a really weird response to it when people were pointing it out. It was like it sounded like I remember thinking it would sound like it was written by AI or something. Where it's like it was like very long, very verbose, and like very much like I understand the opinions of the people. It was like okay, but we probably should have just they were better off saying nothing, which I think the other 2 promotions that booked her did. But
yeah.
Did not have an elegant response like, I think Chigusa, her second language, had a better response than that promoter had.
More than many promoters have had to many situations, to this one or any others. It was, I think she really nailed it, but yeah.
As far as the match itself goes, so Team Japan, first of all, I was shocked to learn it was a hardcore match when the graphic came up because cage match gave no indication. But yeah, the other wrestlers on the foreign team, I had no clue who Jessie Jackson was. Did you know?
Me
either. Know
anything
about her? Yeah, she's apparently a UK wrestler who wrestles a lot in Mexico now. But she has done some Marvelous appearances before too, I guess. Obviously, I know Johnny Robbie. I just listed her on my 30 under 30 list that I put out recently. Which there was somebody, I don't know, you're not even on Twitter, so you definitely didn't see this. Some guy responded to me it was like a Marvelous super fan, not Marvelous, I'm sorry, a Marigold super fan, very different, a Marigold super fan from Sweden or something, and he replied to me with like, because I only had one Marigold wrestler on my list, which was Victoria Yuzuki, and he replied to me with like, oh, having Johnny Robbie on your list, but not Sari Yamaoka, insane lack of ball knowledge. And I looked at his Twitter, and you know what his very first post is? I pretty much only watch Marigold at this stage. I'm looking to connect with other people who watch it. So I just replied back, I'm like, buddy, how would you know if you only watch Marigold as it says right at the very top of your profile? He never replied to that, of course. I'm just like, okay.
Yeah. I mean,
like, if you want to tell me I'm undervaluing Sari, that's fine. Because obviously you do watch Marigold very closely. But if you're going to be a one promotion fan, you don't get to fucking tell me that this other person sucks. Because clearly you don't fucking watch her.
Right.
Like, how would you know if she sucks or not? I saw her in the fucking room, and I can tell you she did not fucking suck. So
yeah, John Robb is a pretty weird person to say something like that about because she's proved it over 2 years or more. So yeah,
I mean, she's a great fucking wrestler. So I mean, that's why I have her on my list. So
right.
I feel like she's the kind of one who feels like she's going to break out any moment, and I hope it's in Japan somewhere, but probably be in AEW or some shit. But yeah, I don't know. Like, she feels like a lock for this kind of list. And Sari Yamaoka, I think, is a really good wrestler. I just don't have her. I don't seem to be quite as high on her as some other people. Like, she won the Observer Rookie of the Year last year over Senka, which I was like, that is fucking crazy to me. Like, Senka to me is such a better worker than Sari. Like, I think the gap between them is actually quite large. But like, Sari would be like in the next tier for me of like, she wasn't even one of the 3 I listed as like my, because I put 3 as like my closest cuts, because when I originally was putting the list together, I thought I knocked it down to 30, and it turned out I was only at 33, so I had to cut 3 more people. So they ended up being like the honorable mention. But like, it was like Ozawa, Aoi from JTO, and Takeshi Masada from DDT. Those were the 3 that I would have included if it was a 33 under 30, apparently. But yeah, but she would have been like the next tier down. Like, she was definitely on my short list. I strongly considered her. I just did not have room. I mean, there's a lot of, and I pretty much only do Japan, and pretty much, Johnny Robbie snuck in there from, seeing her on Marvelous and, West Coast. And then, obviously she was here on this Marvelous show, but like, I'm pretty much only doing Japan, but I watch, like 12 promotions or whatever. And there's a lot of really good fucking under 30 wrestlers in these 12 promotions. So like, not making my 30 is not anything to fucking cry about. Like, this fucking guy apparently decided to cry at my mentions. But
you sure it wasn't the same guy that showed up that one time and called you and me scene tourists?
Oh, maybe it could have been. That was awesome. Of all the things to call me a scene tourist, it's like, buddy, I've been watching. There's a chance I've been watching this shit longer than you've been alive. Not even kidding.
Real high chance. Yeah.
There's a real high chance I've been watching this shit longer than that guy's been alive.
Yeah. But yeah, anyway, so this match, I just don't know that this was a good use really of any of the people in this match that weren't Yamashita and Benny.
Yeah. I mean, it felt like a waste of Johnny Robbie for sure. Because she really didn't get a chance to do a whole
Aminata too.
lot.
Like this was not a match
Yeah,
booked
Aminata,
to any of their strengths. It was just a match to
for
get them all on
sure.
the card, right?
I thought Aminata had her moments in this match more. Like she had this really cool like tall lady showdown with Miyabi at one point where they just started like hitting each other really hard. So she got more chances to shine than Johnny Robbie did. Johnny Robbie just felt like got nothing in this match. There were the coolest. The only moment I've written down for her is when Chikayo like slides out of the ring when Johnny and Masha try to double Irish Whip her and flip them both off, which was funny. But that's it for her. That's like her highlight of the match for me, which is obviously not good. So
Yeah. Yeah, they made a weird chair structure, and I was like, "What the hell are they going to do with this?" And then they just Irish whipped somebody into it, basically.
yeah, I don't know. I've seen that spot weirdly like 2 or 3 times in like a month. I'm like, can everybody stop doing that? Like it take 10 years to build a chair because they did the same thing with the Stardom tag, I think, in the All Star Grand Queendom tag. Unless I'm remembering well, but I think they built like a chair structure and whipped somebody into it.
I think that was chairs late. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Yeah.
Yeah.
The weirdest, most dangerous spot, which I think ended up being quite safe, was like Masha had her head behind a chair, and then Echikumi Abby swung a baseball bat at her, like she was trying to crush a ball into the second tier of a baseball stadium,
Mm-hmm.
which made a horrific noise, but I think was safe.
Yeah.
But there wasn't a lot of hardcore spots really at all. And then another hardcore match where they were doing tags, which always confuses me.
Yeah, that's not good. And Masha and Rina, there was a big spot off the ladder, which looked like they both got killed.
I forgot about that one.
You know,
actually, that was legitimately dangerous. Yeah.
Yeah, they were like they fucking did a suplex off the ladder through 2 tables on the outside where they just looked like they died. But I think I wrote that Rina especially looked like she had a really rough landing. But I think I wrote down at that point like that was there was like nothing hardcore up in that match up to that point really. And then all of a sudden they do an insane fucking spot like that and would have been a pretty pedestrian tag match up to that point. But yeah, Aminata pinned Miyabi with the air raid crash on the chair pile. I thought it was, messy and all over the place, but kind of enjoyable anyway. So I went like 3 1/4. I didn't dislike it or anything, but like you said, it was definitely not a great use of the talent in this match because there was a lot of talent in this match.
Yeah, you could have done something better. When I said before, there was a few things I wouldn't recommend. So this match and the previous match would be a couple of those for sure. But it's not offensively bad or anything. It was just too long and kind of nothing happening.
Yeah, that's fair. Definitely the weakest part of the show. The next match, though, Mio Momono beating May Sierra in 6:43 of the JK Bomb. First of all, this was obviously May returning home to original promotion, and she was a trainee alongside Mio, as the video makes clear. This was like one of the best 6-minute matches you'll probably ever see. I mean, they did all the high-speed stuff you would expect to see. They do it right off the bat. They did this fucking square off in the middle where they both look emotional at first. And Mio offers her a handshake, and May acts like she's going to do it, but then she fucking rears back and slaps her in the goddamn face as hard as she can. I actually screamed for this because I was not expecting it. Because they both looked like they were about to cry. They both looked like they were very emotional. And then Mio is like, okay, here's my hand for a shake. And May's like, you know what? Fuck you. And I'm like, what the fuck? I was just like I did not see that coming at all. And then they just never stopped from that point. I couldn't even begin to try to recap this 6.5 minutes or whatever. They both kicked each other's faces off at one point. I mean, this super high drop kick from May and this crazy flying single leg drop kick from Mio that both look like they killed the other one. They packed more into under 7 minutes than most wrestlers put into 20. So this kicked so much fucking ass. I went 4 1/4. Awesome fucking match. My second favorite match on the show, honestly, even ahead of the main event.
Yeah, this was my second favorite match on the show. I also adored this match. I wrote down that this was like a love letter to the high speed style by 2 of the best people that do that style. This was just perfect. This is just, they're almost like mirror images of each other as well, like their size and their build and even have like both have short hair or whatever. It was perfect, to see this match after everything, like you said, that's gone down, where May was in the dojo and she quit the dojo, and then she later ended up in Stardom.
You know the whole story behind that too, right? Where she
I
like
do.
snuck out in the middle
Yeah.
of the night. I just
Yep.
want to
Yep.
say for the benefit of the listeners, where she snuck out in the middle of the night during her period with the dojo, and I don't know what the fuck she did. I think the video I saw heavily implied she went drinking,
Hmm.
but which, if you know anything about May Sierra now, would make sense.
Definitely
But
believable
like,
story.
yeah, I don't think she was even 20 yet though. So, but like, but again, there's nothing stopping you from drinking under 20 in Japan except your own willingness to follow the rules. Believe me, because that is not a country where it's difficult to. I remember being the first time I went there. There was like a fucking alcohol vending machine next to like really close to a playground, and they don't have any ID. Like, there's no ID things or anything to get to work these vending machines like there is for the cigarette ones. So the only thing keeping you from not drinking under 20 in Japan is your own sense of morality. I mean, that's really it. There's really no one's gonna be able to stop you in that country.
Yeah.
So, but anyway, the point is, like, May got caught out in the, got caught leaving the fucking dorm, which you're not supposed to do in the middle of the night, obviously, when you're a trainee, especially. And I believe she quit the dojo completely. Was it 3 months later? It was very close to when that happened.
Yeah.
And then she just disappears for a while and then reappears as May Sierra in Stardom. Because before that, she was wrestling, I assume, under her real name.
Yes. I don't know if it was her real name or not, but it was a different last name.
Yeah.
Her wrist tape, she always writes a message on her wrist tape. So credit to my friend Chris Gannon, who can read some Japanese. The wrist tape said "I'm home," which I thought was really nice.
So Tadaima. So yeah. I
Yeah.
think Tadaima probably, but I'm thinking.
Mio has an all-time great theme, and I don't even really like what I would describe loosely as rave music, but I really love her theme.
It is such a great theme song.
And it was cool to see it like in a big room, big ramp, big entrance with that music blaring, and yeah. And then I guess one of your other co-hosts, John DK, would probably qualify as one of his Goblin All-Star matches, is my guess.
Yeah.
I kind of wondered if they would go to the 10-minute time limit because they were doing the one full 10-minute format, but of course Mio wins, which makes sense. May's catching some punishment for quitting the dojo, or not, who knows. Chigusa was out there the whole time, which was really nice too, at ringside.
And she was really emotional.
Yeah, I think all three of them really were. The post match was really nice, really emotional.
So
And
May
then,
proposed the two of them tagging together, and Momo didn't quite give an answer, right?
so the translations I got here, May basically said that she didn't think that she could win because, but she wanted to give it her best. She'll come back for revenge before long, and then aren't we both geniuses? I think if two people like us teamed up, it would be absolutely wild. What do you think? And then Mio said, a tag team, sure, but you also must want that rematch. Whether it's here or in your ring, which would mean Stardom, I'll come running anytime. The reunion of Mio and May is to be continued.
Okay, I'm going to put up a prayer right now to the gods. If you want to deliver me this rematch in person next month at Stardom the Conversion, I would greatly, greatly, greatly appreciate it. Now, the only thing is, May, I think, also has been teasing challenging for the white belt. Like, not full-on teasing, because obviously there's a defense coming up in Nagoya first with Hanan defending against your favorite wrestler, B. Priestley. So, obviously, I think Hanan's going to retain that if there is a god, which there might not be, so who the fuck knows. But I think Hanan's going to retain. So that could be the title match for Nagoya. I mean, for Yoyogi, which I'm not going to complain about that either, because I don't know if you remember, they had an awesome fucking match together in the 5-star last year. I think went to a time limit draw, I think, if I remember correctly. So that would be a great fucking match if they're going to run that back for the white belt in the Conversion. But please give me one of these two at least. Either I'll take either one. I'll take either one. But I love May Sierra, so seeing her in a big match either way, either against Mio in the rematch or against Hanan for the white belt, I would take either one. So
or even teaming with Mio if they have the right opponents. Not that I'm trying to put Bob Momo Banana out of business, but it would be cool to see them team. Backstage afterwards, May did say she is incredibly nervous to see Chigusa, and also referred to Chigusa as her mother, but said that it made her happy in the end. Was very happy to see what a great crowd they'd drawn and put over the effort of the roster to draw this crowd. So that was very nice too. This match, in case it's not clear, is an absolute must-watch match for me. I'm not really doing ratings this year, but I'm like, I have a list of matches that are like, that I'm keeping track of for match of the year and stuff like that. This one is must-watch. Strongest recommendation.
So, I mean, it's definitely just an outstanding fucking match, that's for sure. The next match, the Rin retirement match, Rin and Mayu Iwatani defeating It's Karaoke and Miyamoto. It was Rin pitting Momono in 1651 with a Dragon Suplex hold. Now, obviously, again, there's an elephant in the room here, which is Mayu Iwatani is working this through a gnarly toe injury, apparently. It's pro wrestling, so you can never really tell how much is selling and how much is real. I will say the particular way she was limping and the way her limp got worse and worse as the match went on, whenever she would do anything, to me, screamed that this is real. Now, I think it caused a lot of very stupid discourse online, because a lot of people were like comparing her to Misawa and being like, oh, she's pushing herself when she really shouldn't be out there wrestling, just like Misawa did. I'm like, first of all, a fucking toe injury is not the same thing as as neck injuries. I mean, a toe injury is not, obviously you don't want to have a toe injury and it can definitely hurt her, but a toe injury is not life-threatening. The other part of this is, this was her first match since April 11th. She's been off the entire month. She hasn't wrestled since. I'm not sure if she's booked on anything coming up for Marigold either. I'm going to check right now. But she probably wouldn't have been in this fucking match if it wasn't her friend's fucking retirement. I mean, otherwise she probably would have pulled the fuck out if it wasn't her friend's retirement. So I feel like not acknowledging that and not dealing with not even fucking dealing with the fact that she probably wouldn't be here if it wasn't for her friend's retirement. Yeah, I'm looking at the May 16th Korakuen for Marigold. She's not booked on it. So they have a bunch of matches now she's not booked on. She did this match when she really shouldn't have, because her friend was retiring. And, that's it. That's the whole reason why she was here. So,
and they went out of their way to basically take care of her. She did about as little as it would be okay to do that, right? Yeah, I mean, there's always bad discourse.
Yeah, just this was particularly silly. People compared it to Kota Ibushi and Masao. I'm like, guys, she wasn't here to draw a house for Marvelous, okay? This isn't even a promotion. She wasn't wrestling out of a need to fucking wrestle to draw a house because Mario Gold's anybody left. The discourse didn't even make any sense, is the thing, because she was at another promotion show because her friend was retiring. Was it the smartest thing a human being has ever done? No. Does Mayu Iwatani strike me as the intellectual fucking titan of our generation? No. But people are being a little condescending and more than a little fucking ridiculous about this. She's not wrestling on any other shows right now. Just because her friend was retiring.
Who amongst us hasn't done a favor for a friend that was inconvenient for us in some way or other, right? That's just what you do.
I mean, I did like that Mio, by the way, just stayed in the ring when the video for this started, and because she obviously worked the last match too. What a worker, what a trooper she is. But yeah, the Mio did a fucking balcony dive. This is one of those things where I feel like wrestling fans are almost desensitized to it, because I was watching the show last night with, again, my girlfriend, in bed at the time and trying to sleep, which I'm not helping with this, but I had to get to the show at some point. And I'm telling her that she just dove off a balcony. I said it very casually, and she's just like, "What?" I'm like, "Yeah, she went to the balcony and fucking dove off it." And she's like, "Did she have a harness or something?" I'm like, "No." And she's like, "Do you understand how insane that is?" I'm like, "Oh, I guess that is true. Yes, to dive 15 fucking feet or whatever the fuck it is off a balcony, even with a whole bunch of people out down there to catch you, it's pretty fucking crazy. It's not something I would ever do."
Really high. I mean, there was 12 people down there to catch it, but you can still. It can go wrong in so many different ways. It was so high. And looked so good.
That is literally life risking. I mean, if something goes wrong, she could literally die. So it's one of those things where I feel like hopefully we're not desensitized to that as wrestling fans, just how impressive that is. how fucking brave that is of her. I mean, really, she must have like no fear in that tiny little body of hers at all, really, to do something like that. I mean,
Right.
but wrestlers are just built different in general, but that is still really fucking. I mean, there's plenty of wrestlers that probably would not do that. So, and I did love how I can't remember the name of this, the male announcer. I feel like I should know his name by now because he calls like a million things I watch, but I cannot think of his name. He's a really famous male wrestling announcer. But I love the way he would keep yelling in English, "Pro wrestler," every time Mayu did something incredibly stupid, like hit a super kick, and then start screaming in pain. He's basically saying, "Yep, she's a wrestler, folks. Wrestlers are dumb."
Yep. Yeah. The I don't remember a lot else from this match besides ankle selling and one of the craziest dives I've seen in a long time. It was certainly a very fun and easy to watch, retirement match.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I thought this was really good. I mean, I liked, besides Maya not being able to walk, I thought this was quite great. I mean, they did,
Hmm.
it made it even more dramatic. The fact that at times that she couldn't walk, like when there was one point where Rin took these two straight top rope splashes from Aoki and Mio, and Mayu fucking had to do a dive into the ring to save her because she couldn't walk. She fucking did like a leap instead. Basically, it made it even more dramatic, and then okay, way to throw the ball away, Blue Jays. I'm sorry, just cannot not react to something like that. Uh, it makes it like she jumps in, makes the save, and then Aoki just takes her head off of the lariat too, because of course she does. So that was really great. But yeah, then Rin, pulls herself back up, keeps trying to club at Mio, and Mio like shrugs it off, hits this German suplex hold. The Rin kicks out of it one. But Miyu like clubs her down again, hits the JK bomb. But this time Aoki dives in and saves because she doesn't want, while crying, because she doesn't want Rin's career to be over yet. And Mio slaps Aoki in the face. And Aoki and Rin give Mio a double super kick. Aoki walks toward her for a hug, but then Rin just super kicks her too because she wants to win the fucking match, which I thought was great. But yeah, and then Rin ends up putting away Mio with a dragon suplex hold not long after that. This was awesome. I'm sure it hit even harder if you're a longtime Marvelous fan instead of a casual like me and had a stronger connection to Ren. But I still thought it rolled anyway, even though Mayu could obviously barely do anything. But I went 4 stars on it. I thought it was great.
Yeah, it was really fun. That the last few minutes were particularly great. Yeah, like you say with Itsuki Aoki, deciding it's more important that Rin's career keeps going than her team win the match, much to Mio's frustration was pretty great. Yeah. And in the Joshi tradition, Rin wins her retirement match.
Then we got the big Rin retirement ceremony afterwards, including the 10 bell salute. Rin, from what I could make out, I don't know if she talked about it here. I'm thinking of something else. I think she talked about how selfish she was that was a big theme of her in general, that she was talking about how selfish she was to do the comeback at all, and how much she appreciated all the people who helped her with the child and everything. But yeah, I mean, that was just a big theme and how thankful she was to retire. And you might have more, but
Yeah, no, pretty much you got it right. She was just thanking everybody and said that her comeback was very short, but she was very grateful that everybody helped her do it. Her family for helping with the child, and the fans for coming, and Chigusa for giving birth to her as a wrestler. So yet more of Chigusa's daughters here. Yeah, it was very nice. Very nice.
then we had the semi-main event, which was for the AAAW, the AAAW tag titles, which was Nyla Rose and Nightshade defeating Magenta, Maria, and Rico. When did Rico lose her last name, by the way? I feel like that was really recent.
That was a while ago. I don't remember.
Yeah, I feel like I still saw her as Rico Kawahata not that long ago. But anyway, Nightshade pinned Maria with the good night in 15-11 to become the 25th champions. This was only V1 for Magenta, despite the fact they won them back on December 28th from Sari and Takumi Iroha, because Marvelous belts just never get defended. It was kind of a weird matchup. It was like two big foreigners against the Marvelous heels. But yeah, they brought up in the crowd. Not super interesting, but did show off the house that they drew. And then Nyla took this bump rolling down the stairs, which did look nasty.
That
was
was
just
really
one moment.
gnarly.
It was gnarly. She did like the Samoa Joe roll. But Nightshade just like randomly yelling her name and nothing else, like she was a Pokemon or something. When she and Rico finally got back to the ring, was really funny to me. She's like Nightshade, and that was it. I'm like, okay. As was Maria being like, "Don't tag me," when Nightshade totally no-sold Rico punching her in the face. We was like, "I don't want to deal with this." That was funny. I did think the heat period on Rico was a little boring. There were some cool spots after that, though. A pretty crazy reverse Rana for Rico on Nyla. But the ending also felt kind of anticlimactic. Nightshade just kind of grabbed Maria and powerbombed for the win after no-selling a kick to the face. I didn't think it was bad or anything, but on a big show semi-main, you probably want more than fine. And this was really just fine. 3 stars. It was fine.
Yeah, I would maybe go slightly less than fine. Not necessarily because anybody is a bad wrestler or wrestled poorly. I think it's really more. I don't know about booking a heel champion team who thrive on shenanigans and crowd bowling against 2 outsiders who, yes, they've both wrestled that before, but aren't like an established team. Don't have a clear alignment other than guests, and expecting much heat from that combination of things. It would have made more sense if Magenta had been getting more. If they'd been brawling and doing shenanigans and getting more and on them. Instead, they were also just getting. There was a long Nyla control sequence on them instead of like them having the upper hand at all. So the layout and the kind of the combination of the layout and how they booked this match with this team, just kind of none of it really made sense to me, and I just ended up just largely not caring at all, which is weird because I like Magenta. The crowd kind of didn't care, but they did pop for a big surprise when Nightshade pinned her. So I guess from that perspective it worked. I don't know. It was. I agree about the placement in the semi-main is what threw this off really more. Of like if this had been earlier in the card, like you'd be like, all right, whatever, fine.
Yeah, I like Magenta a lot too. I bought their little acrylic stands at the Vegas show, but I tried to show them off to Maria and she didn't give a shit. But she's like, "Good for you, Gaijin." Obviously being in character, but it was fun.
Yeah, they're definitely great in character, that's for sure.
But yeah, the was just such a great night. You were there when Sari like was selling all her shit. Like, did you get anything? I can't remember.
I was actually there until the merch line was over because I was doing something. And I did not get anything from Sari because I didn't want an 8x10, and I got her merch that I wanted when we were in Japan. I did get Senka to sign my Senka T-shirt in that line, but yeah, that line, because you got lucky and you got in it right away and you got out of there right away. That line lasted 90 minutes, and there was a secondary line that developed downstairs at the ATM.
Yeah,
which
I saw the secondary line on my way out.
So the line, you'd think it was dying down, and then people would come up from the ATM line, and it just kept. So it was like solidly, no exaggeration, a 90-minute merch line, 9-0, like the length of a soccer game.
Yeah, it is crazy. It was crazy. I mean, I got up there right away, like you said. But even when I was leaving, I could see it going all the way out to the balcony. I was like, wow, I sure made out well here. I mean, I basically just saw, I think it was Sora, who started unpacking everything. I just saw her start unpacking. And I was just like, oh, well, clearly there's going to be something here. So I'll just stand here. And, I ended up right at the front of the line. I didn't even know Sari was going to be there until she came out. And, I got her to sign me a little 8x10. And I was like, okay. Signed it in katakana for me, even though I didn't ask for that, which was funny. But, probably just the guy in front of me asked her to do that, and maybe she just looked at me and was like, "This person seems like a weeb too. We just do it for them too." Like she did clock me. She clocked me and that's okay. I mean, probably she just didn't even think about it and probably just did the same thing she did for the last person. But I saw somebody else. I saw somebody else who did it and who got like an autograph from her, and she did write their name in English. So, I mean, she writes her own name in Romaji, so it's kind of funny that she's writing my name in katakana. But anyway, where was I about this? I don't know what we're talking about now. Actually, Magenta. I'm not really upset that said they lost these belts though, because the Marvelous belts kind of don't matter really. So. Sure. It is what it is. I mean,
well, the AAA singles title matters. I think in terms of like, I feel like it's a belt that matters to me. That's important, but these shows are not built around like high-end title programs
Yeah.
a lot of the time.
Yeah. So it's like very much like, um, it's a title that gets defended very rarely, sort of like the Sendai Girls titles, but even more rarely than the Sendai Girls titles. So, it's a little different. But maybe if anything, I might free them up to do more interpromotional stuff. So we'll have to say.
Mm-hmm.
I'd love to see them get a run as like Sendai Girls tag champions or something. But the main event, the 3AW singles title, was Takumi Iroha defeating Sari in 24-48 with the running three to make her fourth successful defense. So, give you an idea of being defended rarely. She's had this belt since August 2024, and this was only her fourth defense. So, this match was very divisive online from what I saw. So I was very interested to see it for myself when I watched it. I still don't like Sari's new theme yet. I don't know where you're on that. I'm very much in bring back regular Taiyoshin as quickly as possible, which I know they're not going to, but I miss it so bad.
It's not that I dislike the new one. It's fine. It just pales in comparison.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, the new one's okay, but the old one is just really the old one's like just one of my favorite wrestling theme songs. So, then we, I was kind of worried like that this match was going to have the like leg work that goes nowhere disease, as we got like a lot of Sari working on Takumi's leg to start. I mean, she sold it well in the figure four, but at the end of the day, kind of did have that disease. I mean, it didn't really lead to anything. Takumi came back with a Scorpion Deathlock that Sari also sold well before making the ropes. And they went straight from that into a sequence of near falls and no selling that I imagine some people will hate, but I thought did kick ass. There was this awesome exchange that ended with Takumi just like kicking Sari right in the gut and like sending her crumpling into the corner. And she just like brutalized her there for a while, where she absolutely like killed her with this running knee that looked even nastier than all the nasty stuff that just happened before that. Iroha hit a second rope powerbomb on Sari just after the 20-minute call, but she kicked out at 2. She went for the running 3 after that, which is a running crucifix bomb. People don't know. But Sari turned it into a Rana cradle for her own near fall, then hit the Uranage, but Iroha kicked out at 1. Sari hit 2 more in a row, and this time Takumi just barely kicked out. Unfortunately, there was this reversal where Takumi just kind of hit her with a knee and like slammed her that actually looked pretty bad. Just kind of low impact or something. Just wasn't a good, well-executed move at all. It did at least get 2. Glad it wasn't the finish or anything. That did lead to a double knockout tease. Sari no-sold more kicks where they got back up and got the Uranage again for another near fall. Then hit the wrist clutch version where it dropped her. She really dropped her on her damn neck with that one. Once again, Takumi kicked out. She escaped another Uranage, hit a super kick, and then finally got the running 3. Now, I was expecting after Takumi kicked out of a million fucking Uranages for Sari to kick out here and then at least take 2 of these things to beat her, but just got the pin. Which I was like, that stunned me. I don't know how you felt about that. I just thought it was weird that Takumi survived like 50 fucking Uranages, but only the 1 powerbomb. It's like, okay, I guess she was not trying to devalue her finisher like Sari arguably has, but like, I don't know. It was just very, very weird to me that they didn't do any near falls with the running, like at least one big WrestleMania kick out of the running 3 and do another one or something to beat her. But yeah, this was like a classic 4 1/4 match with big flaws to me, where there was tons of awesome action. A lot of it had me going crazy, but I totally get the criticisms about the Uranage spam, I should say, from Sari kind of going overboard in this match. And, the stuff at the start, the legwork just didn't go anywhere at the end of the day. So a really great match, just not like a match of the year contender, even borderline one for me. And I really think, like I said, I really think Sari should have got to kick out the powerbomb after all that. So 4 1/4, awesome match. Definitely recommend watching. But I'm not one. So I didn't hate it like some people seem to have hated it, but I was not like match of the year level for me either. Which I did see some people had at that level.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. I really liked it a lot. Yeah, probably not gonna land in the top 10 match of the year, but really enjoyable. Definitely a match I would highly recommend. I guess I guess I was more into the first half or 2/3 of the match than a lot of people. I thought there was some really great character notes in there. Like early on, Takumi kind of had the edge on Sari repeatedly, and Sari was getting kind of pissy about it, and kind of losing her cool a little bit, which doesn't always happen with her. And then kind of when it does happen to her, it opens her up for it opens her up in a way that it's like she loses her cool and then she starts to be less effective at wrestling. We saw that a little bit in some of the Suri matches last year too. And then I think the best example of that was, she had her down on the floor and she was just forearming and slapping her just like repeatedly for a really long time. And then like the referee starts to try to pull her off and then she ends up just slapping the ref. And that was the point where I was like, oh, okay, she's lost her cool. Takumi's got to her and she no longer gives a shit about like her friend or any of this. She just wants that title. And she's like kind of, for lack of a better expression, emotionally compromised right now is how I was reading it. And then that, kind of like you said, led to Takumi getting like the upper hand from there. Yeah, they did a lot of, Uenages, but that's kind of how that goes. It's the wrist clutch ones that matter. So yeah, and she did kick out of that, which is surprising. It didn't bother me that there was no like exchange of kick out on the finish or whatever. It's a pretty well protected move that wins a lot of matches. I didn't really, and it's also like kind of a dangerous move. I wouldn't want to take it too many times myself, so I kind of get it from that perspective too. Yeah, it was really good. I thought it told the story of the two of them who are partners and friends, like competing as rivals really well. And I haven't kind of heard as many people talk about that. I've just heard people talk more about like the parts of it they didn't like. So I wanted to highlight some of that a little bit because I really enjoyed that aspect of it. And I thought that the post match played into that too as well. But yeah, great match. Definitely recommend. Probably my favorite match, but it's hard to decide because I really liked that high speed match too.
Yeah, I would put it, like I said, third, but behind the high speed and then Senka and Miyu, which is my favorite. So,
yeah, and then in the immediate post match afterwards, Takumi was basically asking her like, how do you feel about this result? Like, I couldn't have got here without you. You're a great tag partner and a great rival. Let's aim higher together as a team, right? Let's not break up. What do you think? And then, Sari kind of had to think about it, and eventually you talked about how frustrated she was, and when they fight again in a singles, she won't lose, and she's going to get stronger. But she did say, "Let's keep going" as Spark Crush. So then they had a handshake and a hug, so that was nice. So I thought that played into the story of the match too, as well, right? Because after Takumi won, she could tell how pissed she was, and how she'd thrown the friendship away to try and win the title. She reasonably asked her, "Hey, are we still a team?" I thought that kind of played into the story of the match a little bit too.
Yeah, no, that is cool. Definitely cool. That's it. That's for the show, obviously. I mean, the post show and everybody coming out in the ring was really cool. Basically just felt like a big celebration of of Marvelous and them drawing this big crowd. So very, very cool.
And Chigusa talked about, and who knows, maybe she was just high on the moment in the big room. She talked about, how happy she was they'd made it to 10 years and how Gaia didn't make it to 10 years and how she had a lot of trauma. That's the word that's translated as the word she uses, trauma, about her own inadequacies of being able to keep a company going for 10 years. And then she said, let's aim for Nippon Budokan, which is a pretty wild thing to say for a company that doesn't sell out Korakuen, and this was their biggest show ever, to immediately say let's go bigger.
They mentioned Korakuen, so I think they said they need to sell out Korakuen next time. I think that because they definitely talked about that in the post. I mean, definitely after the show, they were talking about let's go sell out Korakuen next time.
She did say first things first, let's sell out Korakuen on August 8th. And then if we do that, let's go to Nippon Budokan. So I guess going to Nippon Budokan is the hip thing to say this year if you're running a women's wrestling company, because Sendai Girls is talking about that too. And so yeah, it was very cool.
He's not going to Nippon. He's not going to Nippon Budokan. Pro Wrestling Noah. Because they already announced they're not going to it next year.
Yeah. So Lana Sasko was in there, so her and Chigusa talked a little bit about that, which was nice, and then they had Miyu and Takumi close the show. So yeah, it was I really enjoyed this show. I would definitely say people should check out this show. It's fun, it's easy to watch, it's not too long. There's a couple matches that people's mileage may vary on, but I think there's 3 matches you and I both agree were excellent, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, how can you not, like you said, that the end there with them all in the ring together, it really And of course, they want you to feel this way, but it really feels like it's a family sometimes with this company more so than others. It's like really easy to support them and want them to, to do well.
Well, yeah, here I am thinking of spending an extra $1,000 to fucking make it there in time for their Korakuen at the end of the year. So,
And I went to their Korakuen on December 28th last year, and it was a really fun show. And it kind of that family feel, like in the the merch room at Korakuen, like the people that were working the desks. It was like these middle-aged women, like the Chigusa demo, and their daughters or their granddaughters were helping them, and it almost felt like almost more like if you go to like a community event and there's just families running stalls than it did like a big, corporate show or whatever. It was really nice. So like, there's just a very nice vibe to the Marvelous kind of experience.
yeah. So definitely, I think I'm going to make it to that, honestly. What can't take the money with you when you're gone anyway. But yeah, I mean, and who the fuck am I leaving it to, right? But yeah, the Marvelous show, a lot of fun here. Anyone who thought the show was, because I saw some people like, oh, the show was underwhelming. Like, I had 4 matches of 4 stars or better. Like, yeah, this wasn't like, I don't think I'm going to have this on my best major show ballot or whatever, because there were some down times, but this was still a really good show. And again, I think we're getting to a point where some of the Joshi fans, and this is me going a little pew-pew here, some of the Joshi fans are a little spoiled compared to the fucking fans of other types of wrestling. Like, go fucking watch some of these fucking, go watch like Wrestling Dontaku and Noah's Ryogoku show back to back and tell me this show sucked. Because Jesus Christ, this show blew the fuck out of the water. Anyway.
Go watch Backlash, am I right?
The fucking people are claiming that was actually good. Which I will never find out, believe me.
Yeah, sure. Yeah,
like,
me too.
You're never gonna convince me Seth Rollins versus Braun Breaker was some fucking must-watch match. Get the fuck out of here.
But yeah, I mean, worst case scenario, watch 3 or 4 matches on this show. Best case scenario, watch the whole thing because it's a good vibe and it's an easy watch. Yeah.
Yeah. There you go. That is your Marvelous review. All right, let's go through Sendai Girls. Hopefully a little quicker because the other part's already 2 hours and 15 minutes, and
a lot less to say about this show.
Yeah. So this was Sendai Girls, Senjo 20th anniversary in Shin Kiba first ring. Senjo Battle Cry from just yesterday, May 10th, as we're recording this, at Shin Kiba first ring. Dash Chizako came out and gave the audience the big, I think they had announced it already, just telling them more about the pregnancy. But yeah, she's pregnant, everybody. She's going to be out a while. I mean, this really sucks for some of the fans who bought those tickets, because they sold out Korakuen on her versus Desperado having a hardcore match in a couple months
for her 20th anniversary.
Yeah, for her 20th anniversary. Obviously, that's not happening now. So I mean, but she did say, and I want Natsupoi to listen carefully at this point. She said she's going to be back, so you can have the kid and come back, Poi. It can be done.
Well, we just saw that with Rin too, right?
Yeah.
I don't have official translations for this, but I was using my AirPods and iPhone to translate while she was talking, so there's a decent chance it was incorrect. I believe what I was picking up from that translation was that she said she wanted to work the date she'd been announced for and was told she couldn't.
Yeah, she said that on Twitter too. I'm like, this woman's she's.
Oh, so she did say I did have that right, which is an unhinged thing to say, frankly, because one of those matches was a death match with Despe. So,
and if you can't look at this woman and see that she's a crazy person, I don't know what to tell you. Really. I'm surprised she actually listened to the doctor, to be honest.
I think I got the impression it was Satomura that she had to listen to.
That's probably true.
And
yeah, Satomura's like, you're not.
She did
insist
this she would be
unborn
back.
Child.
Yeah. And so I guess the outcome of that that's relevant to the show is they changed. They had Spike fill in for her in the match she was announced for, so they changed. So Spike, and they just switched the first and second match to accommodate that. So yeah.
So the opener was Mika Iwata and Yura Suzuki losing to Spike Nishimura and Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi using the ground Majigatame on Yura in 11-16. So I was going into this match, I'm like, okay, presumably with a fucking basically a young girl as your partner, I presume Mika Iwata's not going to have to drop a fall here, but you never know. You never know when fucking Mako might make her do it anyway. She didn't, though, obviously. But yeah, Chi-Chi wanted to start with her, which was, really, Tatakao Barbie indeed, just wanted to fucking fight Mika Iwata. And they both hit some pretty hard kicks on each other. but Iwata got the better of that exchange for sure. Chi-Chi, though, eventually got some payback with these big boots to the face a bit later. Eureka hit some nice kicks of her own on Chi-Chi. Then a very nice, like almost Sari-esque spinning Uranage slam, but Spike made the save. And then Spike just punched Iwata on the damn face. That looked pretty brutal. But yeah, Chi-Chi made a quick comeback on Suzuki with some more kicks and an exploder, and then finished her off with the Majigatame. But yeah, pretty fun opening tag. I mean, this was like 3.5 stars. I thought this was a damn good match for 11-minute opener.
Yeah, really enjoyed it. Chi-Chi said afterwards that her team with Spike is Barbie and Ken, which I thought was fun.
I did like Spike. Spike was trying to do little cutesy poses, which I thought was funny. But
Yeah. Chi-Chi won, so we got to hear her music twice, so that's always a good time. My main takeaway from this is I would like to see Mika Wider and Chi-Chi have a singles match, please.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Match 2 was Miku Kanaway beating Stephanie Mays in 7:44 the spin kick. The only real highlight of this was not a great highlight, which was Stephanie absolutely killing Miku with a kick to the face early that I'm betting she didn't mean to hit her near that hard with. Especially the way Miku kept grabbing at her eye after. So
that was bad. Yeah.
It didn't look like she was seriously hurt, thankfully, but yeah, that could have been much worse. But yeah, I thought that was okay. I can't say Mays really impressed me. Like 2 3/4.
Oh, I have this down as a full dud. Yeah, she kicked her opponent in the face for real, and she was clearly hurt. And then she started blowing a bunch of her own moves. And she just does not see. I understand the point is to come here and get good. She seems quite bad, especially if you can compare her to the other Europeans that are here, which we'll talk about later. Yeah, I've seen a couple of her matches since she got here. She hasn't impressed me at all. This was the least impressive that she'd been so far. So yeah, I did not like this.
Match 3 was the team of Ryo Mizunami, Veini, and Manami defeating not Dash Chizako. They wrote the wrong name here. Defeating Spike Nishimura, Miyuki Takase, and Hiroyo Matsumoto. It was Mizunami hitting the hot limit on Takase in 13:52. So yeah, Spike obviously pulled the double duty here. Then after that we had Veini first of all, Veini, like the way she was getting down in the ring during Mizunami's entrance was so fucking funny. Like she was just in there doing like sexy dancing by herself, which was just very entertaining. So yeah, we got the Ryo Mizunami endless chops here, which it was kind of annoying. I don't know. Other people find this even more annoying than I do, but I'm starting to get there. It's like it went on forever.
It was 316 chops. It was a shout out to Steve Austin, who was clearly going to replace Dash against Despeg.
Yeah. We got Matsumoto got to show off her power, press slamming her own partner Takase to the floor onto the big pile. That was cool. Unfortunately, I would not have zoomed the camera in so hard on Spike doing the repeated clotheslines to Veini in the corner because it totally exposes she was like barely touching her with these repeated clotheslines. Like that was a good time to zoom out, not in, guys. But the kick to the back of Veini was sure very hard, as was Veini like slapping the taste out of her mouth right after, and led to a big kick exchange with both girls really laying it in. Easy to highlight the match. And there was a nice little stretch run in general. Everyone was flying around. Generally a good time. I thought they were going to go the time limit because it was running down, but then Matsumoto ended up pinning Takase with like barely more than 1 minute remaining. So a little boring early, but I thought the end was a lot of fun. So I'd go like 3 1/4.
Yeah, I would generally agree. The last 4 or 5 minutes were really good. Everything before that is like the mid-card Anarchy matches are like my idea of hell at times. Just with the chopping and all that stuff. But it got really good at the end. I agree with you completely on that.
Then we had the Sendai Girls World Junior title. It was Senka defeating Yuna in 9:26 to make her second defense. Yuna targeted Senka's arm. Senka did the whole fight through the pain thing to throw forearms anyway. And she was like really using her size advantage to bully Yuna at times, which I liked. Like she was like backing her up in the ropes and being like, "What are you going to do about it, Yuna? You're tiny." They did a long fight over a body slam around the 5-minute call. And it was Yuna who was eventually able to slam Senka. And she went for the shoot pins. But yeah, Senka ended up putting her away though with the backdrop suplex and the shoot pinfall. That got an audible groan out of the crowd because they do love Yuna at this point, and they just definitely want to see her regain this belt. I thought it was pretty good. Maybe a little disappointing compared to my expectations going in. especially given Yuna's like massive improvement this year. They just didn't do a whole lot here. It felt like to me for whatever reason, but everything they did look pretty good. But 3.25 star match again, nothing that special.
Yeah, they did a lot of like grappling and hold exchanges and like struggle rather than anything flashy, I think is probably what it was. I really enjoyed all of that, but it's classic Sendai Girls show, right? If you do a bunch of struggle and exchanges and grappling, the crowd's going to be very silent and pay attention. But it's not necessarily going to be like really exciting in a way. But I
Yeah.
enjoyed it. I thought the finish was good. I was a little bit surprised that Senko won only because I thought they'd bring the title back in house. Like you said, Yuna's had a good year. She's really improving. She's the clear leader for most improved this year so far,
Oh
right?
yeah. Oh, me too. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't even think of who else
Um,
is like that close.
right.
Because I used to think she was like, I used to think she was bad, and now she's actually pretty good.
Yeah. I the first thing that started turning me around on her before even the wrestling was watching the Sendai Girls Road to Budokan documentary. Like, she's kind of like one of the two kind of people that are like they're such interesting people that she kind of like won me over outside of the ring almost, where you're like, oh, she's really interesting character, and then really sympathetic, it's a nice seeming person, and then also at the same time her wrestling got a lot better. So yeah, she's having a good year. Yeah, and then this was not flashy or exciting, but still very enjoyable.
There was no hint of a next challenger either. So
No.
next match was a non-title match. The Sendai Girls World Champion Chihiro Hashimoto defeating Zonas in 12:53 with a powerbomb. I thought it was really interesting just seeing Chihiro in there with someone who is actually like physically bigger than she is. Like
Hmm.
obviously there's a lot of people who are taller than her, but there are not that many people who are just like bigger and like more muscular and stronger looking than her. And Zonas definitely is. So, for Chihiro, very rarely has to fight from underneath. I thought she did a really good job of it, given, she doesn't have a ton of experience with that. Um, they did some nice mat reversals, like when Zonas escaped a triangle Chihiro had just caught her in, coming off the ropes, and went straight into a stretch muffler. And then Zonas hit this cool lariat to her legs while she was up on the second turnbuckle, which Chihiro sold really well. They traded regular lariats after that, which Chihiro got the better of, even while like still selling her leg. That was just for the 10-minute call. But then Zonas nearly took her head off with another lariat until they both got back up. That got her a 2 count. And then Chihiro fired right back with another huge lariat of her own. That took us to another stalemate. And a bit later, she had a spear, another really nasty lariat for 2 count, followed by the powerbomb for the pin. For the time they got, I thought this was really great. I went 4 stars on it. And Chihiro is like the front runner for most outstanding at this point this year. I mean, just really killing it in everything she does.
I was actually going to ask you if you agreed on that. That was the first thing I wrote down here. Right, she has to have the clear case for most outstanding. So yep, you do agree because you just said that. I want to say how much of that is because you retired and instead of doing a bunch of stinking
Oh
out the
yeah, like
tags with
150,
you
like
and she's just doing
150%,
singles. Right.
150% probably. Like yeah.
She's just been on a tear of singles matches instead of doing these boring ass tag matches with you. So thank you for your service by retiring. This was also probably the best Zonas match I've ever seen. I think I've not.
There's one with Chi Chi that's really good.
I should say I
I
haven't seen
can't
all
remember.
all the Evo matches, but this was obviously no surprise it would be that good, right? With who she's wrestling, but
And you weren't at the Oz Academy show during our trip, right? She was in like a
I
really good
wasn't.
tag title match on that show too. That might have been
Okay,
better than this one. Yeah.
yeah, she still has a way to go in improving, but this was definitely very good. I wonder if Sendai are bringing in more people than they've ever had before. I wonder if she'd be somebody they'd bring in full time, long term or not. But she could fit the vibe. I'm not sure. Yeah, this was good. It was pretty short. It was enjoyable. Another Hashimoto clinic.
Then we had Bob Momo Banana losing to Sapphire Reed and Anita Vaughn. Vaughn with the Emerald Explosion on Oka in 1522. I didn't know anything about these two. I don't know if you did, but I guess they're from one's from Britain and one's from the taller one's from Ireland, the tall blonde one, the other one's from UK. I don't watch much Euro wrestling ever, so
Yeah, I know a little bit about them from. We have a lot of Eve coverage in the Social Suplex newsletter.
they're at Eve a lot.
Yeah, they're both Eve regulars. Have been the last couple of years. So I've read about them a lot in between doing some editing of some of those pieces and
Can I ask a question, by the way?
reading it. Yeah, yeah.
Is Brit Res the same as Japan now, where like the women's wrestling is just way ahead of the men's?
So I'm not the best person to answer that question, but certainly the people I know that live in the UK who go to a lot of shows all seem to pretty unanimously agree the most enjoyable show to go to is Eve, which is an all woman show more so than Progress or Rev Pro at this point.
I mean, Eve is the only one I ever hear about getting any buzz, but I just can't tell if that's because a lot of people I know are women's wrestling fans from Joshi that are also more likely to check out Eve. But I never fucking hear shit about Rev Pro or Progress at this point. I mean, Progress all you
Right.
ever hear is how bad it is, and Rev Pro you just never hear anything. So
Yeah, I mean we cover them. The Rev Pro, the vibe generally is just that it's competently wrestled, competently booked, completely unexciting. And Progress is really hit and miss. But yeah, so anyway, for these two, Anita Bourne is from Ireland, as you mentioned. She has a background in soccer. One of the pieces that Peter Edge wrote about her, he mentioned once that she had a record for having the most red cards in a single season in her soccer career.
what?
Yeah. So that's the Anita Vaughn fact I know.
She's a
And
fucking
then
cheater. Wow.
or she just plays tough, plays rough. So
Yeah,
she's
that's cheating.
hey, maybe the referees are really bad. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. So she's the bigger of the two.
Well,
She's
okay. So,
also
do you
wrestled.
know
She's also wrestled in Rev Pro and WXW and other places around Europe. Yeah.
do you know her exact height? Because I would love to. She doesn't have a cage match profile, and I was really curious because it's like I feel like she could be anything from like she looks like Andre the Giant in there, but it's because Mio and Oka are fucking so teeny tiny. I'm like, is she just like my girlfriend's height? Is she just like 5'6", or is she actually like 5'8" or 5'9"? I was trying to
I
guess in my
actually
head.
I don't know. I don't see it listed. It's funny that you said Andre the Giant because I wrote down exactly she looks like Andre the Giant in there when Mio's in there. I assume she's probably like a solid 5'9", 5'10", just based on the relative height to, of other people. So yeah, she so I'm gonna do a cheap plug here again. We did our Social Suplex Women's 50 a few months ago, where we had a panel voted list of wrestlers from around the world. Anita Bowman was
Great
37th.
list. Great list.
Thank you. Yeah, Anita Vaughn was 37th. And her tag team partner here, Sapphire Reed, who is from England, was 20. People were very high on Sapphire. She's 22. She's a little smaller, a little faster. She had a great match with Shocker. She had a great match with Azumi at the Big Eve show on
Very difficult to do.
International Women's Day. But yeah, she's been a little higher up the card, a little more well known for a little bit longer than AV, I think. And generally, people kind of I think expect big things for her. So this tour is great. The caveat I would give you is that she did go to a WWE tryout not that long ago, and Meiko Satomura is, I still think, loosely involved with them one way or another. So she may end up there one day. Who knows? But yeah, the people in the UK who know, the people who go to the shows and pay attention are very high on both of them, but especially on Sapphire Reed. And the other thing is, usually both of them are heels, so everyone's a little bit kind of thrown off by this good timey nice girls routine that they're doing in Senjo so far.
Yeah, because Senjo barely really has heels. So,
Right,
like, who are
but
they?
I think their best presentation of both of them is as heels, so they're kind of acting against type a little, I guess, is what we're saying.
I mean, I can see it having watched else in this match. So these two pranksters here, Bob, Momo, Banana, were wearing each other's fruit-shaped hats today. Well, the chaos never ends with these two. Like, you're supposed to be your name means peach, and you're wearing a banana, and she's the banana, and she's wearing the peach. What is going on here?
They're just trying to keep them off their game.
Now, poor Eureka, perhaps because she was wearing a peach instead of a banana, almost fucking slid all the way to the floor during the entrance they do, where they slide, and like almost fucking, she could have died for all I know. Maybe a probable death, But thankfully, Mio was able to save her and prevent her untimely demise. So that was good. The big Irish woman Anita started out with Momo and does the usual "you can't reach up here" tiny stuff. So Momo just like calmly punches her right in the gut, and then just sticks her own like hand up over her kneeling head. That was very funny. Unfortunately for her, Anita could still reach it even kneeling, which was also very funny. I did pop for Mio just randomly calling her Godzilla while in the middle of running around and eventually giving her an arm drag. Just like running all over and just like Godzilla, and then she gets the arm drag. That was fucking funny. Yeah, I guess goes match one how you would expect for the most part. I liked all of Bob's wacky tactics trying to stay in the fight against the much larger opponents. There's one point where Eureka just fucking grabs two fistful of poor Sapphire's hair at one point to literally drag her out of a pin attempt on Mio. That looked very painful. Eureka later just like ran up and blew a whistle in Sapphire's face when she and Mio were fighting over a backslide, and the funniest part of that was it actually worked. Like Mio did get the reversal. So Eureka was finally the legal man in this match, which felt like a first time in eons. Hit her big series of low drop kicks to Sapphire, always a fun little sequence. Then she and Mio just started beating them with their fruit hats before putting them on, the correct ones this time, and headbutting her repeatedly. But she got put down. But they both got put down by big boots. And then poor Eureka got beaten with both hats. Like they grabbed both hats and beat her up with them. Like that was too much. They only beat you with one hat each. Eureka eventually got a Fujiwara armbar out of a Rana. Anita did make the ropes though. Eureka was actually able to front suplex her despite the size difference, which looked legitimately impressive. And then, unfortunately, the move the two Europeans here won with was not very impressive. Basically, Anita had Eureka up in a like power slam position and just kind of waited for her partner to bounce off and give her a kind of weak-looking big boot, which already looked a little awkward, and then sort of spun her around at a normal power slam. I was really hoping that wasn't going to be the finish because I thought it looked pretty stupid, but it was the finish, unfortunately.
Yeah, that appears to be their team finish. They've done it on the other shows. They've been on Sendai shows since they got there. It looked better on the other ones.
Okay. But yeah, this was a good match. It was nothing I'd say you have to run out and watch, but I enjoyed it. I went like 3.5.
Yeah, it was really fun. I mean, Yuriko Oka did everything she could to make this fun. I'm a little compromised here. I recently wrote about her. She's rocketing my list of favorite wrestlers just because she's such a character. She's an actual clown. She owns a unicycle. She's a crazy person who might be too dumb to be alive. Which is very much my shit. Their new gear that they have, or newish gear Bob have, they look like if someone dressed up scarecrows as clowns is how it feels to me. And I mean in a nice way. It's a compliment, even though it doesn't sound like it is. Yeah, the whistle thing killed me, especially when she brought it back the second time. I guess it's kind of like Hanazono and the Party Poppers on some of the indie shows. It's a similar vibe, but it killed me. Just really funny stuff. I don't know if Anita has gotten more over than Sapphire, or if her name is just easier to chant, especially for Japanese people.
Yeah,
there was some
Anita.
there was some Anita chants going by the end of this match, which was pretty cool. Yeah, and them winning makes sense. I think this is their third or fourth match they've had as a team, 2-on-2 team. They've won them all. They're challenging for the tag titles at an upcoming show.
Do we have the date? Because I was looking at I was trying to see what the dates were.
Yes, it's May sometime this month. Is it?
So it's probably May 22nd.
Is it the Korakuen show? Oh, Sendai Pit show. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, Sendai Pit for sure. Yeah, so it makes sense that they would win here. I wouldn't be surprised if they had a little run with the tag titles either. Especially because they had Ryo Mizunari come out and challenge Hashimoto after the previous match. So, if I would hope they don't belt her up, but if she does, she doesn't need both sets of titles. Hyperactive one. I whilst I'd heard a lot about them, read a lot about them, I'm also really seeing them for the first time on this tour so far, and they've largely impressed me. I think they both seem like good prospects. They're not as far along as other people who, like, we were talking about Johnny being out, with Marvelous earlier. I don't think either of them are quite at that level yet, but they definitely seem like great prospects. Anita, to me, has been more impressive so far, even though everyone is higher on Sapphire. So I wonder if I've not had a chance to see Sapphire work singles matches as a heel, which is apparently her specialty, is maybe why. I don't know. My mind is open to seeing it as to go forward. So yeah, so far so good. Definitely much more impressive than Stephanie Mace.
Another match. I don't know if we talked about it. Did we talk about Ryo Mizunami challenging Chihiro?
We didn't. I mentioned it briefly there.
Okay, so that
But
match is for the Shinjuku Face show next month on June 7th, which I fucking wish I was going to that. Like 4 days before I land. Like, oh my god, because that
you
match
can't win
be
them all.
awesome. Yeah. I mean, everybody else, like I say, everybody listening to me is like, you fucking asshole. So, what do you get to see every goddamn thing? So
I didn't even mean that. I just meant like you're going to see a lot of good stuff. You can't worry about everything you're not going to see. John, you and I saw Senker. Most people didn't in Vegas.
That's
like,
we saw Senker and Chris Hero.
Yeah, we already won for the year.
As I established, I saw Samoa Joe and Kenta Kobashi. So
we both saw Tanahashi retire. We should have no complaints about anything.
That is true. That last trip was amazing. Just the sheer amount of crazy stuff I saw. But then again, they made me pay for it too with watching Siri lose right in front of me. So like literally right in front of me. So don't worry, the gods got me. The gods got me.
Yeah,
just like they did with my fucking phone. They get everyone has to pay their penance at some point, and that's believe me, I paid mine. Okay,
no free lunches or whatever that expression is.
Yeah, but yeah, so good little show. Nothing I'm going to be like, oh, you have to see this. And the only thing I would say, it's a very typical Sendai Girls show. Like pretty much everything was fine to good. The only match that I really would skip is the Stephanie Mays one, probably, which I feel like we're turning into Stephanie Mays Hate Society. But I didn't hate that match as much as you did, but it wasn't good.
Yeah, I would agree. Sendai Girl shows are so easy to watch to me. There's 5-6 matches, 10-minute, 10-minute, 15-minute, 15-minute, 20-minute, 30-minute time limits. They're just some of the easiest shows to watch. They largely have, good to great wrestlers on the roster, and the freelancers they use are good too. And then their booking really never offends me because it's not a company I watch for like highly detailed, well booked title programs or whatever. A lot of the time, the best book stuff is the tags. Hash is going to be Hash, Iwata is going to be Iwata, and then the rest of it's probably going to be very fun. So, it's like a comfort food promotion. It's just super easy to enjoy for me. So this show was no different to the rest of it.
The big thing at the end was basically at a Senjo Young Wrestler Summit with Spike, Yuna, Minami, and Oka. They basically all promised to step up with Dash Out. Basically, I mean the funniest one was Spike giving her English promo, and Yuna just looking at it and going Wakata, which Japanese people always say that when they mean I didn't understand a word of what you fucking said, but I'm going to be super fucking polite and say I understood you. Because you don't even understand enough to say I understand in English. So, like give me a break. But yeah, Wakata, I understand. But yeah, or understood, actually. Understood. It's the past tense.
Yeah.
But, good show.
Yeah, the other thing I wanted to mention is I briefly touched on it before. The Sendai Girls Road to Budokan documentary that's on their new YouTube page that's just for that is fantastic. It's like a really well-made documentary. There's usually like 1 or 2 episodes a week, maybe around an hour to 45 minutes for each episode. It's really fascinating study on what their lives of these people is like in a way that's fairly unique. It's also a documentary style that I don't think you could really make in the US or other English-speaking countries at this point because it feels too much like what the actual show would be on Parks and Rec or The Office if it wasn't a comedy show doing a mockumentary. So it's just like a very earnest, well-made documentary where you learn about all the key Senjo people, Yuna, Eureka, Minami, Hash, Iwata, the ones at least who are based in Sendai because they're at the dojo and they're at practice and they're at doing their office jobs and they eat a lot of they go to restaurants and the guy talks to them about different stuff. It's really interesting and really like I said, it's got me really pretty bought into Yuna as a kind of as a character or a person, and it explained to me why Yuika Oka is one of the most insane human beings alive, laudatory. So I just want to mention it because I think it's really good, and I don't know that a lot of people know it's out there and are watching it. So
yeah, I really should watch it. I haven't gotten around to it.
And it's easy to watch because they put real subtitles on the Japanese side into it and not auto-generated ones. So the auto translation actually works a lot better on
Yeah.
YouTube than when it's auto-generated subtitles that are then auto-translated. The failure rate is a little bit lower. Obviously, it's not perfect and you're missing stuff, but you
Well,
can get
even
90% of the content or context figured out from what they're saying. So
yeah,
it's it's
even the
it's
Japanese subtitles help me a lot now because I can read a lot better than I can listen. So
yeah,
like
makes
I was
sense.
doing a pretty good job when I was watching them because they what's her name Aya Sakura did the same thing on her video where she did like actual Japanese subtitles and then did an auto translate for them on this little video she posted during the like the first they're doing like a little story
Oh yeah, the dance training and
with
the photo
Ane.
training.
Yeah, with Ane. And where they're making her go through all this shit just to join Cosmic Angels, which is very funny. But yeah, so I was like, okay, just I could tell when it was off, basically, which was cool. Like I know enough now, especially to be able to read the Japanese, to tell when the English was like completely off. But yeah, it definitely does a better job when it has like actual subtitles to translate from. So um, but yeah, so there's your Sendai Girls show. There's something else I was going to say, but now I lost track of it at the end there. I
Sorry.
don't know. It's okay. It's okay. It was I think it was something about Sunday Girls, but I don't remember now. But yeah, it's a hell of a little good promotion. I'm kind of bummed I don't know when I'm going to see them live next either. But like we'll see. Hopefully they run some. Maybe they announce something for January or something I can go to.
Well, maybe they're going to run this Budokan show at some point.
Mhm.
So they haven't really said when. They kind of mild implication maybe next year from watching the doc, but that's just my speculation. One of the things that they did say is they are going to keep the El Desperado booking on that Korakuen, even though it's not against Dash anymore. He will still be
Yeah,
on the show.
yeah, that makes sense. Oh, I actually now remember what I wanted to ask you. You said they ate out a lot of restaurants a lot. Where were they going? Were they going like to izakaya? Were they going to like? Did they
Uh,
have like some cuisine they really liked?
It
Like
generally, so
yakiniku?
it's sometimes they'll be like on a group or a team. They'll go to certain places, and then sometimes the guy goes with individual people. Just follows them to wherever they're going. So there was a ramen place that Dash was really into that he went to with her, where she knew the owner's dog. Um, there was a group. One time they went on a group thing. They were going to an event and they stopped for lunch on the way, like the Sendai based people, and it was kind of like some of them got sushi and some of them got like a rice bowl. There was a really good looking ramen place that Iwata took him to. There was a place that Oka went to that had a really nice looking like lunch set that had a bunch of different things in there. So yeah, just the spots that they go to around Sendai, I guess, that each person likes.
Do they go to Beef Tongue? I wonder if that's just a tourist thing.
They did
Is this
talk
what they?
about that with they the last couple episodes, like they have a new rookie that's just showed up, and she came into Sendai from 4 hours away in some other part of Japan. She came with her father, and they did say to her, "Oh, you got to make sure you get beef tongue because that's like the local delicacy, right?" It's been
Yeah,
mentioned a few times because it's like the thing that Sendai is known for culinary
yeah,
wise, I suppose.
yeah. I went to Sendai once and did have it, and it was really good. But I just wonder. I bet it was one of these things where I bet the locals barely ever have this because it's probably like they
It doesn't seem
surrounded
like
by
it.
it. Yeah,
Yeah. But they always mention it to other people. So I guess it's they're, part of they're proud
yeah.
of it even if they don't eat it themselves every day, right?
That is funny. But yeah, it's definitely the local specialty. That's for sure. Um, all right. Well, Chris, why don't you wrap your segment of the show up? We're not going anywhere, folks. We got a lot more audio to get to. Believe me, it's going to be another fucking 5 hour plus episode. But Chris can go ahead and plug the Social Suplex newsletter.
Which I already did a couple times. So I'll try not to be too more egregious about it. I would say we did a special mini issue after WrestleMania week that had my long kind of road diary writing up the trip on different shows I went to and reviews and what I ate and who I was hanging out with and different things that we did. Also has one of the best WrestleMania reviews you could read because the person that does our coverage of WWE is like watches it and knows what's good and knows what sucks, but is also a real wrestling fan that watches other things. And kind of understands more than just that little weird world. So shout out to David Hayter because it was a really great piece. And then we'll have another issue coming out maybe in a week or 10 days or so, which I just finished writing an All-Star Grand Queendom review that came in really long. And then Eric, who's on the show, sometimes added his live notes because he was there at the show. So we have a little bit of a combo review of my big picture review of the show that's long and talks a lot about different things that happened on that show. And then Eric threw in some, for the matches, like different things that he noticed from being in the crowd, which is a really unique perspective to have to have both, I think. So that'll be out in, sometime soon-ish.
Yeah, and Eric, I think I don't know if he's scheduled to be back yet. I might have to get him because I need to do the July schedule at some point.
He only
My
just
June
got back
schedule's
from
all-
Japan.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. He's scheduled to be on in 3 weeks, I think. Yeah, he's going to do the Monday, June 1st episode. Best Super Juniors night 8 through 10. Stardom Korakuen, DDT Korakuen, Ice Ribbon Yokohama, Marvelous Shin Kiba if it's possible, if it actually airs. So yeah, there you go. Folks, so yeah, like I just mentioned, Chris is going somewhere. We're not going anywhere. So just wait 1 second here. I'll be back in just a sec with my solo review of Ice Ribbon, which I haven't watched yet, but the business end at least, and the magic of audio, I'll have watched it when we next talk. So give me 1 sec. All right, folks. So I'm back here to wrap up the joshi half of our episode before we get into the men's wrestling. I'm going to give some quick thoughts on the half of this Ice Ribbon show I watched. I didn't have enough time to watch the entire show, but I did want to at least get to these last 3 matches. I'll read off the full results just for fun, I guess. This was Ice Ribbon from yesterday, May 10th on Sunday, at the Old Award exhibition or industrial or something. I don't know, small exhibition hall. Announced crowd of 131. The half of the show I did not watch started with Akane Fujita and Misa Kagura defeating Kirai Wakana and Masahiro. Akane with the Mikande Pon on Wakana in 9:16. A handicap match. I heard this was really funny. I gotta go back and watch it. I saw some GIFs of the Voice Wrestling Discord before. But it was Kaori Oniyama, Saito, and Yappy beating Kurishio Tokyo Japan, Mr. Jacket, as a Jacket Hero. I forget what he called him. Jacket Jiro, as Chris called him, one of his least favorite wrestlers in the world, apparently. Saito pinned him. Maybe she'll be happy to know, with 840 actually, with a triple pin. And then Miss Mongol defeated Satoru Satsuki at 8:33 with the STM. The first match I actually watched was the team of Hikari Minami and Riko defeating the team of Makoto and Moe Hiro. It was Minami with a blockbuster hold on Moe in 12:31. So Hikari Minami is the former child wrestler who came back after a long time away in pro wrestling. She's now like 31, I think. And she's also now 5'6". It's also just kind of funny. The former child wrestler is now a giant in Joshi. And this time, instead of matching up against one, she was still matching up against one, actually, kind of. I mean, Moe Hiro's 14, so a little older than the child wrestlers, and they kind of just let her take any bump she wants, unlike the real child wrestlers, I guess. But she was matching up against one and teaming with one here, also teaming with 12-year-old Riko. But yeah, and I forgot until she came out somehow that Makoto is also like 5'6". So this was actually like tall and child versus tall and child. Although, again, Moe Hiro looks bigger every time I see her, I think. Like she's probably like 5'3" now. So I maybe 5'2", but I think she might be 5'3" now. So it doesn't look that much shorter, honestly, than the two adults. Hikari and Riko, they both jumped their opponents before the bell. They threw Mio to the outside, and then they were wrapping Makoto up in all the streamers. And that's like this kind of like big child energy that Hikari has. Like she acts like sometimes like she never stopped being a child wrestler. It's kind of fun. She even did this little so basically you would think Riko, when you do like I think the Hardy Boys used to call it the poetry in motion spot, you would think the child would jump on her back, but no, Riko got on her hands and knees, and the 5'6" full adult woman jumped off of Riko's back to do a plancha in the corner, which was kind of wild. And then she just beat on Makoto repeatedly and repeatedly tried to cover her in this big massive streamers for a while. That was fun. An angry Makoto began to choke the actual child Riko with a piece of streamer. Not very nice of her. She tagged in Moe. The two of them choked Riko against the ropes together. But Riko soon came back with a series of drop kicks. and then a weird 619 that I think was a botch, but she covered for it so well by just kind of kicking out her foot in midair in the ropes that it very well could have just been her actual intention all along to look kind of cute and ridiculous, to do like this weird, not really a 619, but I think it was a botch. Riko kept trying to cradle Makoto, which she finally got back in there. She hit a DDT on her, followed by a second rope drop kick before finally tagging out to Hikari, who actually she absolutely crushed Makoto with a springboard double stomp. Like, she jumped up onto the bottom rope and just fucking crushed her. Makoto and Hikari went straight into clubbing each other in the chest pretty hard, followed by kicking each other just as hard. Makoto at one point hit Hikari with a magazine or something right in front of the ref. I'm not sure why that was allowed. And I really like this DDT Makoto gave her, where she blocked a power slam and just kind of naturally fell over and used her own momentum from going down already to DDT her. I'm not sure I've ever seen that before, actually. Now, the problem with this match, I sound like I'm loving it to this point. I felt like it lost a little bit of focus and became a bit aimless in the stretch run. I guess that's bound to happen when you have two actual children and one wrestler who was also just gone for 9 years or something. Speaking of her, though, Hikari just kind of hits her suplex, the blockbuster hold, I guess, and pins Moe out of nowhere during the most chaotic part of the match. I still liked it, but can't go higher than 3.25, given it kind of fell apart towards the end. But I kind of feel stupid rating matches with actual children in it, too. But whatever. Moe Hero, I'm putting her in my 30 under 30, so I can rate her matches. And Riko seems pretty good, too, honestly. Afterward, Hikari seemed frustrated that she had only pinned Moe and not Makoto. And Makoto gave her a little mock clap while holding up Moe, which was very funny. And that made it even worse. So Hikari jumped her afterwards, and Riko joined in, which is also funny. She's just I'm going to beat people up too, even though, again, I'm an actual child. Makoto escaped, and then came back in with her magazine and attacked them both from behind. So I guess this feud must continue. The next match was Sumika Yanagawa and Nanami Hatano defeating Yuka and Arisa Shinose. It was Yanagawa with a spinning leg lock on Shinose in 10:32. I'm always happy to see Nanami from Diana. Definitely don't watch Diana ever, so I only ever see her when she's in other promotions. And meanwhile, Arisa is from the Asuka Pro Wrestling promotion, which I'm not even sure if that makes tape. I'm sure someone listening to this probably knows that, but I really have no idea. But yeah, she's also an Ice Ribbon regular too, though. She's appeared on the vast majority of their shows this year. Yuka, of course, is my favorite wrestler in the promotion, as I mentioned. It was funny when I pointed her out to Nicole. Nicole was like, "I don't like her outfit." I was like, "You know what? Who asked you? Really, who asked you?" This is a pretty physical tag with Yuka and Nanami, especially just beating each other's asses. They were really physical with each other. Sumika came in and kept just taking it to Yuka before the Omakase hero Yuka finally gets to fire back with some very hard forearms. Just a really, really, really hard striker, which is why I love Yuka. And, I think Omakase listeners know my wrestling taste by now, and it's regular listeners. And yeah, I definitely love people who get very, very, very physical and just are very hard strikers. Sumika ends up pinning Arisa with a cradle. This was pretty good. Honestly, really good when it was Yuka and Nanami in there, but fell off a bit after that. Obviously, as I didn't really recap as much of it as the opener. They kind of got out of there after a little bit, it felt like. But yeah, I just kind of want a singles match for them pretty badly now. I still went 3.25, but it was all for the Yuka Nanami stuff, basically. If it was just Yuka Nanami, If it was just Yuka and Nanami, I'd probably be fucking 4 stars on it. The main event, the Ice Infinity Championship match, Kaoho Matsushita sadly defeats Tsukina Umino in 14:43 with the Mission Impossible, make her second successful title defense. This was the big draw for me for wanting to watch at least part of the show. Besides the fact that it's just been a while since we covered Ice Ribbon. But I like Umino a lot. So probably my second or third favorite wrestling promotion. It's definitely Yuka number 1. And then it's her or Moe 2. Probably her 2 and Moe 3. But yeah, her getting the big title shot here was definitely appealed to me. She's trying to become a double champion. She's also the Infinity Ice Championship. I never know how to say these belts. Or not Infinity. What the fuck is the name of that title? Oh, God. See, I'm a fake fan. I said she's my second favorite in the promotion. Why is there someone always in my match of the year fucking list? Is it really that interesting to you people? Oh, the Fantastic Ice Championship. There we go. I don't know why I couldn't remember that. Anyway, so she's trying to become a double champion. Her outfit here was so fucking cool. She has like the black and white furry coat that's like half black, half white. This elaborate face mask with like the beads coming down it. It just looks so badass. I thought she kind of looked like a Sailor Moon villain. Again, Nicole disagreed with me. She's like, I don't see Sailor Moon villain there. And she's probably right. I don't know. Just looked very cool. Definitely villainous. Kaho started giving her these very hard soccer ball kicks to the back while Umino just tells her to keep bringing it, which she definitely does. She definitely kept kicking her very hard. Something I was thinking about when Tsukina was now working over Kaho's leg is Tsukina a Blend S situation? Which is, there's your obscure anime reference for the episode, which I don't do every episode, but I just made one for this episode apparently. But I mean a Blend S situation, like the main character in Blend S, which he has a face that looks kind of mean / scary, but is actually like just a total sweetheart. Is Tsukina just like that? Who knows? They do the hard slaps because her face definitely, she has, I've talked about before, she has the resting bitch face, which I do not mean as an insult. I mean that as a compliment. She looks like, you know, a mean woman, which is great when you're in joshi. We don't want everybody smiling, right? We need the mean women too. They do the hard slaps and forearms to each other's chests. A few of them from Tsukina sound like she's actually trying to cause permanent damage. Like some truly gross sounding one. There was one that really sounded like she fucking was gonna fucking cave her chest in. Kaho gets some offense for a while before Tsukina comes back with a nice little cross-arm DDT after another hard elbow, of course, and then a running single leg dropkick for a 2 count. Kaho got back in control, kept trying to put Tsukina away, but she just kept kicking out. And Tsukina came back with a nice crucifix bomb counter out of nowhere, really leaped into it, which is always when crucifix bombs look the best. That got a 2 count. Then they started trading cradles, which in joshi especially always means the end could be near any second. And indeed, Kaho got the win with one of these cradles. So I was a little disappointed by the result, especially since I think Umino was a lot more impressive than Kaho in this match, and pretty much any time I've seen both of them in general. But what can you do? Still a great, super physical match. The one match of these three I'd say is a must-watch. Easy 4 stars. Definitely seek it out. Definitely worth watching. And then Yuka and Sumika from the last match both want the next title shot. Let's go Yuka, of course. But yeah, enjoyable little half a show I watched here. So that is my Ice Ribbon review, which I kept pretty short, thankfully, probably because it was half a show. All right, so in just a second, I will be back through the magic of podcasting with a long piece of audio already recorded with John Bivens to talk about all the men's wrestling on this show. So in just a sec, we'll be talking Noah. Don't go nowhere. All right, folks, we're back here with John Bivens returning from last week to cover the Noah show that we were supposed to cover last week, but I screwed up and didn't watch it, and also cover the last 2 nights of the Champion Carnival for the final and round 2 of King of DDT. So a lot of stuff that kind of just builds right off of last week. This episode's already been X number of hours long already. We're recording it out of order, so I don't know exactly how long the earlier part with me and Chris went for, but judging by me, I'm guessing the answer is long. So, we might be like 3 hours in already at this point, but how's it going, John? How you doing back on the show again 2 weeks in a row?
Pretty good. I'm hoping we don't burn out the audience. Hope they're not sick of me by now.
Oh, how can anyone get sick of you, John?
You're too kind. So I have to ask, what all were you doing for the first part of Omakase?
We're doing Marvelous and Sendai Girls with me and Chris, and then I still got to watch both shows actually. So I'm going to watch probably Marvelous tonight and Sendai Girls tomorrow, and then if I have time, I'm going to do a solo review of Ice Ribbon, but that may or may not happen. Which, again, the people listening will have already known. So if that happened or not, but just kind of funny.
Right.
The magic of recording it out of order.
Yeah, that's that. I was going to set the over-under, but it doesn't really work because if I'm like, oh, you guys probably went 2 hours, then when you're actually recording that part, you can go under that if you want to tip the odds. So, yeah, I don't know there's a point in
Can we? I don't know. Have you listened to this podcast before?
I bet you guys go at least 2 hours.
Probably.
Your solo stuff, you don't usually go long on the solo stuff. I've noticed that.
There have been times where I've gone like 45 minutes on a solo thing, and I've been like, how the fuck did I do 45 minutes talking by myself? What the fuck? But
Yeah, well, I think you did some solo stuff on like the Champions Carnival like earlier on, right? And I feel like those were like you did like two shows, and each of them were like 10 to 15 minutes apiece. So I was like,
yeah,
okay, like John's moving today. John's like in peak form. Like we gotta. There's deadlines.
exactly. Well, we'll see how that goes. But yeah, let's get right into it because, like I said, this could be a very long episode already. We're starting out with Noah, which is the May 2nd Sumo Hall show. So a little old news now, but I definitely wanted to talk about it because it was a big show for them. The Spring Mayhem Ryogoku show did an announced crowd of 4,539, which was just barely up from last year's show, which did 4,521 in May for the Ryogoku show. That one was Ozawa Kenta on top. I'm guessing they probably thought this was going to do a little bit better with Naito and Ozawa plus the Kitamiya versus Shane Hayes main event. But then again, what the fuck is a Shane Hayes main event anyway? So, I don't know. It's an interesting number, I guess. Wasn't really up, wasn't really down, just kind of the same. It was up from the October Ryogoku, which did 3,617 for Kenta versus Masa Kitamiya, but the spring one is almost always up from the October one, so when they do two of them. But yeah, I don't know. Any thoughts on the attendance? Were you surprised they weren't up more? Would you expect them to be down?
I wasn't particularly shocked. No, like I mean, it didn't feel empty in there,
No.
and it was pretty much like a one match show. Like, I mean, Inamura is like a decent draw for them. Like he's not. It doesn't seem like he's breaking any records or anything like that, but like he seems like solid, dependable, like good hand, type main eventer.
Yeah,
So
their fans like him.
yeah. And like you said, I mean, Shane Haste is like a completely like unproven quantity, like as a singles act right now. So with Naito and Ozawa being like the primary draw, like I don't know, your mileage may vary on like how much of a draw Naito is at this point too. So
Yeah, he's got his limitations, obviously. So,
yeah,
um, the show opened with a pair of dark matches. The first one was Atsushi Kotoge, Hiroki, and Hajime Ohara defeating the three young boys, Hiroto Tsuruya, Midori Takahashi, and Yuto Koyanagi. It was Kotoge pitting Takahashi submitting Takahashi in 634, the Texas Cloverleaf. Thought this was pretty fun for a young boy tag. All three of them got some chances to shine before their inevitable defeat, even in 6.5 minutes. So I went like 3 stars on it. It was fine. It was better than a lot of things that were to follow on this show.
yeah, it's just interesting to me like how fast Noah has gotten like all these young guys like on the shows. Like they went from a promotion that had like 0 rookies to having like 5 or 6 that are all like really good. Like, and if you blinked, you missed it. Like it feels like they came out of nowhere to me. So it's
Yeah.
like an exciting, like rapid development.
I thought, unfortunately, it's been so long with me not watching Noah because I guess the other part, as I talked about last week, is I really hadn't watched them in like a month or more. That I've really kind of forgotten which young boy was which. I need Odd Jobs' like primer again to remind me which one is the shooter and which one's the one who had like experience on the indies. I've totally forgotten. But the second dark match was Eita beating Katsumi Inibata. Of course, is him I know because he's the one who was in JTO. He was the Fire Katsumi, I believe. Because I think the other one was Thunder Masumi. Eito beat him in 345 at the Imperial Uno. This, on the other hand, was short and forgettable, like 2.5 star average match. Just not much to it.
You mean to tell me that an Eita match was really forgettable? That's
Yeah, shocking. Shots fired at Eita. The opener of the main show was the White Raven Squad, Kenta, Tetsuya Endo, and Hayata, defeating Mohamed Yone, Kazuyuki Fujita, and Daiki Odashima. Kenta beating Odashima in 8:38 with the go to sleep. I feel like I repeat myself every time we cover Noah. I do not understand how little they give Tetsuya Endo to do. It's like he's really good. He's a great wrestler. and they have no depth on the heavyweight side especially, and they do nothing with him month after month after month after month. It just boggles my mind. It's like, what do you like? Why even have this guy if you're not going to do anything with him? It's so bizarre. This match is okay though, like 2 3/4. I don't know, but just the Endo thing, just I don't get it. Like he never gets anything to do.
Yeah, it. I don't know. Like I have a conspiracy theory that there was some plans that were canceled for him at some point, because if you remember when it was him and Ozawa and Sugiura, I believe, in that triple threat match, but the 3-way dance, because it was like elimination style. And that was the night that Sugiura joined Team 2000X. And so Endo got the elimination on Sugiura and then was going like head to head with Ozawa. And he was like the hottest babyface in the company, like after that night, because he was overcoming odds and he's fighting. And then he finally fell to Ozawa. And I mean, the crowd was like red hot for him. And I was like, okay, like this is definitely building to something. Like he's got to have a rematch for the title. And then they never did like a singles rematch with him and Ozawa. And so like, I don't know, it feels like something was lost there. Like maybe plans changed or something, but like that was the hottest it feels like he's been in this Noah run. And they never followed up on that. I know like commentary lately has been like putting over like, yeah, he hasn't gotten the results that he's wanted. Like he's going to stay in Noah until he gets the results that he wants before he goes back to DDT. So it seems like they might be positioning him for like something, but it feels like they've missed the peak by almost a year or so, like after that match.
Yeah, he's just been a guy for like a year straight almost. It's just like, I don't know how the fuck they think they can even heat him up at this point. But
Right. And it's not like they don't need people. Like they've needed people badly.
They have Shane Haste as the GHC heavyweight champion. I mean, they definitely need people.
Don't you besmirch our GHC heavyweight champion.
Global Honored Slapjack, as the Emerald Flow Show title was. Handicap match. Kid Lycos #1 and Kid Lycos #2 against Null. So again, I had not watched Noah in fucking forever. And on top of that, I know nothing about British wrestling. I know the name Kid Lycos. I don't know why there's 2 of them. I don't know why they were jumping around on Null. I have no clue what the point of any of this was. It's not like the English announcers explained it. Because they said it had something to do with like the rookie Midori, I guess, who did get involved. They didn't explain any of this, really. What the fuck was going on? I'm just like, what is going on here? It's funny, you mentioned this off the air, I think it was off the air, that this was the one match you really hated. I didn't really hate this that much. I just thought it was kind of stupid, but like, compared to some of the stuff that was coming, I thought this was like the fucking match of the century. I mean, Noel tossing them around was kind of fun for what it was. He just kind of clumsy. It was only 4 minutes. I don't know. I was like 2.5 on it. I didn't hate it that much, but I guess go ahead and bury it since you said it was your least favorite match on the show.
Okay, so I went like 1.5 stars because the work in the match I thought was really well. Like I thought they worked really hard. Like I think a lot of people are not super high on the Lycos team. I like them. I think they're good. What gets me is like this is a world and immersion breaking type of match to me, because in these type matches nobody ever gets over, because the point of the match is for the Giant to beat the 2 guys handily and look impressive. The thing is, when you're doing that with a pushed or like semi-protected tag team, you can't just have him like beat them with them getting no offense. And so like, I don't know what I'm supposed to feel when I'm watching it, because like 2 guys are beating up 1 guy, and it's like they're supposed to be like the baby faces that we're supposed to have sympathy for, but they have a 2-on-1 advantage on who they're wrestling. So like I can't have sympathy for my baby faces because they have the numbers advantage. It's like doing like a War Games match backwards, where the baby faces come in before the heels. And so the baby faces are just beating up like 2-on-1 on the heel. It's like, well, I can't, like, there's nothing to cheer. It's like, well, of course you guys are winning because like you're fucking cheating at this point. So yeah, like I just can't get into it. And then I think it also opens like a can of worms, because if you look at like as we'll get into, like the tag league's coming up in a couple weeks, and it's like,
Which I'm
okay,
not watching, by the way. Nobody even asked me. I'm not covering that. I'm not watching it. The lineup looks horrible. I'd rather fucking like blow my brains out. It's not happening.
so like, what are we supposed to feel when the Lycos gym is wrestling other people? Because if they beat them, okay, that tag team just lost to a tag team that lost to one guy. So like by proxy, Null could beat that tag team also, like the transitive property of wrestling, you know? Like if Lycos Gym upsets the Good Brothers, okay, well now the Good Brothers look like shit because they lost to the tag team that lost a 2-on-1 match where they had the advantage against the one guy. So it's going to make whoever they beat look like shit. So like it never, like, this is why we need jobbers. This is why we needed to mask up the young boys and have them wrestle as like the Midnight Riders number 1 and number 2, and it go like 30 seconds. Because like anytime you do this type of match, it should either be when someone's leaving a territory, retiring, or you never care about them being pushed ever again, because it's like it's an instant kill for their credibility. So like I don't think Null got anything because like they got a bunch of offense in on him. So he didn't look particularly impressive, but then he still beat the tag team at the same time. So they look like shit for losing to one guy. So like nobody looked better in this match than what they did coming into it. So yeah, I hate this type of match. It never works. Nobody looks good. And now the tag league's going to look really stupid unless Lycos Gym loses every single match.
The next match is where this undercard started going straight down into the toilet and did not really recover until the last 2 matches, obviously really good. But 6-man, 3-way match, Manabu Soya, Saxon Huxley, and the mystery X-partner, which ended up being DDT's Yuki Ino, defeated Team 2000X, Masa Kitamiya, Takashi Sugera, and Tadasuke, and All Rebellion, Kaito Kiyomiya, Harutoki, and Alejandro. It was Soya pinning Alejandro in 5:32. So yeah, Ino was an X here. I guess it's a jump to Noah. I don't really know. I mean, he's a part-time guy anyway because he has an actual, full-time rugby career. So it's not really a big jump, and I don't really care anyway. I mean, I just never really care for him that much, and it's good. You don't really need him clogging the already crowded DDT upper mid card anymore, so that's fine. But yeah, he and Sawyer were wearing like match. First of all, their hair was cut in the same absolutely ridiculous fucking like, I don't even know how to describe this, like a faux hawk or whatever. It looks horrible, and they're both wearing like matching weird attire that looked like African or something, or native. They're canceled either way. Like, just to be clear, they're completely canceled. But yeah, Ino screaming, Joe Netsu or whatever the fuck they say, got annoying really, really quick. Soya's the haircut, especially on Soya, looked ridiculous even by his standards, which again is really saying something. And for a match that was like had guys constantly running in and around the ring, this just bored the living shit out of me. Mercifully ended with like a double team move on Alejandro. If Soya and Ino were supposed to be a new push tag team, oh boy, I do not like that team at all. And this is just a bad, boring mess of a match. 2 stars. And by the way, remember Kaito Kiyomiya? He was in this match. Used to be a big deal, but is what he was doing on Ryogoku, not being involved in the fall of a 5.5 minute 3-way 6-man tag.
Hey, that's an improvement for him though, because if you had told me that he was involved in the fall, I would have assumed that he was taking the pin.
That is true. Did you like this weird, stupid mess of a match more than I did?
I definitely did. Like, I think there's legs to the Ino and Soya tag team. I think it's another like Indo type situation where it's just baffling where Soya is on the card right now, because they needed guys. Like, wasn't it in like 24 that he was like the January 1st main event against Keno?
Yeah.
Was that when that happened?
I believe so.
Yeah. So like, just to see like how far he's fallen, like, and I don't know if it's like his decision, like he doesn't want to be a part of like the upper card or whatever, but like just to see him involved in like something this ridiculous, it's like, we need people. We need like wrestlers that matter and like that people care about. And like he was getting there. Like when he came back after the injury and he was like shredded and going into the feud with Keno and all that, like there was some legs to it. And it feels like he's perpetually going to be in the undercard now. And I mean, it's felt that way for a while. Like this wasn't the first time it felt that way, but it's just baffling to see like where he is. But yes, I do like the tag team. Like I think they're a perfect fit for each other. So like I enjoy it from that perspective, I guess. But
then we had the start of the Los Tranquilos de Japón versus Team 2000X all-out battle, 3-match series. What a battle it was. Alpha Wolf and Kai Fujimura defeating Ryosei and Angel Reyes in 7:29. Wolf pinning Angel, Angel, whatever, with the package pile driver in 7:29. I said 7:29 already. I see that Kai still makes the absolutely most ridiculously stupid looking faces in wrestling history under this heel gimmick. That's nice. Good for him. Ryosei, meanwhile, still very green and awkward. Has that special kind of like bad rookie selling where he looks vaguely constipated instead of like in pain, which is kind of a problem when they're working him over for a long while in this match. And then he tags out to Reyes to do his not very impressive slow-paced flying. It's never a good sign when they announced a 5-minute call, and my first reaction was, that's it? It's only been 5 minutes? But yeah, the best part of this match by far was Wolf and Kai deciding they had enough of these two geeks and just putting them away with little effort at the end. This was fucking bad. 1.25 stars.
It was not a good match. And Kai Fujimura, I don't think he's a bad wrestler, but I think the gimmick is such a bad fit for him that he's up there for me as like worst semi-pushed wrestler in a semi-major company.
Yeah, he's like, I don't know. Just every time he comes out and sticks his tongue out and looks, I'm just like, buddy, you gotta like take this down like 7,000 notches. Like come on. Everyone, it doesn't even fit in with the rest of Team 2000X because the rest of the group are like cool heels and like, you know, you have Jun Masuoka out there with the smirk and Tadasuke who's smirking all the time and Alpha Wolf is cool. Like even if you don't like them, they're still kind of cool. And then you have fucking Kai Fujimura out there with his fucking bug eyes and his tongue hanging out. And I'm just like, what are you doing? Like this doesn't match the unit at all. Like what the fuck? He looks like he's on like PCP or something. Like, is that what he's going for? Because they talk about, oh, he's brainwashed or something. I'm like, so that's his gimmick? That he's, like, out of his mind because they fucking put him in a sleep deprivation chamber or something? Like, I just don't get it. So, very, very, very weird. The next match, and boy, did it go downhill from there, was the next match of the LTJ versus Team 2000X All-Out Battle Series, which was Bushi beating Jun Masuoka at 11:44 than MX. So, Bushi pulling a second mask off under the black spiky one, meaning he had 3 on in total during his introduction, was funny. That was by far the highlight of this entire match. They just did absolutely nothing early. I don't know where the no DQ even factors in, besides Jun briefly trying to unmask him, and the crowd could not have given less of a flying fuck either, which never helps. Finally, Yoshitatsu threw a chair in, so Jun could weakly throw it into Bushi's face when he was on the top rope. And this was another match where the 5-minute call felt hard to believe. It had only been 5 minutes. So Bushi accidentally missed the ref, and Yoshitatsu gets in the ring at that point. And it's like, buddy, it's a fucking no DQ match. Why the fuck did you wait for Bushi to accidentally miss the ref? You could have attacked Bushi the moment the bell rang. So match makes no fucking sense. Always a good thing. Bushi powerbombs Jun on the chair pile, does a nice little tope to Yoshitatsu on the floor to finally wake the crowd up. He gets a visual pin before a new ref runs out, but Jun does kick out. Jun is able to unmask him, hits him with some weapon, I couldn't even tell what it was, then super kicked him onto a chair. Then he wastes more time stacking chairs on him for what feels like fucking hours before finally just hitting the chairs from the chair, which doesn't even look like it would hurt him. Like, he basically takes a chair and slams it onto a pile of like 8 chairs on top of Bushi's body. Where is the pain to Bushi? He just hit a bunch of chairs with a chair. and Bushi's under the chair. So like, is the vibration supposed to hurt him? Is he supposed to be bothered by the sound? Like, I don't get how this is supposed to be painful. Like it looked even more ridiculous than when you normally hit a guy. Like you'll see a guy put a chair on top of a body and hit the chair with the other chair, which I at least kind of get in wrestling parlance how that's supposed to hurt. But I don't think I've ever seen a guy like stack like 10 chairs in a guy and then just hit the 10 chair stack with a chair. I don't get how that's supposed to hurt. Anyway, really, really, really stupid spot. Then he does a foot stomp on the chair pile, which again, there's so many chairs piled up on him, it looks like it would only hurt Ju Masuoka. But anyway, Bushi kicks out of that devastating maneuver. Bushi then missed Ju Masuoka, gets his mask back on, and hits 2 straight MXs for the merciful pin. So yeah, absolutely horrible fucking match. Frequently didn't make any fucking sense. Quarter star, which a quarter star is basically just for the Bushi tope. This was so fucking horrible. Really, really bad match.
I didn't think it was that bad. I don't know. Like, I sort of understand like everything that you're saying. I think there's a certain element of charm.
I did not find anything in this match charming. That is the last word I'd ever use to describe this match.
I think there's a certain level of charm when it's a no DQ match and the manager doesn't immediately run in, because I understand like what you're saying about it doesn't make any sense, because like I've been in locker rooms where we were laying out like a no DQ match and my manager was like, okay, I need to run in immediately and get bumped, because if I don't, it doesn't make sense as to why I'm not interfering. And I'm like, that makes perfect sense. Like, I love you for saying that. That's perfect. But like, I respect that Yoshitatsu was like, no, my man's got this. I don't have to do shit. And then like he gave
But
him
why
like,
wait till the ref get bumped though? Like if he waited, okay, I can sort of understand the argument if he waited like 5 minutes and just randomly jumped in. But he waited till the ref got bumped. So the only explanation is Yoshitatsu's a fucking idiot and forgot the match was no DQ.
or Yoshitatsu didn't want to deal with the ref, because the ref would have tried to get him out of there even though it was no DQ, because the ref's not going to uphold like the stipulation. Like the ref is going to start like trying to politic and get Tatsu out of the ring. And so Tatsu was like, you know what? I'm not going to deal with that. But like the second I've got like the gates wide open, that's when I'm going for it. Which like I can understand that, because like I wouldn't want to argue with the referee either.
There's some headcanon you're spinning here. I'll give you that.
Yeah, I didn't think the match was like terrible, but like I agree. Like stacking a bunch of chairs, like I think, like I don't know how people that watch wrestling that don't do wrestling like perceive things anymore, because like I've been wrestling for like 6 years now, so like I sort of get it, but like I don't know what people feel when they see that, because like when I see that I'm like, oh yeah, he's like putting all those chairs there so it like distributes the weight and like it doesn't hurt like when he hits him. But I don't know, maybe there's somebody out there that's like, oh yeah, like it multiplies, like it's the impact is greater because there's more chairs.
There needs like, okay, I have seen the spots where you put a few chairs in a guy and hit with the chair, which probably doesn't hurt either, I'm guessing, but at least looks okay as a viewer. There was something about like the sheer number of chairs he stacked on here. I don't think I've ever seen someone do this spot with that many chairs. And it takes so long to set up too, that you're just waiting and then you're like, that's it? You just hit the giant chair pile with one chair? Like it doesn't look even remotely interesting or painful or any. Like I can't like even like remotely suspend my disbelief as a viewer because it just looks so stupid.
That's fair. That's fair. The one positive that I will say though is like when he got the mask off of Bushi and they went to like some type of pin after that and Bushi kicked out and the match kept going like without the mask, I at least like that they subverted like the sort of like trope of like mask guy gets unmasked and we immediately go to the finish, because Bushi was able to get the mask back and like win. So like I liked that, because I've seen all too many times like guy gets unmasked and gets like cradled or whatever and pinned and then like covers his face with a towel, you know? So like I liked that they did like the trophy finish and then like flipped it. So I liked,
that's a good point.
I at least like to see that dynamic like played out. But like, it wasn't a good match. I won't go to bat for it that hard.
After this, we got the big match schedule, so the disappointments kept racking up. They announced the Ryogoku show is October 25th, and then we had the the next Ryogoku show, I mean. Then we had the beyond disappointing announcement that they're going head-to-head with All Japan's Ryogi show on December 31st, and they're running Yokohama Buntai instead of Nippon Budokan, instead on 1-1 like they did the last 2 years. So, and they're doing a January 1st Korakuen instead. So they're going to do December 31st, Yokohama Buntai, January 1st, Korakuen. I mean, even though the Budokan show earlier in the year was even worse than this show was, so they're 0 for 2 on fucking big shows as far as I'm concerned. I still would have gone to it if it was in Budokan again, because the Budokan's such a cool fucking venue. I've only been there once. That was my first time this past year. And so as a someone planning to be in Japan again for Wrestle Kingdom season, that sucks ass. That there's no Budokan, no January 1st show at all. Instead, they're running head to head at All Japan. If they have run head to head at All Japan on the 31st at the Budokan, which they can't do, I think that's where Noah has. I think that's where there's like a Japanese like event every year. Maybe that's where that thing is hosted, the Red and White Song Festival. Maybe I don't know. I might have that wrong, but either way, if it was at Budokan the 31st, had to have it All Japan, that would be a tough choice because as you're going to hear when we get to Champion Carnival, I'm actually liking All Japan more than Noah this year, and it's a weird like thing. It feels like where only one of them could be good at one time or something. It's like the moment All Japan turns things around, Noah has to go in the toilet. But not that I really loved Noah last year either, but they were better than they've been this year so far. But yeah, there still would have been a tougher decision because, even if by the end of the year I'm still liking All Japan more than Noah, which is not a guarantee either, Budokan might have won it out over Yogi, even though those are two very cool venues. But Yogi versus Yokohama Buntai, even though I've never been to Yokohama Buntai, everybody complains about that venue. It's not considered a good venue at all. It looks crappy on TV, and the sound does not carry on TV. And I've heard from people who've been there; it's really the same when you're there in person. And on top of everything else, besides Yogi being a very cool venue that I only get to go to once a year for this All Japan show, although actually I'm going to for Stardom now for the Conversion too. But anyway, the Yogi's a cool venue, but it's also much closer to Korakuen Hall, where I'll be coming from the Ice Ribbon show, the Ribbon Mania show on December 31st. So that makes it no contest. It's like I'm already going to get to one of these shows late. I might as well just even though I think the Noah show starts an hour later, I might as well just go to the All Japan show at Yogi late again, like I did this past year, then go all the way out to fucking Yokohama to go to Yokohama Buntai for Noah. And again, these Noah big shows suck, so that doesn't exactly make the decision any harder either. But it's disappointing though, because I would have gone to Noah Budokan again, and they moved it to fucking Buntai. And running head to head at All Japan for some reason. I don't know. Maybe Buntai wasn't available on January 1st, but just a weird decision. I'll probably go to the Korakuen though, I guess. I mean, Noah Korakuens are definitely better than their big shows, that's for fucking sure. After the intermission, because the intermission was here, we got Shinjiro Otani coming out afterwards. Always great to hear his theme music, and he was very moved by the fans chanting his name in Ryogoku again, because this is a building 01 used to run all the time back in the day, so he's been here many times. But yeah, these 90 seconds of the fans chanting for him and him being moved, by far the best thing on the show, certainly at this point. Then we had another crappy match, which was the Naramichi Marufuji and Kano defeating the Good Brothers, Carl Anderson and Doc Gallows, Marufuji pinning Gallows in 10 minutes and 50 seconds. Every time I see the Good Brothers in Noah, all I can think is, thank God New Japan didn't bring these guys back again. Jesus Christ. Like, they did something right with that, at least. Because they'd probably be in House of Torture, too. Which is like, that's just what House of Torture would be, is two more guys who can't... Oh, one more guy who can't work for sure. Carl Anderson was all right. Marufuji, the best part of this match by far, before the match, Marufuji's getting his intro, and he fires off these little finger guns at the Good Brothers while going bang, bang, bang. That was fucking funny. I laughed. Marufuji was being like bang, bang, bang as the Good Brothers. Is really funny. Carl Anderson looked a lot skinnier here than I remembered. Even at the start of the year, too. I don't know, like he not keeping up with the diet or something.
I believe he might be on some GLP-1 medications, is what it appears.
I don't know. Was he fat before this? I don't remember being fat. He just looked less built than ever or something. It was very, very weird.
He looks like extremely skinny.
Yeah. This is yet another bad match in a seemingly never-ending series of them. Boring and heatless. I know I was shocked the Good Brothers couldn't turn the show around for me, but Kano finally made a comeback to get the crowd into things a little bit. Gallows went so long in this match without taking a single bump. He had not taken a bump yet. Kano gave him a big boot in the corner during his comeback, and he just kind of wobbled and fell over. I thought that was the funniest non-bump he took. Marufuji, though, finally gave him a front suplex. So his bump count went to 1. Yeah. And then Marufuji pinned him with a roll-up out of nowhere after escaping the Magic Killer. This was pretty fucking bad. 1 star. Carl Anderson tried, but Doc Gallows looked goddamn fucking horrible.
So I actually like this match.
Okay. Wow.
I as someone who has seen the pits of hell with the Good Brothers before, they were trying here, and to see them and call it out when they're not trying, I feel like I have to give them credit when I do see effort put in. And Doc didn't take a bunch of bumps maybe, but he was moving around the ring, and I don't know. There's something about it that just resonated with me in a certain way. I think Keno's strikes were really good in this one. I think Marufuji and Carl had some good chemistry together. The Good Brothers were trying to put together double team moves. There was effort and intention there, and I think the psychology was good. So they're yeah, after seeing the Good Brothers coast and do house show matches on Raw or at your local indies and stuff like that, I have seen them have so much worse performances and seen them do way less than this. So I feel everybody worked hard in this match, and so I guess that's what I noticed more than anything. Yeah, they didn't revolutionize tag team wrestling or anything like that, but it didn't feel the same phoned in Good Brothers match that you'd get at an NWA taping or something like that,
Yeah, I don't know. I just thought it was pretty. I thought it was pretty bad, and the crowd not giving a shit didn't help either. So, the next match, the end of the LTJ versus Team 2000X All Out battle. Ozawa pinning Tetsuya Naito in 18 minutes and 12 seconds with a backslide. So I heard going in that Naito looked really awful here. Everybody was writing another round of obituaries for him, so I knew it must have been really bad. I did see a couple GIFs too, which ended up being the 2 worst spots in the match by far. But this is where I'm going to get on my fucking, whatever, my soapbox or island and say, I didn't think it was that horrible. I don't know. Maybe it was because everything else on the show up to this point was so fucking heatless, especially, and the crowd did at least give a fuck about this match. At some points, they really gave a fuck about it. For all of its other flaws, that I didn't think it was as horrible as the stuff that came before, even with the obvious blown spots. The video package did a great job making it seem like a big deal. The jazzy, I liked the jazz music over it was really cool. It was very, very good video pack. Noah does great video packages.
Yeah.
I don't know why Ozawa had the grainy black and white entrance filter here, like he's in the fucking shitty WWE version of the NWO back in the day. That was really weird. I don't know if they do that all the time from now. They didn't do it on the Korakuen, so I guess not. But it was okay, he's in black and white now. He's in the NWO, everybody. I did think the lack of pop and maybe 3 people chanting for Naito for his entrance was really sad already. But they did still call his name a lot when the music stopped, and they were still into him during the match. So maybe it's just that theme song isn't over. I don't know.
It's not as good of a theme song as the original LIJ.
Yeah. I mean, it kind of grew on me, to be honest. But yeah, the crowds don't seem to react to it. There was a big split chant for both guys at the bell, probably more for Ozawa, though. I thought the early interactions before they really had to do anything, I thought Naito, knowing Ozawa was going to try and copy his laying on the mat pose and immediately trying to pin him, was really funny. Greatly enjoyed that spot. They did some basic outside brawling, mostly Ozawa bumping all over the place. The hanging neck breaker he took over the railing had a particularly nasty landing, so he was trying really hard to make something out of this. The problem is when Naito was slowly working Ozawa over back in the ring, selling has never really been his strong point. He's not a really good seller at all. So since Naito obviously can't take a lot and can't bump a lot or anything, that wasn't a good combo really. But I just didn't really think it had been that bad at this point. I mean, Naito managed to do a sunset flip just fine. I never heard. No one mentioned that. Like he did a sunset flip just fine. And for all of his faults, he's still a lot better at selling than his opponent is. He was still doing some good Naito selling. But then we got the spinning DDT against the rope spot. I saw a bunch of times already, but then the flipping DDT out the corner looked okay. They threw some weak forms at each other for a while. Ozawa licked up Naito's spit, which was just gross. Ozawa then did Naito's own corner sweep combo, which of course he can't even do anymore. So I like that little taunting move there. He had his spinning splash, not his actual finisher, and Naito kicked out at 1, which I thought was funny. I was like, yeah, hell yeah, Naito kicking out at 1. He had a spine buster. This was fucking funny. Again, nobody mentioned this part. So he stumbled and fell trying to pull Ozawa back to his feet, which looked bad, but then he hit his cleanest looking Destino in eons, which is really funny. This match where everybody's like, oh, he's done. That was the best Destino he's hit in fucking 2 years probably. Yoshitatsu pulled the ref out, though. Everyone from both units ran in. Naito went for Destino again, but Ozawa blocked it and just turned it into a front slam. That was a cool-looking counter. And again, the crowd was way more into this than anything else on the show, except maybe I guess the junior title match they're probably more into actually. Ozawa, but definitely anything up to this point. Ozawa missed his flash. Bushi missed at him. Naito went for Destino again. It kind of turned it into the roll-up, which I couldn't tell if that was what he was going for. It was a botch. But either way, it got 2 and didn't look that bad. Then he went for it again, and this was the spot that also got jiffed to hell. We kept just falling down, trying to get up for it. I think, honestly, and this has been a pattern where I've seen this in multiple matches of his in the last few years, it's actually harder for him to do a quote-unquote missed Destino or a countered Destino where he's going to get reversed than it is for him to do the actual move. He seems to have a higher success rate with just doing the move than he does with trying to do the move but knowing it's going to get blocked. Trying to not do the move. I don't know how else to put it. Which obviously Ozawa was supposed to reverse it here and that somehow get the pin. And instead he just ends up, they just give up and he just backslided him, which obviously looked horrible and the crowd booed. Just like they booed the springboard DDT that fucked up. But yeah, that's the end of the match. Obviously this wasn't good. But given all the anti-hype I heard, I expected far worse. I would rather watch this match. And again, I understand Naito fanboy. I get it. I'd rather watch this match 1,000 times over than ever watch that Bushi versus Ju Masuoka match again. I mean, this really wasn't that bad, I thought. I went 2 1/4. A below average match. Compared to the parade of heatless and boring and nothing matches before this. Again, I did not think this was that bad. It wasn't good. You can't call it good given all the botches, but I didn't think it was as bad as people were saying. So,
yeah, I'm one of those guys that a botch or two doesn't kill a match for me, depending on how important it was, in the match. But yeah, I didn't think it was that bad, but I think it was also a proof of concept that we don't need Naito in the N1 this year.
Oh, because, yeah. I'd be fucking shocked. If he's in that thing, they're out of their minds.
Yeah, because, the fans were booing, whenever he would fuck up stuff. And so if you got him wrestling, 2 to 3 matches a week, and he's fucking up that type of stuff, it's going to kind of kill off the last little bit of goodwill that he has left at this point. I don't think this match was, I don't think it was terrible. But I think Naito just has to rework a lot of stuff. There's still certain things that he does well, and he is still capable of movements. It's just tornado DDTs and the Destino are not in his wheelhouse anymore. And
well, he had his cleanest Destino in forever in this match, though. I guess it's just too unpredictable. They definitely need to never fucking do a spot where the Destino gets reversed again because that always fucks up.
Yeah, and he's got enough tools that he can do other things. I mean, my favorite spot of his is whenever he does the wrist clutch and he does the elbows to the back of the head. Those look incredible. And he can do that until he's 70 years old because he doesn't have to move. All he has to do is just swing his armpit and his elbow at the back of someone's neck. That's the kind of stuff he should be leaning into more because like he doesn't have to use his knees for that. So like, yeah, like there's still mileage to be gotten out of Naito. It's just if Naito can put things together to actually do it. Like there's a route for him to be a successful like old wrestler. It's just he's aging right now and like his style has not caught up with his age yet.
Yeah. No, he's a very, very, very stubborn man. I think everybody pretty much knows that. I thought it was weird when Shane Hayes like flipped him off on the fucking marquee after he won the match. Did you catch that?
No.
And it was like, what did Shane Hayes? I got to get the dirt on that because I'm pretty sure Naito put him over in a fucking G1 match one year recently, not that long ago.
Yes,
like,
it was the 20. I think it was 2023. Yeah.
Yeah. So what did Shane Hayes beef with Naito?
He's shooting his own angle, set up a title match because Naito draws the houses, so he wants to work with Hogan.
But yeah, I don't know. Just Naito, like you kind of said, frustratingly, he just needs to change his style, and he just won't do it. But I don't know. I still didn't hate this that much. Everybody can call me a Naito homer all they want. I know. I didn't really hate this. All the fucking obituaries I read in all these group chats and Slacks and Discords. I'm just like, I didn't even think it was close to the worst match on this fucking show. At least the fucking crowd still gave a shit, which is more you can say with this entire fucking undercard before that.
It wasn't the worst Naito match. Like, and I'm not a Naito lifer. Like, I'm not in love with the man. Like, he's had a lot of matches that I like, but like, I'm not going to go to bat for him if he didn't still have it. And like, if it's any consolation, like, I don't think the match was that terrible. Like, it wasn't a good match, but it wasn't terrible. And there is still something there with him. It's just him finding it.
Yeah, he needs to change the style, that's for sure. Afterwards, Ozawa complained about not getting the main event despite winning some kind of fan poll, and then invited Naito to help him change Nova, which he says is corrupt, and he wants LTJ to operate as like a Team 2000X subunit, I guess. Now, I don't know if this is going anywhere or it's just Ozawa doing word saying, because as far as I can tell, there was no follow-up on that May 5th Korakuen I just watched. I mean, the two units did not interact at all. So, unless there was something backstage that I didn't see or something. I mean, I'm trying to look right now at the... I don't see anything about like a backstage thing or something.
I don't think there was any follow-up on the Shinjuku Face show either.
Yeah, so I don't know where that's going, if anywhere. I mean, so one of the things with Noah where a lot of stuff people just say shit. So I don't know. They do that in New Japan too, but it just really seems like I'm thinking Noah.
Can I say something real quick?
What?
Yeah, that was the one part of the match that I did hate, though, was that Ozawa beat him with a backslide, and then he cut this like 5-minute promo, and Naito was like laying on his back like he had just been shot like the whole time. And I'm like, brother, you lost to a backslide. Like, you did not take a move to end the match. Like, why are you still laying there? Like, this man is disrespecting you. Like, get up and fight.
Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of weirdness all around, so. Then we had the GHC Junior Heavyweight title match. Dragon Bane beated Amakusa in 14:33 with the Bane Twister. That was a big surprise to me. I mean, I somehow was not spoiled on this. I was spoiled on the main event and on practically everything else, but I did not get spoiled on this somehow. But yeah, Bane beat him, so Amakusa fails in his V3, and Dragon Bane becomes the 61st champion. Amakusa had held this title since January 1st, of course. So this is one of those matches where if I tried to recap it spot for spot, I could never do it justice. They just did nonstop moves and counters and dives and everything else under the sun. It absolutely ruled. There's this incredibly beautiful shooting star press from Dragon Bane with some wild hang time. That was a particular highlight. There was also this top rope poison Rana from Bane to Amakusa, which was obviously crazy. And then Bane finally hit his finish after Amakusa had been able to block it at least twice before. They hit Santa Maria, but Amakusa kicked out. And then Bane followed up with this wild spinning electric chair drop to win, which I guess is the Bane Twister, and became a double champion because he also holds the GHC Junior Tag titles with Alejandro. Crazy spot fest. Actually had a good amount of psychology behind it too. Awesome match. 4 1/4. Definitely loved it. And then Eita came out to challenge afterwards. So yes, it's this and the main event, which I also liked a lot, although not as much as some people I think, but I did like it a lot. they both saved the show from like worst major show of the year territory. So
Yeah, I mean, it was fantastic. Like, I think Amaxa is amazing in the sense that he's one of Noah's greatest success stories of the last 5 years or so, but also one of the biggest failures because they could have pushed this man to the moon and he could have been like one of the biggest stars like in the company. And it feels like even with him being like a multi-time like junior champion, like it feels like they haven't even like scratched the surface on like what all he could have been or could be right now. Like he's genuinely like one of the best wrestlers in the world right now, and they've just never taken him beyond like being a junior heavyweight champion. Like I remember a year or two ago when he challenged Dr. Wagner Jr. for the the GHC national title, and I was like, if they have like any faith in this man, he will beat him and win the national title. And then he didn't win the national title, and like I don't know. It's really frustrating. Like I wish they would like go all the way with him. Like he's someone like a Daiki Otoshima type that even though he's like undersized, like he's so over and he's so talented. Like I don't think fans would be upset if they pushed him to like a national title level or like maybe even a heavyweight title level. But like they haven't even really, attempted that. So like it's really frustrating, but no, like the match was fantastic.
Ada came out to challenge afterward. Everybody get excited. Then we had the main event, the GHC heavyweight title. Shane Haste defeating Yoshiki Inamura in 31-42 with the Bomb Valley Death is what they're calling the move he beat him with. It could be a mistranslation. I don't know. Could just be Death Valley Bomb.
That's what they're calling it. Yeah,
they're calling it Bomb Valley Death. Okay.
Yeah, because, like it's a Death Valley bomb, but like inverted, kind of. So,
yeah. That makes sense. So yes, not only did Shane Haste Slapjack win this title, he became the 50th GAC heavyweight champion. This makes it so much funnier to me that Shane, this goofy looking dude, who's like literally his fucking photo on the Noah website is goofy looking, is the 50th all-time Global Honor Crown heavyweight champion. It's kind of fucking funny. We'll see how it goes, I guess, but it's definitely one of the more random choices to win a GHC heavyweight title. Inamura, he'd held this title since November 8th, almost 6 months, but he failed in his 7th defense here. Now, interestingly, 7 defenses, if he had made the 7th defense, which I assume most people probably expect him to do before he lost here, it would have moved his reign into a 4-way tie for 5th place all time. It would have been tied with Musawa's 3rd and final reign from late 06 to early 08, Nakajiba's 1st reign from 2016 to 2017, and Kaito Kiyomiya's 3rd and to this point final reign, maybe final ever at this rate, from 2024 that Ozawa, of course, famously ended at the start of 2025. Ozawa himself also made 6 defenses, so on the other hand, maybe it's fitting that Inamura, also got beaten in his V7, since they seem to be like positioned as historical rivals or generational rivals now. Although we'll talk about that more when we get to the Korakuen. But yeah, kind of cool that Haste was wearing both White Raven Squad and TMDK stuff coming out. The announcers completely ignored the TMDK part, which I thought was funny. And Kenta, too, didn't translate the TMDK part during the post-match, which I thought was also really funny. Not a ton happened through the first 5 minutes. It was a decent, if slightly uninteresting start. The first big bump of the match saw Inamura trying some like dive up the apron, only to basically be shoved in the railing in what looked like a nasty landing. What I liked about, I don't know, I thought this match, I heard this match like typed up by the Noah fans. I'd say the people who really, really love Noah and the Voice Wrestling Discord, especially, as like a, I don't know, like a 4.5 star plus match. It felt a tad overrated to me compared to that. I was watching a week late and spoiled though, so maybe that's why. There was a spot where Inamura broke Haste's grip when he had him in a crossface or whatever to yell like, "I am champion!" in his face, where I was like, oh, that's so corny. Please fucking stop that NXT bullshit. Haste, though, just kind of no-sold it, immediately gave him a Uranage, so that was good. Good job by Haste, just completely ignoring that bullshit. Very nice coast-to-coast dropkick by Haste, too. Honestly, I thought he outperformed Inamura in this match by kind of a lot. The closing stretch, though, Inamura was really good in the closing stretch. putting his last stand up, just like battering Haste with lariats. But Haste eventually was able to put him away with the Bomb Valley Death. And you could tell the crowd was absolutely stunned at the result. But yeah, I like this enough to go 4 stars flat. It was really, really good. I'm not saying it wasn't really, really good. The Noah people don't have to come at me with pitchforks. But I just thought it did feel a tad overhyped to me for some of the reactions I was reading. But it was still really good. Still enjoyed it a lot. But yeah, 4 stars. That's where I was at.
Yeah, like I thought the work in the match was fantastic. The only thing that like was a major detraction for me was Shane's selling. Like at a lot of times, like you could see him like calling spots, or like he just had this look on his face of like he was thinking about like what to do next kind of a deal. Like he was kind of wrestling like an experienced veteran that's like, okay, we got to get through this, and like an expression of like focus versus like being in the moment and just allowing things to like sit and like sell them properly. So like I thought like the way they moved throughout the match and like their interactions were like fantastic. It was just like if you would ever see Shane's face, like you could see in his eyes, he had like a million things on his mind, and he wasn't thinking about like, oh, I need to be like holding my head or holding my back or selling anything to any major like degree there. But yeah, no, it was a really good match. I enjoyed that a lot.
But yeah, the undercard was just so bad. The last 2 matches couldn't save it entirely. Like I said, just kept it out of worst major show of the year contender territory for me. It's better than the January 1st show because the January 1st show just had 1 great match. This one had 2. And at least the January 1st show also had an awful main event, and this show had a great main event. But the undercard of this show was so horrible. Just did not make me want to rush out and watch more Noah, that's for sure. Although I immediately watched more Noah, so what am I talking about? Kenta translated his post-match promo. That was cute. And then Hayes challenged him in the middle of that, which was a cool moment, I thought. But yeah, just not a good show. Did not enjoy. It sounds like you liked it more than I did, though.
Yeah, I think I enjoyed the undercard more, and we probably landed about the same when it comes to the major, like the main events. So, yeah, like I thought it was a solid overall show. I wasn't particularly surprised that Haste won. It feels like he's not going to have the belt for very long, and I wouldn't be surprised if Kenta won. I mean, I think his performance was great, and like I'm not going to be upset if he's in the N1, and I wouldn't be upset if he beat Kenta and held on to it for a little bit. But it feels like a nice way to get the belt off of Inamura without burning off like a major like Kenta Inamura match.
And he already beaten everybody anyway.
Right, yeah. So it felt just like a soft kind of landing to the plane.
Yeah. So then we have the Noah May 5th Korakuen from a few days later. So there was also a May 3rd Shinjuku Face show. I didn't watch that. Did you watch that?
I kind of skimmed it. Most of the stuff seemed pretty good. Nothing really majorly eventful when it comes to like angles or anything like that. They did like a Naito and Bushi versus Inamura. I think it was Keno, maybe tag match. So it looked like they might have set up like some Naito and like Inamura stuff for like later on. But
so this Korakuen show was 1,302 attendance, a big bounce back from them after doing 1,012 and 1,021 their last 2 Korakuen dates. Not quite up to the previous highs of like the 1,400, 1,600 they were doing though, but definitely bounce back. I skipped a couple of these matches just for the interest of time because I was trying to get through so much. We recorded again. So just 2 of these matches I skipped. So I'll let you know if you have any. I'll ask you if you have any thoughts. The first one, the opener I skipped, was Kano and Amakusa beating Eita and Black Mensoray. Kano pinning Mensoray in 541. Anything of note about this?
I debated like kayfabing you because I also skipped those matches, but part of me wanted to be like, oh yeah, no, you missed the best Black Mensoray match in like 5 years, John. Like you got to go back and watch it. But I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do the bit.
Match 2 I did watch, which was Naito, Bushi, and Ryosei defeating the young boy team of Surya Takahashi and Yuto Koyanagi. It was Bushi pitting Koyanagi in 635. Or he submitted him, I guess. But yeah, good little young boy versus veterans, and also Ryusei, who's also a young boy match. So I mean, Naito didn't really do anything, but Bushi was actually up to trying. He did quite a bit here, and Maybe he was up trying to make up for his all-time horrible match with Ryogoku. But I thought this was fine. Like a 3-star match. It was all right. The 8-man tag, which I assume you also skipped like I did, which was Nabu Soya, Yuki Ino, Daiki Otoshima, and Super Crazy, beating Fujita, Yone, Kotogi, and Hajime Ohara. It was Soya pinning Ohara in 8:32. Unless you watched it. Did you shock me and actually watch it?
I did not. The make or break factor, I think, was super crazy. I was like, I can't. I can't devote any more time in my life to super crazy matches.
The rest of the show, though, I watched. How about you?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. So the next match was the 10-man tag. Yoshiki Inamura, Carl Anderson, Doc Gallows, and the Kid Lycos pair defeating Team 2000X, which was Ozawa, Sugiura, Null, Tadasuke, and Ju Masuoka in 9:25. It was Inamura pinning Masuoka. Ozawa, according to the announcers, Ozawa was shooting on Inamura's title reign, pointing out he was the bigger draw than him as champion, and that's the setup for their singles match next week. Okay, buddy. Very, very Russo-esque here, yelling about who the bigger draw was. Extremely rare that I can say that Gallows and Null are the highlight of a match, but the match had been nothing until the two of them got in the ring and simply like ran into each other, and the crowd went nuts for that. So that was funny. But then Doc just kind of grabbed him and gave him a choke bomb, which kind of made him look like a dork. And then he took everybody's moves right after. I don't know if it's a good idea to dominate your big monster who has nothing else going for him besides being tall. But to be fair, he did get to hit Gallows with suplex reversal. So he got Gallows to take an actual bump. So that's always a rare thing. And then Ozawa and Inamura, they had a strangely awkward exchange after that. As I'm reminded, these two guys who are supposed to be these big generational rivals or whatever just have fucking like no chemistry together because they had no chemistry in their fucking match on January 1st either. And like, I don't know, Ozawa has way more chemistry with Kaito, who's been lost in the geek vortex. So like, I don't know, like Inamura is his big rival. It doesn't work because the two don't work well together at all. The Lycos boys did some nice little dives. Ozawa came in for another weirdly bad exchange with Inamura, where he basically just leapt into his arms so Inamura could slam him. That looked awful. And then Inamura put Masuoka away soon after. So yeah, weird match where basically everything besides the Ozawa Inamura exchanges was pretty fun, including even something involving Doc Gallows. But the Ozawa Inamura exchanges was the focus, and it was bad. So I went 2 1/4.
Yeah, the match wasn't much. Another point that I meant to get to when we were talking about the 2-on-1 handicap match with Null earlier was, do you know what the payoff to that was on the Shinjuku Face show?
Wow.
Marufuji pinned Null off of a flash cradle.
Okay. I guess they're just dumb with Null, I guess. I don't know.
Well, you would think, but then like he had a 2-on-1 squash win on the biggest, like the big show with everybody watching.
Yeah,
so
maybe Nosawa Rangai, whoever the fuck books his promotion now, or Kendo Kashin, or whoever the fuck. No, he wrestles for. Doesn't he wrestle for GLEAT now? I don't know. Whoever's booking this shit doesn't know what the fuck they're doing. I guess I don't know.
I just thought it was strange that the payoff to that 2-on-1 handicap match was Null dropping a fall on the next show to Marufuji, which like I understand we're trying to push Marufuji, but like did we have to sacrifice a tag team to Null for him to get pinned off a flash cradle? And like in this match, like he wasn't involved in the finish or anything, so it doesn't seem like they have like major expectations for him. So
yeah, I don't know. The next match was Shane Hayes and Tetsuya Endo beating Kenta and Katsumi Inahara. Katsumi Inahara, excuse me. They mistranslated the Noah site. Hayes beat Inahara in 10:51 with a lariat. This was whatever. It was all right, but didn't really have me waiting with bated breath for the Kenta versus Hayes title match next week. So nothing here that exciting. 2 3/4. I can give my rant about Endo again, but I won't do that because I don't know what the fuck we're doing with Endo.
I thought it was solid. I think Endo looked good. Like something, I don't know. Like I don't want to put my faith in Noah to any degree at this point because I've been burned too many times. But like it feels like there's something in the water with Endo, just with the way that like commentary's talking about him and the way that he's been shining a little bit in like these preview tag matches. Like I think there might be something. Finally, might be something like coming up for him. But I thought it was a solid match. I thought it was solid.
Yeah. The next match. Okay, so this was a weird one. Cage Match had it as hair versus unit, which also the Noah website has as hair versus unit. But the English announcers were saying it was hair versus hair. So I was like, okay, what is on the line here? I'm not really sure. Either way, though, it's fucking absurd because Masakid Miya's hair was the thing was supposed to be on the line against Kaito's unit of All Rebellion, which I guess was the thing on the line. The man has no hair. He has a fucking buzz cut, and like, just there's no hair on this man's head, and like practically no hair. How this is the least amount of hair I've ever seen a wrestler put on the line in a match where their hair was on the line. It's like it was completely fucking absurd. And when I first I thought they played it as a joke, and apparently everyone was telling Kaito you were crazy to put your unit on the line here against Master when he has no hair. But then Master was acting like he was humiliated afterwards, and I was like, buddy, you didn't lose anything. You got a buzz cut got slightly more buzzed. Like, what are we doing here? So it made no fucking sense. And I don't know what, I'm really, really far away from Cage Match on this match. And I guess also like the Noah Discord. I don't know what the fuck people were talking about this match being. Has like a 7.74 on Cage Match. I thought this match sucked. I mean, the crowd brawling here was boring as shit and felt like it went on forever. And then the no-sell spots in this match were so stupid. Like Kitamura, he fucking like misses a top rope senton where Kaito, I should say Kaito and Masa, because otherwise it gets confusing. Where Kaito rolls out of the way of a Masa top rope senton, and Masa like crashed into the mat so fucking hard, and just pops right up and like fucking no-sells it and smiles. I'm like, I don't think I've ever seen someone no-sell that, and it looked really, really bad to me. Then we got the ref bump, then the run-in start on both sides, the usual bullshit. Then we had Harutoki accidentally hitting his own partner Alejandro, and Alejandro's like, "Oh, I'm gonna turn on you," and he fucking acts like he takes his shirt off and he starts fucking posing, but then he fucking turns on them instead. I'm like, do people who like this like really feel nostalgic for like WCW in like '99 or something? Like, this is so stupid. And I still had no idea at this point their unit was on the line or not. I guess it was. The live crowd was really into all this, though. You do have to say that. Just like people should mention that when they fucking bury the house stuff, but half the time they don't. And the house stuff does suck a lot these days, but like nobody ever mentions when the Korakuen's going crazy for it. Kaito pops up with his like hair standing up and this stupid grin, and the crowd was going crazy, but I just thought it looked so stupid. And like Masa like no sells like 6 straight shining wizards, and then Kaito no sells a backdrop suplex and hits a tiger suplex for a 2 count. Like, they actually found a way to make me dislike a fucking no selling match in Japanese wrestling, which usually I think that stuff is awesome, but this was, I don't know, it was like so stupid. Like Masa no selling 6 straight shining wizards just looks so incredibly stupid. And then Kaito pinned him with his fucking elbow, which I don't even think is a good finish. And it's like after all that shit he no-so, he just pins him with an elbow? I don't know. And then Masa had to get his fucking non-hair shaved. I don't know. I thought like 2 stars. I thought this sucked. I thought it was stupid. I just didn't like anything about it. I couldn't believe the rating on Cage Match. And the Cage Match reviews were like, oh, Kaito's back. I'm like, he was still doing the Joker grin shit, which I think is so fucking corny and stupid looking. I don't get how this was Kaito back at all. I don't know. I just thought this sucked.
I think I'm somewhere in between because I don't think this is a Kaito's back moment, but I don't think there were aspects of it that I liked. I agree with the Masa no selling the senton. That is really stupid because like if we're no selling moves off the top rope, like what are we doing at this point?
Not even no selling moves at the top, no selling crashing the back of your body and the back of your head into the mat, which is arguably even worse. And he's just like, well, that doesn't hurt me. Like, why? Why does that not hurt you?
Yeah.
Like, at least I can sort of suspend my disbelief when wrestlers like pop up from moves and then do another move and then immediately start selling. Here I'm just like, I don't understand why that wouldn't hurt. It just looks so stupid.
Yeah, that's the kind of like shitty part of like no selling is like when stuff actually does hurt, because like I know that hurt, and so like for him to like he had to like numb his face of like, oh, I can't show that it hurt. And sort of like the same thing with like Kaito, like the no selling spots. I agree. Like I think it took me longer than most to get to this point of like tired of like him no selling and doing like the Prince of Madness or like whatever they call it. I think I'm finally there with the consensus of just like it doesn't work and there's like no payoff to it. Like it just feels like he wants to be Ibushi from like 2019, 2020. And like I'm sorry, but like Kaito is not Ibushi from that time frame. Like he can't pull it off the same way. Like it was extremely corny when Ibushi did it, but like Ibushi also like would follow it up with like some of the sickest knee strikes and like moonsaults and like just the craziest shit you ever saw. Kaito just kind of like stands there and takes it and then like gives forearms back. Like it's just very tame by comparison. Like I don't think it works or translates the same way.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't really get it. I didn't get the hype for this at all. I thought it was bad. So what else can I say, really? And again, I just could not get past the idea of a buzz cut being on the line either. Like he doesn't have any hair. Like what are we doing?
At least he shaved his eyebrows. Like that was pretty
I thought they were going to shave his beard.
I wish they would have done the beard too. Like I agree. Like it looks like more hair like when they finally shaved it off than like what I thought that he had. And like the eyebrows, like I was getting there like, okay, like this validated like the stipulation, but they needed to get that last little bit of the beard to be like, okay, like they've actually done something here.
And it's so funny to me to picture them being like, oh, we got to shave your beard off too. And kidding me and be like, not my fucking beard. No. Because that was the conversation backstage because someone had to have asked it. Been like, buddy, you don't have that much hair. We should shave the beard too. And he's like, I refuse. No. It's very, very funny.
So like I lost a hair versus hair match like last year around this time, and I didn't want to get my head like completely shaved. And so I grew out like this really shitty beard because like when I grow out a beard, like it doesn't look good. But like that's why I grew the beard out so much is I was like, yeah, like cut my hair, but like don't cut all of it. Like just give me like a normal like haircut or whatever because I got long hair. But I was like, shave the beard because that'll be like the satisfying part. And it was. I mean, like the people popped like when the beard shaving like happened. So like
that's funny.
If you don't have any hair or like you don't want to go all the way with getting your hair like completely cut off, like you have to do the beard because like that's the little like that's the cherry on top, you know?
Yeah.
Like that completely changes like how you look. So
I think the announcers mentioned it too, which I was like, that made it even worse. The English announcer had a rough night. Main event was the GHC national title. Naomichi Marufuji beating Alpha Wolf in 24-17. Somehow this is only Alpha Wolf's second defense. Wow. Marufuji, because it felt like he had this belt for a million years. And then Marufuji became the 20th champion. I don't even remember how long exactly it was. Let me look this up. Because this title is so weird anyway. So let's see. Alpha Wolf won this title. It was on January 1st. I guess it wasn't as long as I thought. Yeah, he won it from his brother Dragon Bane in that horrible match where he turned heel back. I should have remembered this considering I was there. January 1st at Nippon Budokan. He made his one and only defense January 25th against Daga, and then went all the way to May 5th where he lost it finally. Okay. So this started with a lot more slow motion crowd brawling, which again, I feel like I've been watching over and over and over, not even just in Noah, like in every Japanese men's promotion now. But by the way, are you excited for more Team 2000X interference? I know I was at this point, and that's what we got, baby. More of it. And again, I heard this match was so great, and I felt super overhyped at this point in the match. But it did turn around a lot after that. I will give them that. So Marufuji hits this really nice Tope Con Hilo on Wolf and the whole Geek crew he had out there with him. And that was very legitimately impressive at his age. The crowd did go crazy for it. They did a chop exchange where, Marufuji usually throws some really hard chops. I feel like his were not even like sounding that loud. I don't know if it was like Wolf's like fucking suspenders or, his singlet, like just absorbing some of the sound. Wolf's were sounding really, really hard though. So Wolf fired back with some really, really, really loud chops. We got more ref pole running nonsense for the 20-minute call. But Kano took everybody except Wolf out. Wolf got something of a visual pin on Marufuji, but the ref slow to get back in. And then we got a nice closing stretch that was thankfully free of the Team 2000X bullshit. If I had a complaint here, I thought Wolf maybe overdid the one count kick-outs a little bit. And I thought the actual finish, what Marufuji kind of this weak like slam takedown thing into the guillotine to put Wolf out felt a little flat, everything else they did. But overall, I still liked it. The usual Noah bullshit aside, I went like 3 3/4. Very good match.
Yeah, I thought it was really solid, and I think it's just really bizarre to see like the sort of resurgence from Marufuji. Like, there's a couple of guys, like as we'll get to with like Suzuki and DDT. Like, there's a couple of old guys that are like, I don't know if there's just like a mindset or like a consensus of like, okay, we're wrapping up, so like I gotta play out like the last, the fourth quarter like real hard, or like what it is. But like Marufuji was moving a lot better than what I've seen like in recent years. I mean, he did like a couple dives in this match and stuff, and they all looked good. It wasn't like he just barely pulled it off. It was like he cleared the ropes on like everything that he did. So yeah, just like surprising, but like, yeah, solid, like really solid.
Then we got, oh no, that's it. That's the main event. What am I talking about? Afterwards, Marufuji celebrates. Then Tadasuke of all people comes out to challenge. Why not, I guess. But yeah, this show is definitely, I mean, what I watched of it anyway was definitely better than the Ryogoku show. I can't say it had me counting down the minutes so I could watch more Noah though. So, Noah's kind of in a weird place right now. It's all I can really say.
I feel like you can say that about almost any point, like in Noah history, and it's fairly applicable.
Yeah, I mean they had their moments, obviously, but
yeah, they can never get it all right at once. Like, something has to be shit.
I mean, their peak was pretty great, but I guess they like still had kind of nothing undercards, but yeah, I don't know. That was kind of just wrestling in general at the time, though. People the idea of like these stacked cards, like from opener to main event, is a pretty recent invention. I feel like so.
Yeah, all thanks to AEW.
No, I mean New Japan too in the 2010s. I feel like it was Ring of Honor too, kind of.
Yeah, that was me trolling, John.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, AEW invented good wrestling, John. Didn't you know?
That is true. I didn't even get the joke, so I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I just didn't mean to no sell you. It's a good joke. The only good wrestling promotion, AEW. Pro Wrestling Noah, what is coming up next week, May 13th, actually this week, this coming Wednesday, from Korakuen Hall. So the show has the GHC heavyweight title match, Shane Hayes defending against Kenta. Has Yoshiki Inamura versus Ozawa one-on-one. Just a match, I guess. I don't think there's any stakes there. We have a Tiger Mask guest appearance, which I guess he's making the rounds because he's retiring soon, because he also has a guest appearance announced next month for Dragon Gate, as I'll get to when I do the Dragon Gate solo review later. But yeah, tag match here, Kano and Tiger Mask against Narumichi Marufuji and Alejandro. Then we have really nothing else in the show. A 10-man tag with Team 2000X. Naito and Bushi against Amakusa and Blackman Saray. I guess that's kind of interesting. A 3-way 6-man with, I don't know, Kaito, Harutoki, and Yuto Koinagi against Endo, Hayata, and Inahara against the Lycos brothers and Midori Takahashi. The Manabu Soya Yuki Ino team faces Eita and Shuji Kondo. And apparently Ryusei and Hiroto Surya are going to have a best of 3. Oh, okay. That's something, I guess. But yeah, not the most thrilling card here. I mean, I guess Kenta versus Haste is okay. I just didn't. Their tag match did not make me want to count down the days for it or anything. And Ozawa and Nitamura sounds okay. I mean, this show is not sold out or anything, by the way, because it's only a few days away. I'm looking at the Korakuen ticket sales on Lost in Ticket. The only thing that's sold out is the ladies' seats. So the A and B regulars sections are in full availability, and the SS and S, which is like, the top sections, are on a few remaining. But for those sections, I'm going to be sold out when they're the smallest ones, is not very good. So yeah, doesn't look like a great house for Noah. Maybe they'll sell them all in the last minute. I don't know, but so far it doesn't look like this is going to draw any kind of big house. So, but yeah, there is your Noah talk, which was pretty negative, but I mean, wasn't really feeling Noah this week. What do you want me to tell you? Can only call him how I see him, as the kids say. The kids don't say that, actually. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Up next, we have All Japan, a promotion I have been enjoying for a change. Although these 2 nights of Champion Carnival we're going to talk about here, one of them I really didn't like that much. One of them was like their weakest by far. But it was the last two nights of the Champion Carnival in the round robin stage. So the first one was on Sunday, May 3rd from the Light Cube Utsunomiya in Tochigi. This was night 8. I did a crowd of 670 people. Again, only watched the carnival matches, so to give some non-carnival results very quickly. The opener was Zion beating Shota Kofuji in 5:43. Match 2 was Kento Miyahara, Rei Saito, Daisuke Sekimoto, and Ryo Inoue beating Shotaro Ashino, Hokuto Omori, Musashi, and Seki Yoshioka. It was Rei pinning Yoshioka in 7:48 with a choke slam. Our first carnival match, so it was Kuma Arashi beating Yuma Anzai in just 1:54 by referee stoppage. So Anzai was already limping, making his entrance, basically selling an ankle injury that apparently came from the match the night before. He went down selling the ankle right after the opening lockup, and Kuma Arashi went right after it, of course. He stomped on it a few more times, and the ref just stopped the match and awarded to Arashi. I made the executive decision not to rate this match, mostly because, it was barely a match. It was more of an angle. I didn't want to affect anybody's fucking averages, which are important to me and probably nobody else. But yeah, the big news, of course, is Anzai had to pull out at this point. So, because of this ankle injury. Now, I strongly suspect, nobody told me this, I didn't read this as a scoop or anywhere, but I strongly suspect this injury is probably a work, and to take him out of the tournament and give him an excuse to not make the semifinals. Maybe even had to go do some bachelorette fucking media or something. Who knows? But yeah, I suspect this was an excuse for him not to make the semifinals because he's already announced as being back next Sunday, May 17th, at the Champion Carnival final show. He's in a fucking tag match on that show. So just given the fact that he's been back from this so fast, this screams work to me. So yeah, that's kind of what I'm figuring. I think it's just give him a kayfabe excuse to not make the Final Four when he's obviously one of the more pushed commodities.
So was this supposed to be his last black match?
No. So he had to forfeit his last match to Rei Saito that would have happened on the Korakuen.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, still either way, I do feel like it was a work. Like, I feel like it was a way to keep him out of the finals that he didn't have to drop falls to, like, multiple people. Yeah, it definitely feels like a work.
Yeah, totally. Match number 4 was Go Shiozaki defeating Kengo Mashimo in 1923 with the powerful lariat. Thought it was very slow pace to start with them just kind of trading holds, just nothing that interesting. We got some hard chops on the floor, which got both mine and the crowd's attention. Go worked on his leg after that, which kind of put things back in neutral, unfortunately. They went back to the hard chops as we approached the 10-minute call, but I just thought this was like so slow. Just wasn't really working for me. The finishing stretch was a bit more interesting. Go had some very good selling. The crowd got behind him too. And they finally picked up the speed right before the finish with a fun but very brief no-sell sequence, and then Go put him away. So I thought this was a little too slow and boring to say it was anything more than fine. Maybe they just had a lot of time to fill, given that the Anzai match ended up being this weird under 2-minute angle. But yeah, just, there was enough good stuff here that I didn't hate it or anything. It was like 3 stars. It was a fine little match, but nothing I would recommend, especially for that long.
Yeah, I think Go might be my MVP of the tournament. Like, I'd have to, like, sit and look over everything all at once, but, like, I've loved most of the Go stuff, most of the Kento stuff, and Anzai, like, I feel like Anzai's maybe under-delivered just a little bit, but Aoyagi has been great, like, but yeah, pretty much everything Go has touched, like, in this tournament has been, like, gold for me. So, like, solid, but, like, good solid.
Match 5 was Seigo Tachibana, Hyo Ogawa, and Nobuhiko Kimura beating Dan Tamura, Yuma Aoyagi, and Atsuki Aoyagi. So they've been doing all these hype matches. The fucking junior title match isn't even on the Ryogoku show, which is so funny to me. Like, this is like the longest build to a junior title match in wrestling history.
This is probably the most previewed match that's, like, ever happened.
But yeah, Tachibana pinned Tamura in 12:04 the Yankee Hammer. Match 6, Champion Carnival A block. Talos beat Odyssey in 12:18 with the Ride the Lightning Daddy. They did a big lockup stalemate to start, which makes sense. You know, two big dudes and all that. Then they started trading blows. The super slow running back and forth attacks after that looked pretty bad, though. I thought the crowd was like shockingly dead for this, given how into the big dudes all Japan crowds usually are. But they didn't seem to be the hottest crowd in general for a lot of this night, to be honest. So they did make some noise here or there, I guess. Just nothing like I would have expected. Talos hit a pretty nice top rope clothesline, but then we immediately followed that up with some uninteresting outside brawling. And you'll never believe this, but because All Japan loves doing the spot on every fucking show. But Odyssey tried to charge at Talos against the post, and Talos moved out of the way, and Odyssey ran into the post. Haven't seen that exact spot like 100 times in this tour already. Sometimes it actually hits, sometimes it misses, but they've done that fucking charge of the post a million fucking times. Then Talos eventually won it with the choke slam. I thought this could have been much worse, honestly. I thought it was okay. I might actually be coming around on your position that Talos is actually kind of good, because there have been way worse Odyssey matches for sure. So I went like 2 3/4. This is okay.
I think you're underselling like the finish there, where Odyssey came off for a crossbody and Talos caught him in midair. And
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah,
That was good.
that was like, I cringed out of my mind, like watching him step back with Odyssey in his arms. I was like, this man is going to break his fucking leg in a million pieces right now. And he kept it together. Like, that is one of the reasons why I love Talos, is because like that is the scariest thing to watch, because like that is the easiest way to get hurt, is like trying to catch someone off of something and like stepping like while holding someone. Like, oh my god, like it's horrifying. And so the fact that he was able to like pull off the slam, and like the body slam actually looked pretty good off of it, I thought was incredible. And so yeah, like Talos is one of my favorite guys in the Champions Carnival too, just because like, yeah, I mean he's just amazing. Like his charisma is like off the charts, and like he's just such a solid worker.
Semi-main event was Hideki Suzuki defeating Madoka Kikuta in 13:48. Hideki hitting a dropkick at the bell, not something you see every day. They spilled out to the floor. They've got in each other's faces, going to like a stalemate of sorts. Good intensity from both guys, I thought. They stalled for a bit too long after that, arguing over who should let who get back in the ring, though. It's such a weird match. I'm almost not even sure how to rate it. Like, they had this like simmering dislike between the two of each other, which kind of kept me interested even when they weren't really doing anything. Like, they really seemed like they fucking hate each other. So they did a good job selling that. Or maybe they just really hate each other. I don't know. Then something got crazy for a second. Then it just ended with Hideki backslide after he ate this huge lariat from Kikuta. Then we got this wild brawl afterwards. There was sadly in complete silence because of Hideki's theme being muted. I just was, in the end, I just said it was fine. It was like 3 stars, but very weird match. High highs and low lows, I would say, for that match.
Yeah, I mean, to me, that's been the story of Hideki Suzuki's like whole career. Like, when he's on, he's really good, and when he's off, I feel like he's genuinely one of the worst wrestlers in like a major promotion that I've seen in a while. Because I thought about that when I was watching the main event of the DDT show, like the second round of King of DDT, when Hiroshima was with. Well, I mean, we'll get into it. Yeah. But like, I have like PTSD flashbacks of like Hideki Suzuki and Noah, and like just how terrible some of those matches were. And it's like, I think he's a good wrestler overall, but like when his stuff misses, like it's just indescribably bad. Like it's just boring, and like he doesn't do anything. Like, spoiler, that's how I feel about the main event of the DDT show. Is that was like a Hideki Suzuki like 2020 match, but like good, and like Hideki himself doesn't always hit with the types of matches that he tries to pull off.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's just it was a little weird match, but I didn't hate it. That was fine. The main event, Ren Ayabe defeating Ryuki Honda in 16:07 with the Death Roulette. Um, like All Japan crowds, even this crowd that I didn't think was a very good crowd, they fucking love Ryuki Honda count to 4. Every crowd in All Japan ever like wrestles in front of loves to count to 4 at this man. This was another match where I didn't think much interesting happened for a long stretch. Honda does finally get this nice little spear back in the ring after like several long minutes of nothing. And, it was fine again. There's a lot of fine on the show. These two, I'm pretty sure they had a great match together during last year's Carnival, which obviously was a much worse tournament overall. And that was one of the few bright spots, if I'm remembering correctly. Watch them not even be in the same block, but I think they were. I think the match was great, but they did not repeat it this year. 3 stars, another fine match that I would never really recommend. It existed. It was fine. I didn't dislike it, but I didn't love it either. So
Yeah, it wasn't incredible, but still the Jun Saito and Ren Ayabe match from the first night of Champions Carnival is probably my worst match of the year. And so to see Ren Ayabe having anything remotely good, I feel like is like a major improvement for him. Like, I don't know. I don't want to say he's improved because like it can all be like opponent dependent, and he might be right back where he was like after the carnival's over. But he's had a couple of like good matches that he himself is like personally like performed better in, like as time has gone on.
But yeah, overall, this is the skippable show of the Carnival, really. I mean, just nothing to recommend on here. If you missed this one, you definitely don't have to go back. I mean, it was, everything. On the other hand, though, there were way worse shows last year than this. So if this is the floor, it really wasn't that bad. But yeah, nothing I regretted watching, but just nothing you need to go out of your way to see. That brings us to night 9 from May 5th at Korakuen Hall, which was a lot better, thankfully. And this was the final block night. It opened up with a match 0, which I didn't watch anything except the Carnival matches again. But yeah, it was Rei Saito and Senor Saito beating Hideki Suzuki and Shota Kufuji. Senor Saito beat Shota Kufuji in 8-10 with something, I don't know. Then the opener of the actual main show. So this was Block A. So they did all the Block A matches first, and Block A ended up being the one where, there ended up being a big 4-way tie. So it started here with Talos beating Kuma Arashi in 7:46 with the Ride the Lightning Daddy. I thought Talos doing Kuma's ho after giving him a clean break early was pretty funny. But yeah, it was kept very short, under 8 minutes. I thought it was okay. The big choke slam on Kumarashi at the end was really cool. But yeah, 2 3/4. It was all right.
Love Talos.
I've picked up on that, believe it or not. Next match was Go Shiozaki defeating Odyssey in 9:48 with the powerful lariat. That also put Go Shiozaki up to 8 points and took Odyssey out of the running. Thank fucking God. This was the one thing on the show that really, really sucked. I mean, there just was like typical slow and boring offense from Odyssey. If you like watching a large man stand on another man or thrust his shoulder in the corner, he must be your favorite wrestler of all time because it's all he fucking does. And Go did sell his already taped up ribs well, but it was just so fucking boring. And I think Go forgot to kick out at first, but honestly just kind of landed on him after a body slam. And this match is kind of a disaster. Go pinned him after he missed a flying splash and a standing crossbody, then immediately got hit with a lariat. Somehow this ended up being Odyssey's worst match and one of the worst of the whole tournament. Painfully bad. 1.5 stars.
I didn't think it was quite that bad. I at least enjoyed like Go's chops in this. But my takeaway from watching multiple Odyssey matches like this is he is like the new generation's Tiger Jeet Singh in the way that he is extremely charismatic, or like maybe extremely is.
Yeah, I wouldn't say extremely. I wouldn't say extremely.
But like the difference between his charisma and ability level is like ocean's depth of difference, where like he's charismatic and he's over and like the people care about what he does, but like he gives them less than nothing. So like, yeah, I mean, yeah, I thought Go was all right in this match. Like it kept it from being like terrible to me, but yeah, there's just, Odyssey's had like multiple chances with multiple people to show some stuff, and it's all just based on like who he's working with as to what type of match you're going to get out of him. And even at his peak, like he can work with some of the best wrestlers in the world, like Anzai, and it's like you're not going to get much out of him.
Match 3. This was fucking awesome. Kengo Mashimo beat Kento Miyahara in 15:51. So Kengo ends up at 4-3 to get into that 4-way tie, and Kento ends at 3-3-1 to end up at 7 points and be eliminated. Kento was selling the shit out of his arm after taking a backdrop suplex on the apron, and unfortunately for him, Mashimo loves targeting people's arms. And this whole match just felt quite a bit different from the typical Kento formula match, which was really nice. Had lots of intensity from both guys. They traded strikes, and there was like a vocal minority that was really pro Kengo in this match and really all night, which was cool. Kento hits like this pair of blackout knees. He looks super confident about victory, only for Kengo Mashimo to suddenly fucking kick out and immediately grab his arm in a triangle. That was such an awesome spot. Kento makes the ropes. The crowd was chanting for Mashimo even louder after that. And then Kento goes for the shutdown German, almost gets it, but Mashimo then crucifixes him back down into the arm stretch, and Kento had no choice but to submit. I thought it was an awesome finish, awesome match. The third 4.25 star match I have in this tournament, by the way, the first since the opening night. But yeah, just an awesome fucking match. 4.25, like I just said. And just definitely the must-watch match of this show. Afterward, we got the... Oh, let me give you your thoughts on the match, too. Sorry. I was going to give the standings and all that.
Oh, you're all good. Yeah, like a fantastic match. Like everything you said, like Kento's selling of the arm and everything was fantastic throughout. Like Mashimo, I think like really rose to the occasion like throughout the tournament this year. I think the only like the minor thing that I didn't like was Kento's selling of the arm like after the match. Like the way that he rolled out of the ring really fast and sort of made like a big deal about like his exit. It almost kind of felt like there was a bit more in the air of like Kento lost versus Kengo won type deal, where like Kento was selling so hard, like, oh, fuck, my arm, that he was taking the distraction. Like he was distracting from Kengo being able to like stand in the ring and like get that visual of like, yeah, I just beat the Triple Crown champion like in a big important match. So like almost a little bit of like kind of taking the spotlight away. And I don't know if it was intentional or not, but like I wish that Kengo could have like stood there a little bit longer and got his hand raised and like people were focused on that versus like, oh, is Kento hurt? Like the way he's selling his arm, did Kento get hurt? Like that type thing. But like, yeah, the match was fantastic. And I'd like to see a rematch for the title before Kento drops it.
So the final standings in A block were Rei Saito, Kengo Mashimo, Talos, and Go Shiozaki all tied for first with 4-3, 8 points. Kento was 3-3-1 for 7 points. Odyssey and Kuma Arashi were 3-4 for 6 points, and Yuma Anzai was 2-4-1 for 5 points. So basically, we had to do a mini tournament at the end of the show, except instead of having like the winners face off to decide the winner of the block, since first and second place both advance, they just basically did like a drawing after the main event to do 2 different pairings. And they just said one was for second place and one was for first place, which makes sense because it doesn't really matter who finishes first or second. They both move on anyway. But yeah, it was Ray. The pairings ended up being Rei Saito versus Kengo Mashimo for second and Go Shiozaki versus Talos for first. So that ended up being the actual end of the show. So we'll get to that after we do the B block matches. There was a 10-man tag, which I did not watch, which was Seigo Tachibana, Musashi, Seki Yoshioka, Yuya Aoki, and Hyo Ogawa beating Dan Tamura, Shotaro Ashino, Hokuto Omori, Atsuki Aoyagi, and Ryo Inoue. It was Tachibana pinning Tamura in 9:32 with the Yankee Hammer. Then back to the B block. It was Zion defeating Yuma Aoyagi in 12:03 with the rundown. That basically took Aoyagi out of the running for finishing the top 2. Not basically, it did, because other people already had 8 points. So Yuma was bumping all over the place here, just doing everything he could to give Zion a really good match. He hits this nice midair ace crusher on Zion when he tried to splash off the top. He kept this offensive wave going, but Zion killed him with this axe bomb out of the corner, which Aoyagi took another amazing bump for. followed by a kind of weak looking spear that got a 2 count. And then he finished him off with this kind of weird looking backdrop flip into a cutter thing, which I guess is the rundown. That got the pin. Yuma Aoyagi, as we're going to get to when we get to my averages, he is my MVP for this tournament. He fucking was so great in this tournament. And the fact that he actually got a really good match out of Zion of all people, who I thought was one of the worst wrestlers in the entire tournament, probably the worst next to Odyssey, is something else. So yeah, 3 3/4. Very good match. Definitely Zion's best match.
Yeah, it's Aoyagi was a miracle worker in this match. Like Zion, I don't think he's like. I think he can excel under certain circumstances.
He's been better in tags.
He's better in tags, and there's like certain opponents, like singles wise, that can kind of draw that out of him. And Aoyagi just checked like every box of like like the perfect storm of a great match. Like it was a really, really good match, and like one that like just amazing. Like the circumstances of everything and the way it was like structured and the way the offense played out, like like it's really tough to get like that level of match. And I mean, like just awesome.
Then we had Ryuki Honda beating Daisuke Sekimoto in 14-11. Some decent strikes to start. It kind of settled into a slower pace after that. And, it felt to me like everything was good, but they were also struggling to get out of like second gear or something. And then at the end, it got really good all of a sudden. They finally got going with like this big fire exchange of lariats that left both men down. But then just kind of ended. So, a good closing stretch, though. It got up to 3.5 for me. I was kind of a little disappointed, though, for these two guys. I kind of thought they'd be able to do something a little better, but, it was still a good match. Honda just kind of disappointed me in this tournament in general, to be honest. He just didn't up. Last year, I thought he was one of the few bright spots, and this year, I just think he didn't really land for me that often.
Yeah, well, like as Paul and Gerard on the Emerald Flow show have talked about, like for a long time now, it feels like the big story for Honda is going to come later on in the year. And so, like I think maybe in some ways he might have suffered from the company not highlighting him or not allowing him to highlight himself to the same degree, because like this wasn't his tournament and this wasn't his time. So I mean, I agree, like solid match, but like nothing like super noteworthy. Like I don't know if it was the best match, but I still feel like Sekimoto and Madoka Kikuta, like that match might have been my favorite match of the tournament, because it was just two like big beefy guys like chopping each other, and like that type of match will always get over with me. And so I was kind of hoping for like more of the same, like with this one, and it wasn't quite to the level of like that match for me. But like solid, like nothing wrong with it. Just you'd hope for like a little bit more, but like Sekimoto, I think still was like really impressive in this match.
All right, folks, awkward transition there because we had a little technical difficulties, but we're back. So we just did Sekimoto Honda. I think we were pretty similar on that match. The next match was Madoka Kikuta defeating Ren Ayabe in 1843 with a rolling lariat. This ended up being a very, very big win for Kikuta, as we'll get to in a second, which actually a little confusing. This was the last B-block match, too. It ended up taking out Ayabe. So Kikuta won in 1843 with the rolling lariat. Again, this is a match where I thought early on it wasn't great, but then when Kikuta gave him like this big gnarly hip attack against the railing, that was pretty cool. And the really strong closing stretch before Kikuta put him away elevated this enough that I can go 3.5. So like everything on the show at this point was like just good. Just nothing where I would say is like great, like you have to watch it, but everything was enjoyable. So good match. To like 3.5 stars.
Yeah, an 18-minute Ren Ayabe match being anything like noteworthy good is a definite success. And like, the last like 30 seconds of this match is like up there with me for like the strongest like 30 seconds of like a match all year. Like it was really, really good. Like the explosiveness and stuff was like fantastic. So I think Kikuta was like really good like throughout this tournament. Like I hadn't seen a lot of his stuff before, but like, I thought he was a definite like major highlight. But I mean, there was a lot of
way Well, way better than he is in his actual home promotion. I can tell you that.
Yeah, a lot of highlight guys this year. It was a good
Yeah.
tournament.
Well, I'm going to go through everybody in a second. We can give like final thoughts on when I give my averages since the block matches are over. But before that, so the B block standings, Hideki Suzuki was first at 4-2-1 for 9 points. Then you had a 4-way tie for second. So this was interesting. I thought All Japan didn't do tiebreakers. I thought when people are tied, they make them wrestle to figure out who gets the spot. But I guess because it was a 4-way tie, they did the tiebreaker here. But instead of like 2 people being tied. But yeah, it was Madoka Kikuta, Daisuke Sekimoto, Ren Ayabe, and Ryuki Honda were all 4-3 with 8 points. But Kikuta beat them all. So they declared he's second place. I mean, they might have just made that up for this year because they didn't want to do 2 convoluted tiebreakers and everything got screwed up. But they had this plan for the A block, and the B block got screwed up by Jun Saito's legitimate injury. So that's kind of not really their fault, I guess. So I guess I get it. But yeah, so Kikuta ends up finishing second via the tiebreaker. And then you also had Yuma Aoyagi went 3-3-1 with 7 points. Zion went 3-4 for 6 points. And Jun Saito went 0-7 for 0 points. So then you have your impromptu 2 matches. Both these are pretty short, but they're both quite fun while they lasted. So the first one was to decide the A block second place wrestler, which was Rei Saito defeating Kengo Mashimo in 4 minutes and 50 seconds. So Kengo had won their block match back on night 6, which was April 26th in Sanjo. And he went right at him to start, but Rei basically shrugged it all off and hit this enormous power bomb, which was really cool. Kengo came back with the cross arm breaker out of nowhere. Rei collapsed back down when he tried to power out of it the first time, but he finally managed to stand up and just slapped him in the damn face to break it, which rolled, and they powered him over into the Boston Crab, and that got the submission. Very cool, little under 5-minute match. Kicked all sorts of ass, I thought, so I went 3.5 on it. And semifinal number 1 is now Hideki Suzuki versus Rei Saito. So because Rei finished second in the B block, or A block, I mean. What did you think of this little 5-minute match?
Yeah, just really solid stuff.
The A block deciding match, the first place deciding match, which I had the order reversed, by the way. Rei Saito versus Hideki Suzuki is actually match 2 on the finals. But anyway, it doesn't really matter. The main event, or the impromptu main event, Go Shiozaki defeating Talos in 8:20 with the powerful lariat. So Go Shiozaki gets first place in A block and faces Madoka Kikuta in the Champion Carnival semifinals, which that sounds like it could be really awesome. But yeah, Talos had won their block match on night 3, April 19th in Osaka, and they did the reversal here at Go getting the win this time. And for what this was, Go bumping all over the place as he tried to find a way to survive and beat the big monster, I thought it was pretty damn good as well. And the crowd was super into it the whole time. So another 3.5, another good match.
Yeah, Talos continues to prove why he's Wrestler of the Year.
But yeah, this was a damn good show. Damn good show. Lots of good stuff on the show. Even though I'd say the only absolute must-watch is Kento versus Kengo, you really can't go wrong with almost every Carnival match except Go and Odyssey. But yeah, any final thoughts on the show?
Yeah, I agree that I think it was the best block night outside of maybe the first or the third night. Those.
Yeah, I don't know if I would think it was actually the best one. I think I had, if I go by average rating for just the tournament matches, so not kind of the tiebreakers, I had night 7 and night 4 ahead of this. So I would have had this third. But that's just averages. And sometimes averages get dragged down by other stuff. Night 7 was the one in Koriyama, and night 4 was the one in Shinjuku Face. Night 1 at Corkin Hall, I had 5th place, but I also seemed to be lower on a couple of the matches. And then besides the fact that I had 2 4.25, but that was probably, if I was going to pick my favorite show, I think it was probably this one. I think it was probably night 9. So.
Yeah, I agree. I really liked night 1, but then that also had the Ren Ayabe Jun Saito match, which I will take to my grave as one of the worst matches I've ever seen in my life. Yeah. So that drags really down the average. But night 3 was really good too. But it was just a solid tournament overall. You're not
way better than last year.
Yeah, you're not going to regret dropping in and watching any one particular night of the tournament, unless you're only watching Odyssey and Zion matches.
I'd say maybe night 8, but even that you wouldn't really regret it. You'd just be like, it was fine.
But, yeah, you would just watch it and never think about it again.
Yeah. We head now to the Champion Carnival Finals, which is a week from today as we're recording this. So Sunday, May 17th. The show opens with the two semifinals, which again were Go Shiozaki versus Madoka Kikuta and Rei Saito versus Hideki Suzuki. We get a 6-man tag with Shotaro Ashino, Odyssey, and Zion facing Hokuto Omori, Takashi, and Aizawa number 1. So the Havoc versus Hokuto-gun, which is definitely still a thing. We get the re-debut match of Yasutaka Yano against Yuma Aoyagi, which, good for him. The abuser gets a re-debut. I might skip that one, I have to be honest. Match 5 is Jun Saito's return match from his injury. Jun Saito teams with Naruki Doi and Senor Saito against Ren Ayabe, Talos, and Shotoku Fuji. A 8-man tag, Kento Miyahara, Yuma Anzai, Ryuki Honda, and Kuma Arashi against Suwama making an appearance. Daisuke Sekimoto, Kingo Mashimo, and Hikaru Sato. The continued build for the junior title match. Dan Tamura. Oh, wait, no, it's actually not. What the fuck's not even in this match? It's just a random junior 6-man. The champion's not even here. Okay, that's weird. Maybe he has an Uptown show or something. I don't know. But yeah, it's Dan Tamura, Atsuki Aoyagi, Rising Hayato against Musashi, Seki Yoshioka, and Ryo Inoue. I think this is Hayato's return from injury too, because him and Aoyagi are still owed an All-Asia Tag title match, which they're not going to get anytime soon because Dragon Gate crowned a new number 1 contender team on their most recent Korakuen. So the fact that Dragon Gate just kept refusing to ever give Aoyagi and Hayato the shot at these belts is really funny to me. Then the main event is the Champion Carnival Finals, so obviously the winner of match 1 and the winner of match 2. I don't really have a good prediction for who's going to win this. I mean, do they just have Rei Saito win again and get the title shot in his hometown again, this time against Kento? I guess I could see it. I mean, he's very popular, and he's had a really good tournament. I guess I wouldn't really even be against it. It's just like they already did Go versus Kento. I don't see Hideki winning. I guess you could have Kikuta win and do champion versus champion. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe Go just wins and they do Kento Go again since it's been a while. They last did in October. But, I mean, Hideki's the only one who just feels really unlikely to me. But, yeah, I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, I tend to think it's going to be Go going through and then probably beating Kento. I mean, I don't know. Like, if they're going to follow through with the story with Honda, like, Honda has lost in the finals of the Royal Road tournament for, like, the last, 3 years or something at this point. So, like, it seems like he's due to, win that tournament. And if you're gonna play out that story, he should probably win the title at that point too. So I don't know if you do Go versus Kento again and Kento wins. I don't know that you necessarily want to burn off that match with Go again without him winning. It'd be kind of weird to have Kento win 2 straight over him. But then it would also feel weird to have Go win and then drop the title immediately to Honda after he wins the Royal Road. So, yeah, I mean, I guess the result is just dependent on what the plans are for the next couple months and what it's looking like for New Year's Eve.
Yeah, I mean, I can also see Yuma Anzai winning the Royal Road too. So I don't know. I guess we'll have to see. But yeah, it's nice that I actually enjoy All Japan again. I didn't know. It felt like at some points last year that's never happened. So, just enjoy this Champion Carnival. I was not hyped for it all going in, and we'll see if they can keep some momentum going out of this. I mean, it's not like I was loving them before the Champion Carnival this year, but it's not like I was hating them either. They weirdly could never get a 4-star match for me until they finally fucking did after months and months. But they were still hitting a lot of their Korakuens especially were kind of it was pretty good. So, they're definitely nowhere near worst promotion of the year for me like they were last year. So, good job, All Japan. And did a nice little job turning your fucking promotion around so far this year. The Oda Ward Gym Show, May 17th. I just get one of the card for. The ticket sales look pretty good, too. The premium seats are sold out, and the arena reserve seats are sold out, which is the top category, which I assume is just front row, and the 4th category down. And the 2nd and 3rd categories, special ringside and ringside, are only a few remaining on Lost in Ticket. The stands all have normal availability, but yeah, I mean, it looks like they are going to do a decent number. So there you go. There's your All Japan talk for the week. Let's go, and of course we'll cover the final next week. Let's go over to DDT now for the King of DDT second round. Of course, the first round last week. So the second round took place on May 9th, so just yesterday when we're recording this, at Shinjuku Face. As always, an unannounced crowd for DDT. So we open with an NWA Junior performance. Time to play. Did John Bivens watch the Idol performance? Did you, John?
I did not, but I will tell you, I have had my friend Will, who's also my manager, keeps bullying me to watch the NWA Junior performances. So I feel like peer pressure is going to get me to watch an NWA Junior performance before I watch an Up Girls performance.
Wow.
Just by sheer volume of peer pressure of multiple people telling me that I need to watch the NWA Junior stuff.
Why will you watch the Up Girls, though? They're so close to my heart. And you won't watch them. Then again, so is NWA Junior. So
yeah, NWA Junior I think like resonates more with me just a little bit. Like I don't know, I can't explain it, but I'll get there. I'll get there someday. You'll be the first person that I tell.
Thank you. I mean, I can't wait to see the Up Girls and NWA Junior perform live and in person next month. It's going to be a highlight of my trip, both of them. The King of DDT second round opened up with a match anyway. It was Daisuke Sasaki, MJ Paul, and Illusion, Damnation TA defeating Kumadori, Masami Inahara, and Hinata Kasai when Sasaki submitted Kasai with the crossface lock in 9:05. Sasaki apparently is getting ready to head over to New Japan for Best in Super Junior. Apparently he has said if he does not win this tournament, he will never, and he's going to win the IWGP Junior title too, but I don't know if that part is a guarantee. But he has said if he does not win the Best Super Junior, he will never return to DDT again. So he is guaranteeing victory, everybody. So, and would Daisuke Sasaki lie to you? I don't think he would. There were some really fun interactions with Illusion and Kumadori in this match in particular. But Hinata, unfortunately, is just not progressing very well so far at all. I mean, I know he's still kind of new at this, but he's just like, he looks several steps slower and more awkward than both like Inahara and Kumadori when he gets in there. And Kumadori hasn't wrestled that much. So, you know, this was fine. Again, much better when Kasai's partners were in there than when he was, but still a pretty fun little opener, you know, 3 stars.
I'm going to bury like 7 people at once when I say this, and I don't mean it this way, but like this is just how my brain works. But like after watching so many Odyssey matches, MJ Paul does not come across as that bad anymore. Like, wow. And I don't mean that like in a bad way. Like genuinely, like I've never had like beef with MJ Paul, but like I just watch him work now, and I'm like, that's a really mobile man. Like that's an agile little guy right there.
That's funny. Match number 2, Yuya Kuroku, Daichi Sato, and Yuki Ishida defeating Kazuki Hirata, Antonio Honda, and Uni when Ishida pinned Hirata with the Iso Gatame in 11:09. Given the participants, this had a bit more actual wrestling than the typical DDT match too, but obviously it's also still very wacky. Daichi like broke up Uni and Honda trying to dance with the Hirata glasses almost immediately, which earned him a loud round of boos from Shinjuku Face. Hirata busted out the Dai Nishii bomber, the match 2 bomber, which shockingly worked on both Yuya and Yuki, but then he just bounced right off of Daichi Sato harmlessly. He's too big to sell for any kind of comedy jobber. Gon the Fox, though, gave the team another chance to dance, which is funny when Honda was like, Chansu, Dansu, dance. Like, that was very funny. And then Yuri's dancing wowed the crowd. Honda's also did something. And the other 3 eventually end up dancing too for some reason. He didn't have the glasses on. But as always, just ends up with Hirata getting pinned. So quite fun stuff here, with a little more wrestling than you might expect. 3 1/4.
Yeah, really solid. And I also really like Uni's tights now. Like I think his look is like kind of coming together a little bit.
Yeah, I totally see what you mean. It looks very like a fucking princess, but a dude.
Yeah, it's a good look. Unlike, and I hate to say it, but like I fucking hate Toy's new gear. Like I love Toy, but like there's something about it like
you don't like the fuzzy gear.
Yeah, it looks like when Umino was doing like the like short tights or whatever with like the pink fuzz on it, and it looks like he was wearing like a diaper. Like I get that same type of vibe with Toy.
But I think Toy's supposed to look ridiculous, though.
Maybe, I don't know. Like it's ridiculous, but like not like in a great way, you know.
Toy number 30 on my bet 30 under 30 list. I could not resist not putting him on there.
Oh, he's so good. Yeah, absolutely.
He fucking rolls. And he's in the next match. So Yuki Ueno, Shuma Katsumata, and Toy defeating Kazuma Sumi, Junta Miyawaki, and Rukia, and Cannon, Yukio Naya, and Viento Molino when Katsumata pinned Molino at the Hasta La Vista in 9:54 in this three-way six-man. So yeah, speaking of looks, I love Yukio Naya's new Strange Love Connection look, especially with the glasses when he comes out. He looks like a fucking giant Japanese John Lennon or something. It's just really funny look. But the best father's match by far, once again, my boy Toy. There's like all of them in the ring, like doing a fucking giant suplex to each other and unable to do it. And Toy starts going to the crowd. He's like, T-O-Y, T-O-Y. Gets the whole crowd chanting for him. And he goes up top and he goes to do this fucking dive and they all just move out of the way. He just fucking eats shit. I never not laugh at that spot. I hope he does it in every match for the rest of history. And it was even better here with like fucking 8 people dodging it. Just so great. Like Toy is like the perfect intersection of actually a good wrestler and super wacky and super charismatic and super funny. Like he is exactly my type of wrestler. I love him so much. I hope he wins this fucking KOD title someday. But yeah, this was, again, pretty fun for what it was. Nothing you need to like run out of your way and see, but I enjoyed it. It was another 3 1/4.
Yeah, cannot heap enough praise on Toy there. Like, yeah, like you said, like perfect intersection of like he can do campy bits and he pulls off like every bit that he does. Even like the wacky face when like he screams, you know what I'm talking about, when he like bobs his head like back and forth or whatever and he's like screaming. Yeah, like that's great. But then like if you need him to wrestle, like he's fucking awesome. Like everything he does is great. And I love the way he hits the ropes too. Like he hits the ropes with like such intensity. And like that's a spot that he does sometimes where like he just runs really fast and will come off with like an elbow or something. And I'm like, oh my God, that looked great. And then like he does something really stupid right afterwards. And I'm like, he just hits the like just a perfect like spot in between like completely ridiculous and like extremely talented.
Yeah, I mean he feels like, I don't know if this is a good comparison. He almost feels like a new generation Shinshiro Takagi or something. Where like he's ridiculous, but he also can kind of go. I think he goes better than Takagi actually ever could, probably. But like he has like a gravitas to him besides being a comedy guy, which Takagi always kind of had.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I see where you're coming from with that comparison, and I haven't seen like a lot of like prime Takagi stuff, but like no, that makes a lot of sense. Like I second that.
I mean, DDT was also a very different promotion when Takagi was on top, but you know, it's just he feels like a guy who, despite being very comedic, I would never have a problem with him winning the KOD. Like I feel like that needs to be in his future, to be honest. So, Extreme Title Reign was so good too. So, match number 4, King of DDT second round. So the second round match here was Mao defeating Hideki Okatani with the Avalanche Michinoku Driver 2 in 10:27. I thought this fucking match rolled. So it started out with some typical outside the ring brawling. Okatani then like drops Mao on the famous drink counter and just fucking leaves him there. But just when it looks like he's going to be counted out, Mao stands up on the counter, makes this giant leap from the top of the drink counter onto the apron and gets back in the ring at like 19. That was like one of the coolest like count out spots I've seen in a million years. Mao then challenges him to go right back to the floor. They go back to brawling out there. Mao takes the dreaded skewers of the head, but then he does a flip dive off the elevated seating area, like the stage area, to the floor with the skewers still sticking out of his head, which was fucking crazy. And then Okatani gets skewered too. They slug it out back in the ring. Honestly, a little sloppy, like they were kind of stumbling all over the place, but the sloppiness maybe kind of made sense because they both got stabbed in the head. So you know what? It kind of worked for the sequence. And then we had a great counter with Okatani where he simply like forms Mao in the mouth in midair when he tried to do his whole leap over the ref into a cutter thing. And he just fucking nailed him with his forearm in midair. But then Mao ends up putting him away with the top rope Michinoku Driver for the pin not long after the 10-minute call. Yeah, I thought this kicked all sorts of ass. Not like the cleanest worked match or anything, but it was like the good kind of chaotic. And they packed so much into these 10 minutes. that I still end up going 4 stars on it. I love this match.
Didn't do quite as much for me. I agree that the springboard into like getting back in the ring at 19 was incredible. I feel like something is just slightly off about Okatani. Like I like him, but I want to like him more. And there's something about him that like I just can't quite get there yet. But yeah, no, I mean, like, really, it was a good match. It was a really good match. But like, yeah, I think it was just missing something from like that good to great tier.
There's a I see. I was going to say about what you said about Okatani. Like, I think he's been progressing lately. Like, I used to agree with you that there's something missing, but I feel like he finally looks a bit better in the ring now as a heel. So anyway, I just like this a lot more than you did. Mao's been great for a while. Headed for the semifinals. A person not headed for the semifinals is Takeshi Masada, which shocked the fuck out of me. Down Shoko Dino beat him with an inside cradle 11:42. I mean, you could tell Dino was serious because he only stopped to kiss one man during his entrance. Only one lucky man got kissed by Dino, like I have been. Sometimes we got with these like, I don't know, like I thought this was like good. A lot of times I really love these like quote unquote serious Dino matches, but I just thought this one was just it never got out of like it never got to like that classic level with me. There were some cool spots. There was like Masada like pulling Dino's own tights down for him and like sticking his fingers up his butt, and then Dino like trying to fight back with his ass power. That was kind of cool. And the way he like climbed the top rope and like moonsaulted to shake Masada free was very creative. And then picked up down the stretch, some very close near falls for both guys, and then Masada countering a Dino Shining Wizard in midair with a power bomb. Legitimately impressive given Dino's like girth. But yeah, Dino scored the win with a small package out of nowhere on Masada. Not a finish I saw coming at all. The crowd was overjoyed though. I'm just kind of like, the crowd always loves Dino, but I was just kind of amazed the Masada push is still not happening apparently. But damn good match by the end, even if I was confused by the booking. So 3.5 for this.
I think I might have liked it even more because they did a lot of stuff in the match that would lead you to think that Masada is going to win, because Dino got a lot of near falls on him beforehand, which is usually like the kiss of death of like, okay, you get 3 good near falls and then you stand up from that and then you get hit with a finish and you lose. And that didn't happen. So I think I appreciated like the meta kind of subversion of expectations of like Dino almost wins, and then like he counters and like hits something and like actually wins. So like yeah, like I enjoyed that a lot. But yeah, no, Dino worked hard. Like it was like fantastic. Yeah, really good stuff.
Then we had the next second round match, which was Minoru Suzuki beating Chris Brooks with a heel hold in 2029. I get the feeling you were higher on this than me based on what you said before. I thought this was fine, but it didn't really click with me the way it seemed to have clicked with a lot of other people. Like it felt like it kind of dragged a little bit, if anything. Yeah, it has a 7.57 on Cage Match. I guess it's not that much higher than I went at like 3 stars. I guess that's like 3 3/4. I guess it was higher than me. But yeah, I don't know. I didn't love this. And I guess, it seems like a lot of people were a lot higher on it. The crowd brawling just kind of felt endless and was one of those times the ref kind of just decided not to count anyone out for no reason, which kind of always annoys me in any Japanese promotion. But, there's nothing wrong with it. It just felt kind of overly long to me for what they were doing. But yeah, 3 stars is where I landed. That was fine.
Yeah, I went a little bit higher, but I agree. Like, I think we both noticed like the same faults in it. Of it would have been like a 96 count if the ref had like actually been counting.
Yeah.
So that was a little off, and then like it was very like dramatic feeling, but like I don't know that there was necessarily as much substance as the drama kind of mandated there. I liked the finishing hold that Suzuki put on. And then I also like when Brooks got the octopus hold on and Suzuki was fighting to the ropes, and it was sort of a babyface moment for Suzuki, because it feels like they've been kind of experimenting with that dynamic with him for a little bit, of like Suzuki kind of playing like older guy that's past his prime and kind of on his way down and like fighting to overcome the odds. although like that felt weird in this match, even though like the crowd went along with it and the crowd was like completely behind him getting to the ropes. But like they really shouldn't have been, because like he Pillmanized Brooks's leg on the outside of the ring beforehand. So like there's no reason why Suzuki should have been the underdog in that moment. But I mean, the crowd was buying it, so you know, if it's stupid and it works, it's not stupid. But yeah, like there were some faults with it, but like solid, yeah, solid overall.
Then we had the main event, which was Shinya Aoki defeating Harashima with the European clutch in 16-16. You know, very mat-based to start, as you probably expect. But as we've seen in the past when these two have wrestled, you know, Harashima is more than capable of hanging with Shinya on the mat. And, you know, they did some great stuff on the mat. And then when they got off the mat, you know, I thought Aoki, especially Shinya Aoki, he did this really great, like, glassy-eyed selling in this match. Like, he started taking these big blows from Harashima, and he was, like, you know, taking the knees and everything in the face. And I thought his selling, where he's, you know, selling like he's out or like going out, but like super understated, not super corny or anything, the way you see with a lot of people these days. I thought it was like really, really, really good selling, for especially for a guy who, like, you know, hasn't been wrestling that long. I mean, he basically started as a mixed martial artist guy. The long build to Aoki finally beating him with the cradle with the European clutch was so cool too. Like the way he had like grabbed the arms, he had his legs pressed into his shoulders, but it took him forever to actually be able to get the full clutch. And Harashima almost pinned him a few times when his shoulders went down. So very, very cool, very realistic, very awesome, like different kind of finishing stretch. Yeah, totally unlike most of what you get in wrestling. You know, the crowd ate it up because modern DZ crowds love everything. Like we love Dansho Cudino pretend to fuck a man in the ass, and we love actual mat wrestling. So I went 4 stars. I thought this was really awesome. This seems to be about where, I mean, I've seen some people even higher, but it's got like a 7.86 on Cage Match so far, which is not that many votes yet, but I've seen some people say like match of the year contender. So I didn't think it was, you know, not quite at that level for me, but I can see why if you love this style. So yeah, 4-star match for me. I thought it was awesome.
Yeah, as we talked about earlier with like Hideki Suzuki, when Suzuki would wrestle, I think it was like Masakatsu Funaki for like the national title and stuff in Noah, there would be, or like any of Funaki's like national title reign, it felt like there was a lot of like ground-based matches where like guys wouldn't take a lot of bumps and there wouldn't be like a ton of high spots, and the matches would play out and like you'd watch like these 15-minute matches and it would feel like nothing would happen like the entire time. Not that it was necessarily boring, but like nothing particularly like stuck out. It was just like, okay, I've watched like 15 minutes of solid wrestling, but like nothing really happened. I think Aoki has such a quality of making everything he does mean something. Like the way that he has to fight for like the Aoki clutch, like that's such a great spot for a finish where like there's 3 different things that can happen and you never know which one of the 3 it's going to be. It's either he's going to catch you with it and he's going to pin you, or you're going to barely get out and then he's going to keep fighting for it and he's going to get it again and pin you, or like you're going to get out of it and beat him. And I like that he's transitioning to like this European clutch type finish, because like I think there's such like a great near fall that's going to come if he's to win this tournament and like challenge for the title. Like he's either going to win the title with a European clutch or the Aoki clutch, or there's going to be a near fall where he's got Ueno like in the European clutch and he's pinned everyone with it up to that point, and Ueno kicks out and the fans are going to go nuts when that happens. Or like he's going to catch him and pin him with it, and then he's going to win the title and like continue the momentum of that. And so like I just like how he's protecting like these particular pins and like arranging them into the match. Like his match structure and everything is just so amazing to watch. I think it's really interesting. There's a lot of stuff that he does that like when you're in wrestling school, you're taught like this is not the right way to do things, but like he does it and the fans still react positively to it. And so like he gets away with it in a sense, but like the way that they will go on, like he'll do like a whole like 5 to 7 minute like exchanging like chain wrestling holds, and then they'll get up and like separate and then go back into like lock up, because like you're taught in wrestling school, okay, when you break contact for that long and then start circling again, that's telling the fans that you're starting over. And it's like when Aoki does that, it doesn't feel like you're starting over. It feels like the second chapter to a match that you've been watching for like the last 10 minutes. And so there's so much in that like it's just really interesting to watch play out, because I think so much of like what we've lost in wrestling is everyone trying to work the same way, and it ending up being that the major style of wrestling is just this amalgamation of people doing big moves and late 2 count kickouts and all these different things, but it's everyone from each different region like doing the same type style match. And it's like Aoki is just something completely different from all of that. And even though it's something that you're taught not to do, it's completely different, and so it works. And he's gotten it over to the point that it registers with people, and everyone like is in on what he's doing. So yeah, like a long story short, I love Shinya Aoki.
Yeah, and DDT crowds are just great. I mean, they're into everything. So
yeah, absolutely. And like props to them, because like yeah, like you go to the shows and it's like men kissing men and men fucking other men in the ass, and like it's great and they respond to that. But then they send this tiny little shooter out for the main event, and he'll go like 30 minutes and do like these crazy holds and like chain wrestling, and they're there with him like through all of it. And so like yeah, that's what makes DDT one of the most like compelling promotions right now to me, and has been for like the last couple of years. Is like it's truly a space where like everything can exist and like be good. Like if you are good at what you do, like the crowd is going to react to that.
Yeah, they love flying, they love comedy, they love technical wrestling, they love bomb throwing, they pretty much love everything. So it's very interesting. I mean, they definitely love hot dudes more than anything, probably. But you know, who doesn't? Who doesn't? But yeah, there's your DET talk, which as usual is very positive. I mean, so I totally forgot last week when I did the, I did like the bracket going forward. I forgot they draw balls for the final 4 pairings. It's not a bracket at that point. So we got the drawing at the end, which gave us, Danshoku Dino versus Mao and Minoru Suzuki versus Shinya Aoki. Now, if I want to make a rare critique of DDT, I would say it feels like their young generation is way too deep and way too good to have 0 of them make the final 4. Because like Mao doesn't count. I mean, Mao's been there a while now. So the fact that like I thought Takeda was going to be the one, or Masada. I always do that. I thought Takashi Masada was going to be the guy who makes it, and instead he got eliminated by Dino, which maybe that's the way to go. Maybe they just think the young generation isn't quite ready to get there yet, or to have any of them get that big accomplishment making the final 4. But yeah, I mean, it was just very very interesting they did that. But so final 4 that any of the young generation. It also feels a little predictable that it's going to be Mao versus Suzuki, and Mao getting his win back from when Suzuki beat him for the Universal title recently. Or to retain the Universal title, I mean, not that long ago. But I mean, then again, I didn't see any of these other people besides Mao being in the final 4. So, who am I to say? Maybe they'll just swerve us again. But yeah, minor complaints about the booking aside, I thought this was a heck of a show from DDT as usual. So definitely the best men's promotion in Japan going. Don't even think it's really that close. I mean, All Japan's pretty decent, and New Japan has their moments outside of the House of Torture, but I think DDT is better than both of them.
Yeah, and that's the thing with DDT. I think we're going to look back on this period of DDT like in 5-10 years from now, and we're going to go, oh my God, like there were so many guys that were wasted in this promotion. Like they should have been at the top. But the thing is, like, their roster is so deep that like I think it's just inevitable that like someone is going to be wasting like prime years of their career like in DDT and not get anything to show for it, because there's so many people that deserve like a top spot. And so like, yeah, like what you were saying about like Ino jumping over to Noah, it's like, I hate to say it, but like I feel like a lot of these guys need to get out of DDT. And it's not what I want, because like I want to see them showcased, but like there's too many. Like, there's too many guys that need to be top champion in DDT. There's too many guys that are deserving of that belt, that are too good, that, like, if they went anywhere else in the world, they'd be one of the top guys in that promotion. And it's just so backlogged with, like, amazing talent that, like, some guys are just not going to get to that point. And it's really unfortunate, but, like, yeah, I mean, like, their roster depth is just incredible. Like, nothing.
Well, you
like
look at
it.
that. I was going to say, you look at that UJPW, like United Japan Pro Wrestling Face the Next show that's coming up in a couple days. That's like all the DDT guys are like all the, like, look at that roster, the whole show, and it's like, wow, the DDT guys are the most impressive guys on the show with like all these different wrestlers and all these different promotions. So it's just a very, very, very deep roster, like you were just saying. So.
Yeah, me and a friend of mine have been talking about DDT for a while, and we were like, if they ran something similar to a G1 Climax tournament, where it's like just like 20 of their top like singles guys, like in a round robin, like over the course of a month, it would probably blow away like what the G1 is. And that's not to say that like the top guys in DDT are like so far above like everyone in New Japan. It's just their roster depth is like so incredible that like even like your fifth string like pin eater guys in like a G1, like those guys in DDT are like amazing guys. So yeah, I mean it's just amazing. Like as a men's promotion, like I don't think there's anything like it right now.
Yeah, totally. So there you go. There's your DDT talk. All right. So John, you're going to be leaving us. So I believe I ask you again. We ask you this every time, usually to say no, but do you have anything you want to plug?
No.
All right. So then thank you for coming on 2 weeks in a row, John. I really appreciate it. And for those listening, I have one more show to review, which I'm going to do by myself in just a second, the Dragon Gate May 8th Korakuen. So wait 1 sec, and I'll be back with that review in just a second. All right, folks. So this is the final piece of audio in this very long episode. A solo review of Dragon Gate's May 8th Korakuen, which was the one piece of men's audio that men's Japanese wrestling that John Bibbins didn't get to. I know this episode was weird and recorded in parts. The order I recorded this in, so I recorded the third part that you just heard, all the stuff with John about all the other men's wrestling. First, I recorded that on Sunday night. Then I recorded the first part you heard, me and Chris, covering all the women's wrestling except Ice Ribbon, earlier this evening with Chris around 7 p.m. Eastern. And then I recorded the second part, which was the Ice Ribbon part that I did by myself. I just finished recording like a moment ago, so like this is kind of weird. Like I just finished recording the Ice Ribbon part, and now I'm recording the last part of the episode. So you guys are hearing this like 2+ hours after you just finished hearing the Ice Ribbon part, which I just finished recording. Just kind of fun. I don't know why I do things like this, but it's just kind of fun when I do. So let's get to this Dragon Gate show. I don't want to waste too much time because the episode's probably like 5 hours long already. This show did a crowd. It was Korakuen Hall, May 8th. A few days ago, so last Friday. It did a crowd of 1,011. Not a good number, obviously. I mean, up 3 fans from their last Korakuen, which did 1,008. And, you know, I think everyone does not really know how to take these Dragon Gate attendances because they have a reputation for over-exaggerating, even compared to, like, it's like them and Marigold, right, that I think are the biggest exaggerators. So if they're announcing 1,011, probably in triple digits, I would think. And these last 2 shows, I mean, again, even going by their own numbers, they had the outlier at the start of the year, which was 1,556, which was their biggest number of the year by far, and that was their one and only weekend afternoon show. They never get those slots for some reason. The next 2 Korakuens were 1142 and 1188 so far this year, and then there's been a pretty steep drop after that to 1,008 and now 1,011. So 2 numbers that were basically the same, that were announced basically the same, but they're both a big drop even from the the second and third Korakuens of the year. So yeah, not going in a good direction for them. Now they announced something we're going to get to for the June Korakuen pair that I think will draw. We'll get to that in a second. But they're caught in a weird. I saw Case Low, of course, Open the Voice Gate, friend of the show, and also the Dragon Gate written reviewer. He had an interesting theory in his written review of this show that's up on the Voice of Wrestling site, where he was basically like, they're caught in between older fans who only want their nostalgia acts and younger fans who don't seem to have any use for anyone over like 45 at this point. Which, yeah, I mean, that kind of strikes me as true. It's like there's a weird split between the audience, and it feels like they're serving neither really well right now. Like, they're not a good nostalgia promotion right now, really, and they're definitely not a good young person pushing promotion. I mean, you know, it feels like they don't use any of their young talent very well, except maybe Ryoya Tanaka, I guess. But yeah, they do seem caught in between right now, so that could be a big part of it. In general, though, I did not dislike the show nearly to the degree that he did, as we'll get to when we review it. I thought this was a perfectly fine little show. I mean, there was some stuff I liked. There was some stuff I thought was fine. Really nothing I disliked on this show. But yeah, it wasn't anything that blew me. Oh, actually, there was one match I disliked, actually. I forgot about it. But yeah, there was nothing that blew me away on this show either, but there was some pretty good stuff. One very good match, actually. So it opened up with the Natural Vibes 5-man team of Strong Machine J, KZ, UT, Aki, and Gucci, defeating BB Hulk, Kagetora, Torawashi, Punch Tominaga, and Takashi. KZ pinning Punch Tominaga in 9:37 with a running elbow smash. Aki's dancing is quite bad. Really quite bad dancing. It was like, I don't know, he's the new Susumu or something. UT is one of 4 wrestlers with a new shochu out. I believe the others were Hyo, Yamato, and maybe Mochizuki Jr. I don't know. The last one's the one I'm least sure. Mochizuki Jr. was the one plugging it up in the Japanese announce booth during the pre-show. I might be getting it wrong that he was the 4th shochu bottle. But yeah, Jay called among English commentary the alcoholic Braveheart, which was funny. But yeah, perfectly fine little opener. Nothing wrong with it at all. Didn't have time to wear out its welcome, as can occasionally happen with DG multi-man tags with some of these guys, especially guys like Punch and Takashi. 3 stars. It was totally fine. Don't have a ton of notes on it, obviously. The second match was the Shimbashi Trading Company Performance Evaluation Special Singles Match. Department manager, private citizen Munenori Sawa defeating section manager Jio Shimbashi in 909 with a Manji Gatame. Sawa came out to a fucking absolute banger by one of my favorite Japanese rock bands called The Meshogun Elephant. The exact song is called Revolver Junkies, by the way. It's the one where they go, oh, let go of my jacket, like over and over again. And they fucking muted the song 20 seconds in. I would have rather had you not play the song at all than let it play for 20 seconds and mute it. That was so painful. I had to go listen to the song immediately because I was like, that's horrible. Sawa keeps tearing holes in his clothing before attacking Jiro for some reason. He was really doing that a lot in this match. But yeah, I don't know. Apparently this was 9 minutes. I felt like it was over so quick. I didn't even want to actually give it a rating, but it was mildly amusing while it lasted, I guess. So, I don't know. I didn't have a ton of notes on this either, clearly. After this match, the 2 young boys at ringside begged GM Saito for a chance to debut, and he basically told them they can fight for a chance or something. I don't know. I couldn't really pick up what they were doing. It seems like they're going to debut soon. Otherwise, though, I don't know why else they'd bother doing this little angle if they're not going to debut soon. But I believe they've been at it since like 2 years or something, I think they said. So yeah, it's been a while for those 2. They're not quite at Punch Tominaga levels, but they've definitely been in the dojo a while. Match 3 was Madoka Kikuta, of course, Gaja Doguro. Madoka Kikuta, Kota Minora, Jason Lee, and Kai, defeating Genki Horiguchi, Yasushi Kanda, Masaki Mochizuki, and Don Fuji. It was Kikuta pinning Fuji in 5:02 at the Rolling Lariat. So this started with a big brawl around ringside, pretty typical stuff. And I thought so there was like a sound syncing problem going on during this show. Nicole should be in the room right now because she hates Dragon Gate's production so much. I've talked about this before. She refused to go to the show in Vegas entirely because their production annoys her so much when I watch them in her presence. But even for them, their production was really bad in this show. Like, I don't know what the fuck was wrong with the sound. I thought it was so bad that I actually thought it must have been this app that I used to stream stuff from my iPad and my TV. Like the Japanese sites that don't have, their own like native TV apps like Wrestle Universe and New Japan World and what's the other one that has one? Maybe that's it actually. Is it just Wrestle Universe and New Japan World? I don't know. But yeah, the ones that don't have those apps, so like all AJPW.TV and Stardom World and Dragon Gate Network. So I use this thing to do that. But yeah, I mean, I thought it was the app or something, and I kept trying to reload it, and I kept doing it. But yeah, I saw other people talking about it in the Discord, so apparently it was their stream or something. But yeah, the sound syncing really came out of sync during this match. It like got much worse. So, very annoying when you're like hearing bumps like well after they happen, I think was the issue, which is really, really annoying. But yeah, they got back in the ring after the brawling, and the match just immediately ended. So this was nothing. 2 stars, quite bad. Not horrible, but just not good either. Afterward, Kikuta asked if we still need the old guys in Dragon Gate. He says rather than see the old guys, he'd rather see the 2 trainees who haven't been able to debut in 2 years. So I guess we'll call him back to that really quickly. And he tells the old guys it's time to hang it up and then just leaves. I guess we'll see where this is going, if anywhere. Will one of the old men step up to be Kikuta's next Dream Gate challenger, maybe? I don't know. I kind of feel like that might be counterproductive at this stage, but, if that's what they want to do to kill more time before Kobe World, and whatever they're going to do at Kobe World at this point, I guess Yuki Yoshioka again, I don't know. Match 4 was a 3-way match. It was El Cielo pinning Luis Monte in 8:46 with a reverse Cazadora. Dragon Kid was also involved here. Pretty energetic 3-way match here. Some nice dives to the floor within the first 5 minutes. Dragon Kid had a reverse Rana off the top on Monte, which is pretty crazy for a random little 3-way undercard match. And then Cielo pinned Monte out of nowhere with a pretty sloppy-looking head scissors into a pin. A little disappointing as a finish after all the crazy stuff they did. But pretty big win for him, though. Beat a former Dreamgate champion. Not that Luis Monte ever does anything these days. But, a lot of fun in that, very specific, nobody sells anything Dragon Gate way. 3.5. Good match. I was expecting like a promo or something from Cielo after, given that he's now without a unit, but now he just left. Okay. Next match was Hyo defeating Homare in 10:53 with the Hunting. This was basically Hyo's send-off match before heading to Best of Super Junior. I think he might have had a couple more matches actually after this, but whatever, not big ones. Homare coming out the towel over his head before dramatically pulling it off in the ring after his introduction was pretty neat. I found this a little dull, to be honest, which is sort of what I'm worried about with Hyo in Best of Super Juniors in general. And I just think he's much better at working tags where he can just come in and do a few spots and leave than having to fill a lot of time in a singles match. He did pick up a bit when they started just doing spots, though. So that's pretty much what I'm looking for when I watch a Dragon Gate show. But then ended basically right after that, so I don't know. I thought it was fine, like 3 stars. Again, to compare my review to Case's review since I read it, Case seemed to like this a lot more than I did. Afterward, Hyo gave a pretty standard promo about doing his best as a panther in the lion's den to make all the lions his bitch. He definitely has lots of charisma, that is for sure. I'm not in love with his singles work. The next match, I thought this was the best match on the show I wouldn't say by far, but a really good match. Yamato, Susumu Yokosuka, and Naruki Doi from Paradox defeated the trio of the last 2 D-Courage members remaining, Yuki Yoshioka and Ryoya Tanaka, and their young boy partner, Kazuma Kimura. It was, of course, Doi pinning Kimura at 11:20 with the Bakatari sliding kick. Some very nice mat wrestling out of Yamato and Kazuma to start. Later, the same 2 had a fun exchange. And then later they got together for another exchange before Kazuma managed to take Yamato down with a great cross-arm breaker. Suzumu was able to make the save. And then Doi put Kazuma away with the Doi 5s and the Bakatari sliding kick right after a Jumbo no Kachi from Susumu. Now, if I wanted to nitpick, I would have liked to have seen Yamato beat him after the whole match practically was built around the 2 of them. Not a big deal, really, though. Very fun 6-man tag here. Match of the night for sure. Went 3 3/4. Very fun match. Afterwards, Doi challenged Tanaka, which makes sense. He's the first champion. So Tanaka will beat him to try to tie the all-time Brave Gate reign record. Of course, that's Pac's record from 2011. I mean, if they could get Pac to do the fucking tiebreaker match, that would be fucking perfect too. But I don't think Pac is going to come in. I doubt it. Maybe he'll prove me wrong, but I just kind of doubt it. The main event, the number 1 contendership match for the All-Asian Tag Team titles. It was Ishin and Yoshiki Kato defeating Jackie Kame and Rita. Ishin pinning Rita in 1844, the backslide. Didn't think this start to this was thrilling or anything. It was typical heel stuff, like light crowd brawling, then just slowly working Jackie over. Now, Case touched on some of this in reviews. Some of this he didn't really. And I'm like, okay, what is up with this match? First of all, why are Jackie and Rita have 2 sets of tag titles. They have the Twin Gate titles and the fucking Ryo titles from what the fuck they're called from the fucking Okinawan promotion, Ryukyu. And neither of them are on the line here. Instead, they're trying to become number 1 contenders to an All Japan secondary tag titles that are held by a Dragon Gate team. So why they have to win the number 1 contendership, I don't really know. It makes it a little weirder. Like, you'd think being double champions would qualify them. I'm on the main event. Don't worry. Don't have to make the faces. It's okay. You're making a God, you're still going face. Now you're making a what the fuck are you talking about face. Okay. I did mention that you should have been here for the Dragon Gate stuff because I was like, you'd be able to talk shit about the production. And the production was even worse than normal on this show because the audio came out of sync. Like, it came so far out of sync, I thought it was my app. But then I went on the Discord, and it was like a lot of people complaining about the same thing. So you're hearing bumps and stuff, like people hitting the mat after it actually happens.
Ah.
Yeah, so it's very, very annoying. It's like okay, imagine the cat.
But I'm surprised you could hear that at all, since the commentary is so much louder than anything going on in the ring.
We should tell your joke again, because it was funny.
I mean, it wasn't a joke. I just said what I was going to do.
You said you were going to come in.
I was just going to talk over you.
While
you're trying to do your show.
That's the Dragon Gate.
That's what it feels like watching Dragon Gate.
But yeah, imagine the cat's falling down. Okay, the cat hits the ground, and which the people at home can't see. And then the audio, and then you hear the bump. The people couldn't see that, so I don't know why I did that for them. But anyway, as I was saying, the team of Ishin and Kato, or the team of Jackie and Rita, are they not qualified enough to challenge Genki Horiguchi and Yasushi Kanda for the fucking secondary All-Asia tag titles from All Japan by being double champions, including the tag champions of your own promotion? There's a very, very weird setup here to have them need to earn a shot at those belts. You're making yourself look almost like territory to fucking All Japan, not mind secondary. I mean, they look, I don't know, like Dragon Gate used to be pretty good at not proselytizing themselves to bigger promotions like this. And I don't know, they make some look kind of rinky-dink. The other weird thing, I mean, then you also get to the part, why would Ishin and Kato be more interested in earning a shot at All Japan's second-tier belts than just asking for a shot at the tag titles of their own promotion that Jackie and Rita hold? And as Jay himself later points out, why? This is all under Dragon Gate tag rules, where everybody can just kind of run around in and out, and, they have the no-touch tags, instead of the PWF rules, where you can't do that, which makes no sense. Because that's what the rules for the actual tag title match is going to be. I mean, even when they did the defenses in Dragon Gate, they still used the All Japan ref, and they used the PWF rules. They couldn't just run in and out. So why would you do a number 1 contendership match for those titles and not use the PWF rules? And to make it even worse, the fucking excuse that GM Saito gave back in Kyoto, a few days earlier, for it not being a 3-way, because Jason Lee and Kota Minoura wanted in this match too, was quote, PWF rules, bro. Sorry, we can't do nothing about that, bros. Now, again, maybe that's just, you could say that's GM Saito trying to make it more fair for the faces and leave the heel team out. But then you shouldn't open yourself up to these kind of logic gaps. So yeah, just a very weirdly booked main event here. And it didn't draw at all, as we talked about earlier. So Rita brings some excitement with his usual very pretty dives. He kept it going with some nice offense on Kato back in the ring, including a double stomp to the back of his head that just looked fucking brutal. They end up double teaming Kame after the 10-minute call, who really hasn't got to do anything in this match except get his ass kicked. The closing stretch was pretty exciting, as you probably expect. Rita was kicking out of every move under the sun, and just when Kato seemed to finally have him beat, Jackie dove in out of nowhere to make the save. That was cool. Rita looked to have Ishin beat when Kai pulled the ref out. At least he didn't just grab his hand while laughing in his face, I guess, in that one time he did the interference. Kota Minoura did the classic accidental on purpose weapon shot to Ishin that happens when 2 Dragon Gate heels hate each other. He'll never outdo the Kanda Gamma ones, because those were the best when they were turning on each other in Muscle Outlaws. But that wasn't the finish anyway, as Kato threw powder in Rita's face and Ishin backdropped him, while the dumbfuck ref counted the 3, despite the powder still being everywhere. He's like, I just pretend I do not see it. But yeah, the ending was chaotic in a bad way and total nonsense. So that takes it down to about a 3.5 for me. Still good, but nothing I call must watch or anything. Afterwards, Minoura and Ishin bickered some more. Kikuta says he's disgusted with both sides' behavior. Minoru threatened to leave the unit, and then him and Jason Lee just left the ring together. All the way that Lee kind of turned back like he didn't really want to. Kind of gave away he's going to turn on his partner Minoru, I think. But, it's fine. That kind of thing happens a lot with the heel units. You could look at that as good foreshadowing, I guess. Then Genki and Kanda came out to meet their challengers. And another team they're going to face before facing the win of the All Japan Tag Tournament, which is funny, as Jay was talking about in the commentary. But yes, afterwards, Saito talked about the 2 June Korakuens. For the June 5th show, it's Ryoya versus Doi for the Brave Gate, which I feel like that will draw probably. I mean, people like Ryoya, and at least that's actually a big match. But for the June 4th show, it's a special match for the veterans, but not these 2 veterans, which is funny. He's like, not talking about you guys. But yes, it's Masaki Mochizuki, Don Fuji, and Dragon Kid versus Ultimo Dragon, Great Sasuke, and Tiger Mask. That does sound pretty cool. As Jay himself points out in commentary, Sasuke and Tiger Mask 4 appeared in Toryumon all the way back on the very first 2 Kobe World Mains. I kind of wish I was going to that, but it's a little too early for when we get there. But, what are you going to do? Anyways, that was a decent little show. Nothing mind-blowing or anything, but I mostly enjoyed it. But, again, it didn't advance anything. Like, it didn't do anything really to clarify the post-Nagoya directions, which I kind of was expecting. So they definitely still feel like a very oddly booked promotion. But I wasn't as negative on it as Kay seemed to be in his review, so there you go. All right, folks, so that will wrap up this very long episode again. I got to come up with a code word for people to give, to prove that they went to the end. Does Nicole have an idea for a code word? I'm putting her on the spot. She's shaking her head. No, I don't want any part of coming up with code words. Don't want any part of coming up with, the secret word to prove you made it to the end of the episode. What should the secret word be? It's like I recorded this episode in 4 parts, so I can't think of any unifying thing. I'm staring at a doll of Madoka, so how about Madoka? Madoka is your code word for this episode. Okay. Anyway, so that will do it, folks. We'll be back next week. Back to a normal formatted episode where Velky Braca will be returning to the podcast to a guest co-host. So we'll be covering the All Japan Champion Carnival Finals, which are coming up this weekend from Motorboard Gym. The first 3 nights of the New Japan Best of Super Junior, the Stardom May 17th Korakuen, the Noah May 13th Korakuen, and the Marigold May 16th Korakuen. So plenty of stuff coming up next week. In the meantime, you can follow us on Twitter at WrestleOmakase, Wrestling Would Not Fit. You can follow me on Blue Sky at Just1MB. And I guess that's it. In the meantime, Nicole, you want to say anything to the people before you go out here? Anything at all?
Boycott Dragon Gate.
Boycott Dragon Gate is what she said, okay? In case the mic didn't pick that up. All right, folks. In the meantime, we will see you next time.
My name is Tyler Fornes, and I am one of the co-hosts of The Good, The Bad, and The Hungy AEW podcast here on the Voice of Wrestling Podcasting Network. We take a broad scope approach to the world of All Elite Wrestling and the entire universe of Tony Khan. We talk about the big matches, the big stars, the promos, the storylines. And we also look at it from a big picture perspective. How are things going to change over the course of the next 10 years with AEW still in the picture? How are companies like WWE going to adapt and adjust to AEW? Are they going to be a similar way like they did with WCW in the late 1990s? Will there be a counterpunch? We talk about all of that and more on The Good, The Bad, and The Hungy every week on the Voice of Wrestling Network.